Chapter 1721. There's always someone more reckless. Of course, thrice reckless Mad Saber still had to deal with the matter at his side before he told the fellow Taoists in the group of the news. He reached out and clicked on the Yes option. Beep, you have successfully joined the Dragon Network. Please register your account. Thrice reckless Mad Saber said, why do I feel like something is wrong? This doesn't sound very cultivation-like. Although he said that, he still continued and followed the prompt, registering himself a Thrice Reckless Mad Saber account. He wanted to register with the name Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. However, he felt that it was better to keep the name Thrice Reckless within the 9 provinces number 1 group. Right after he finished registering his account, another prompt popped up. Would you like to add Shuhang as an intimate friend? Yes/no. Little friend Shuhang and I, intimate friends? Thrice reckless Mad Saber squeezed his chin for a moment, and then nodded. I guess that's about right. Our talent in the saber is excellent, and we could both be called geniuses in that field. It wouldn't be wrong to consider us intimate friends on the saber path. And so, Thrice reckless Mad Saber reached out, and clicked on the Yes option. Inside the Black Dragon world, the heavenly tribulation in the sky continued to send one wave after the other, each wave wielding strength close to the 7th stage. The heavenly tribulation finally managed to break through Fairy Time's defenses, landing on Shuhang, and giving him a good scratch. After this wave, in Shuhang's 5th small dantian, the mechanical core reactor began to change. The process during which the core reactor melted into a spirit lake was somewhat different from the others. What had melted was only its shell. The outer metal shell and the continuously extending energy lines turned into the spirit lake. However, there was still the metal core inside the shell which had not melted. It sank deep into the bottom of the lake, and accepted the nourishment of the spirit lake like a magical treasure. This one was also a 9-layered spirit lake. Due to the core reactor's golden core composition having the structure of a 4-grid comic, the spirit lake had also been divided into 4 neat parts, each of which exhibited an independent but interconnected lake soul. Shuhang looked thoughtfully at the core reactor, which had sunk to the bottom of the lake. Can this thing be used as a magical treasure? Or is it going to transform into some steel nascent soul when I ascend to the Venerable realm in the future and condense a nascent soul? In the sky, the next wave of the heavenly tribulation had condensed. At this moment, a system prompt popped up. Beep, thrice reckless Mad Saber has added you as an intimate friend. Shuhang. What? How did Senior Thrice Reckless add me as a friend? I have only asked the Dragon Network assistant to link the QR code with the Dragon Network during the previous Heavenly Tribulation wave, and I haven't even gotten the new QR code to send to the seniors in the group yet. Shuhang was planning to send the new QR code to the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group after he was done transcending the tribulation. After all, he was busy right now. And if he added the seniors in the group as friends now, there was a chance that an accident would occur. Evidence of this was what had happened with Hamster and Senior Melon Eater. Could it be that the old QR code can still be used to add me as a friend after it's scanned? And Senior Thrice Reckless just happened to be idle, and scanned the QR code that Soft Feather sent to the group a few days ago? Shuhang thought to himself while looking up at the sky. Senior Thrice Reckless, isn't your timing a bit too good? So many days have passed since Soft Feather sent the QR code to the group, why did you suddenly have the urge to scan it? Dragon Network assistant, add a restriction. While I'm transcending the tribulation, don't just casually send assistance request prompts to my friends. Even if I do think of sending a request, I must first be asked for confirmation before it can be fully sent. Shuhang hurriedly added a regulation. He had suffered in the past because of this oversight, so he would absolutely not let there be a second time. Regulation added successfully, the Dragon Network assistant replied promptly. These kinds of small regulations were something it could add as soon as Song Shuhang requested them. Song Shuhang nodded, and let out a breath of relief. With such a regulation in place, he felt more at ease. In the air, another large heavenly tribulation wave had condensed. Sure enough, Uncle Heavenly Tribulation was planning on sending 7 waves to match Song Shuhang's 7 lustrous golden cores. Inside thrice reckless immortal cave. Ha ha ha, it really is as I thought. The corner of thrice reckless Mad Saber's mouth curled up. I really am witty. In addition, this had also confirmed his speculations from a while ago. Fairy Lychee had added a chest pad. Next, it was time for him to send the results of his research to the group. Thrice Reckless turned on his phone, and connected to the 9 Provinces #1 group. As soon as he went online, he saw that Immortal Master Copper Trigram was also online. They just happened to come online at the same time. It isn't often that Copper Trigram comes online nowadays. Thrice Reckless was preparing to say hello to Immortal Master Copper Trigram when. This Immortal Master has finally figured out why Fairy Lychee was able to scan little friend Shuhang's QR code and add him as a friend. Immortal Master Copper Trigram said in the group. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, Sigma, degree winky face, isn't this exactly what I was planning on saying? F*CK, Copper Trigram, are you lurking in my cave and watching me? And now you've come out to shamelessly steal my research results? Fairy Lychee? Northern River's loose cultivator, you shady fortune teller, you managed to add little friend Song Shuhang as a friend? When the bright moon appears, how did you do it? Immortal Master Copper Trigram, I've been trying for several days. Today, inspiration flashed in my head and I finally realized the biggest difference between me and Fairy Lychee. I then attempted to scan Song Shuhang's QR code and succeeded. I'll start a live stream, and I will show you how it's done. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, oh, the shady fortune teller can actually focus on researching things? I'm a little interested now. Fairy Dongfang 6, isn't the biggest difference between Copper Trigram and Lychee their gender? No, wait, never mind. We still don't know what gender Copper Trigram is. What is it, then? I'm really curious now. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. He always wondered whether or not he should mute Copper Trigram whenever it felt like he was about to make some big death-seeking move. However, seeing as how the fellow Taoists in the group wanted to know the result, Yellow Mountain temporarily resisted the urge to mute Copper Trigram. System prompt: Immortal Master Copper Trigram has started a group video call. The live video started. Then, everyone saw a Fairy Lychee appearing in front of the screen. The beautiful Fairy Lychee waved, and said, "Yo, hello everyone. I'm Copper Trigram." Fairy Lychee, Young Master Phoenix Slayer, Fairy Dongfang 6, Spewing Blood emote, Northern River's loose cultivator. So by showing us how it's done, you were talking about directly becoming Fairy Lychee? Great Master Profound Principle, Facepalm emote, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, F*CK. Medicine Master sent a voice message. If you don't seek death, you won't die. Why is it that you can never understand this? Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. I really shouldn't be soft-hearted. It would have been better if I had muted Copper Trigram just now. The process can be ignored, as long as the desired result is achieved. The Lychee Trigram in the video revealed a smile, exuding a mature beauty. Yellow Mountain suddenly felt that this mature style was very suitable for Fairy Lychee. Anyway, after I became Fairy Lychee just now, I opened the QR code sent by little friend Soft Feather and scanned it again. Sure enough, a prompt popped up in my head, which only I can see. I'll tell you what the prompt says. Tyrannical Song invites you to join the Dragon Network. Yes/no. After receiving this prompt box, I immediately went online to show you all how it's done, Immortal Master Copper Trigram said. Now, I will directly add little friend Shuhang as a friend by clicking on this Yes option. What is the Dragon Network? Fairy Lychee asked curiously. When she added Song Shuhang as a friend last time, she hadn't received a prompt concerning any Dragon Network. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber calmly said, it should be something like an online network, right? Copper Trigram thought he had found the truth, but he was too naive. The real truth still lay in Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's hands. The truth was that there was no need to change into Fairy Lychee at all, and you simply needed 2 dumplings. However, Thrice Reckless chose to wait. After Immortal Master Copper Trigram was done explaining, he would come out and show the real answer to the fellow Taoists. This would also show Copper Trigram that there was always a mountain that was taller, and that there was always someone more reckless. As he thought about that scene, he felt especially giddy. Great, now I have successfully joined the Dragon Network. This should be a prerequisite for adding Song Shuhang as a friend, Immortal Master Copper Trigram said in the video. Fairy Lychee, can you stop talking with my voice? It sounded strange, and her windmill spin was getting the urge to enter into action. No problem, I'll switch to the voice of another fellow Taoist. Fairy Dongfang 6 it is. Immortal Master Copper Trigram skillfully switched voices. Fairy Dongfang 6, seeing the Copper Trigram switching vocal tracks so skillfully, one could be certain that this was not the first time he had imitated her voice. This made her question whether or not she was carrying the blame for a lot of Copper Trigram's doings without her knowing. Immortal Master Copper Trigram said, I've guessed correctly. The next prompt is, would you like to add Song Shuhang as an intimate friend? Yes/no. This is a bit strange. Little friend Shuhang and I haven't talked much, why is he treated as an intimate friend? Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. Yes, you are definitely intimate friends, especially when it comes to stifling my heart. Nevertheless, I succeeded. I discovered how to add little friend Shuhang as a friend by scanning his QR code. Now, if there is any fellow Taoist who wishes to scan the QR code as well, just wait for me to get back to the main world. At that time, I can help you take on Fairy Lychee's appearance, then you can scan the QR code. Immortal Master Copper Trigram waved in the video with a smug face. Fairy Lychee, you want to make everyone else in the group look like me? You shady fortune teller, when you come back to the main world, I will intercept you and kill you. At this moment, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber smiled slightly. It was time for him to make his appearance. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, Copper Trigram's method of taking on Fairy Lychee's appearance is too troublesome. In fact, I also cracked the mystery of this QR code. And my method is much simpler. Fellow Taoists, everyone can do it easily. Fairy Lychee, how are you this idle, having the time to research this kind of thing all day? Can't you focus on practicing and diligently trying to ascend to the next stage, Immortal Master Copper Trigram, an easier method? Thrice Reckless, could you have been researching a way to scan the QR code all this time as well? Yes, and I have actually been a step ahead of you, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said. It's time for you all to see the true method, especially Copper Trigram, open your eyes and see who's better. Fairy Dongfang 6, an easier method? What is it? She was much more interested in this method, which was seemingly within everyone's reach. Treasure Forging Heavenly Mansions Yangxian, I found the part where Thrice Reckless could put his heart into researching things a lot more intriguing. Dharma King Creation laughed, and said, Thrice Reckless is someone who is very capable at research. Don't forget that the battery charging technique in the group was researched by him. Thrice Reckless, stop leaving us hanging. Hurry up, and tell us the results you got. Northern River's Loose Cultivator, I feel like I should remind you not to get ahead of yourself by being reckless more than thrice. But just as he said that, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber sent a message. Actually, the biggest difference between us and Fairy Lychee is this. After he sent that, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber posted a picture. The picture showed two big dumplings. Northern River's Loose Cultivator, what is this? Young Master Phoenix Slayer looked dumbfounded. Great Master Profound Principle, question mark emoji, even Fairy Lychee couldn't understand. The difference between me and Thrice Reckless is these two big dumplings? Why does this feel somewhat insulting? Cave Lord Snow Wolf, stop leaving us hanging, and tell us what's the use of these two large dumplings. I also want to try scanning the QR code. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, hee hee hee. At this time, Immortal Master Copper Trigram's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that these two things are used for filling? As expected of the other fellow Taoist who got placed in the intimate friend group with him, Immortal Master Copper Trigram understood what he meant in just a few seconds. Yep, you guessed right, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said triumphantly. Anyway, I thought long and hard about it. After excluding nearly 100 obvious differences between me and Fairy Lychee, I finally came to several conclusions. Among the last few options that were left, the biggest difference between Fairy Lychee and me should be this padding. So I used this stuff and scanned the QR code. As for what happened next, there should be no need for me to explain, it was simply exactly what Copper Trigram experienced. Although Thrice Reckless had not specified, everyone could understand what he meant. The fellow Taoists in the 9 provinces number group all fell silent. Everyone had figured it out, but they stayed silent and waited to see how the situation would unfold. Everyone was quiet, but Thrice Reckless Mad Saber was not. He posted another picture of himself stuffing the two dumplings under his shirt. This is what you have to do. Afterward, you can activate the QR code with a single swipe. Try it out. Fairy Lychee, sure enough, a few windmill spins were too little for Thrice Reckless and Copper Trigram. She should catch Thrice Reckless and Copper Trigram, tie them up together, fill their stomachs with spices, and then throw them into the Beast King's pit, to feed them to the fierce beasts there. Northern River's Loose Cultivator, if you don't seek death, you won't die, is such a simple truth. Why can't you understand it? Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. He put his phone down, looking up at Soft Feather, who was transcending her tribulation in the distance, and Doudou, who had been inexplicably drawn over towards the range of the heavenly tribulation as if attracted by some sort of magnet. His heart suddenly felt even more tired. At this moment, Cave Lord Snow Wolf said, "Oh whoa, it actually worked." However, when I added Song Shuhang, it was not as an intimate friend, but as a documents friend instead. What does this mean? Don't tell me that in little friend Shuhang's eyes, I'm just someone who he can go to when he wants to apply for documents or credentials? Young Master Phoenix Slayer, fellow Taoist Snow Wolf, you tried the method? Sun-splitting halberd Wouldve, angrily rubs the cat's head above. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, Wouldve, aren't you supposed to send a dog head picture first? Sun-splitting halberd Wouldve, I couldn't find the right material. So I just ended up making use of a cat head. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, then where's the picture of the cat head? Isn't fellow Taoist Phoenix Slayer here? Why would I post a cat head as long as you are here? I can't waste messages for nothing. After saying that, Sun-splitting halberd Wouldve continued, anyway, I tried the method Thrice Reckless mentioned just now, and it worked for me as well. However, I was added to the black-skinned friend list. When I was added to it, there was a reminder that I and a fellow Taoist named Lady Kuna were both part of this list. Who is this Lady Kuna, do any of you know? Northern River's Loose Cultivator, in fact, he couldn't stop himself from quietly trying it himself. However, he did not expect Thrice Reckless method to actually work. He had also successfully added Song Shuhang as a friend, and was included in the Reliable Friend list. Northern River's Loose Cultivator was quite satisfied with this friend list. This was consistent with his style as well. Besides the times when he was arguing or fighting with Copper Trigram, Northern River's Loose Cultivator was a very reliable person. Wandering monk profound principle, apparently, the great master couldn't help but give it a try as well. I'll give it a try too. Young Master Phoenix Slayer was also curious. Fairy Dongfang 6, count me in. I'm going to go and look for 2 dumplings right away. 9 Provinces number 1 group was lively once again. Fairy Lychee, most of the members of the 9 Provinces number 1 group who were online couldn't stop themselves from trying out thrice reckless Mad Saber's method. Anyway, it was just stuffing 2 dumplings underneath their clothes. This kind of thing was not difficult to do, mainly because the cost of this experiment was low, and one wouldn't suffer a loss by just trying it out. The fellow Taoists who succeeded came back one by one and shared their success. Without exception, all of the fellow Taoists had succeeded. About 2 minutes later, Fairy Firefly came online. Like hell you need to stuff a dumpling. Spewing blood emoji, Fairy Firefly said. You don't need to stuff anything at all. Just grab the QR code, and scan it to add little friend Shuhang as a friend. Firefly was a fairy maiden who liked wearing red dresses. What she trained in was magnetic force, and when she exerted her full strength, she could let out a repulsive force that would send people flying from Earth into space. This was a skill she was especially proud of. Previously, Song Shuhang had been sent to space by her. As for why Fairy Firefly had discovered that scanning the QR code didn't need one to stuff dumplings at all, it was because she couldn't stuff large dumplings beneath her dress. So she angrily scanned the QR code with her mental energy, and unexpectedly heard a beep, signifying that she had successfully added Song Shuhang as a friend. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, you don't need to stuff anything? After a while. You really don't need to stuff anything. You can just directly scan it. Strange, could little friend Shuhang's QR code have evolved today? Young Master Phoenix Slayer, F*CKU, Shuhang. Dongfang Snow, I just tried it out as well. I succeeded in 1 scan. Heaven Shrouding Hook, Zhou, it worked for me too. The 9 Provinces number 1 group suddenly fell into silence. This time, there was an awkward silence. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire, he. Sure enough, Thrice Reckless was wrong. Senior Yellow Mountain was delighted. Since there was no need to stuff dumplings, he happily scanned Song Shuhang QR code and added him as a friend. Inside the Black Dragon world, Song Shuhang had gone through 2 more waves of the heavenly tribulation, and was suddenly stunned. After these 2 waves, his 3rd and 4th small golden cores had also transformed into spirit lakes. Moreover, they both transformed into 9-layer deep spirit lakes, corresponding to 9 dragon-patterned golden cores. Their respective golden core compositions, the once absolute voice of the sage of ancient times and the limitless crystal-clear water pavilion, materialized and became lake souls. But Song Shuhang felt really tired, and it wasn't because of the heavenly tribulation. It was because he was being bombarded by a series of prompts. Beep Immortal Master Copper Trigram has added you as a friend, and has been included in the Intimate Friend list. Beep Sun Splitting Halberd Wouldve has added you as a friend, and has been included in the Black-Skinned Friend list. Beep Lady Kuna has been moved from the Allies list to the Black-Skinned Friend list. Beep Northern Rivers Loose Cultivator has added you as a friend, and has been included in the Reliable Friend list. Beep Cave Lord Snow Wolf has added you as a friend, and has been included in the Documents Friend list. Beep Great Master Profound Principle has added you as a friend, and has been included in the Emoji Friend list. Beep Young Master Phoenix Slayer has added you as a friend, and has been included in the CPU Cheat list. During these last 3 waves of the heavenly tribulation, he had been unceasingly receiving messages from the seniors of the 9 Provinces number 1 group, adding him as their friend. And they were also being classified into different friend lists according to their relationship with him. Song Shuhang rubbed his temples. Needless to say, it was definitely Senior Thrice Reckless, who had found out that his QR code could now be scanned, that notified the other seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group. After that, everyone started to add him as a friend out of curiosity. Shuhang said, "This is fine as well. I was originally planning on adding them anyway. It's just that it happened sooner than I planned." He had already gotten the Dragon Network assistant to add a regulation so that the seniors in the group wouldn't get involved in his heavenly tribulation. As such, he had nothing to worry about. For now, I should finish transcending my heavenly tribulation. It's time for my second small golden core to turn into a spirit lake. Shuhang raised his head, and looked at the heavenly tribulation. Just then, another prompt sounded. "Beep, Venerable Yellow Mountain has added you as a friend, and has been included in the Mama Yellow Mountain list." Shuhang. Can this list be renamed? On Spirit Butterfly Island. Senior Yellow Mountain. Should he have a deep conversation with little friend Shuhang about this when the latter got back? The physical and mental health of the group members was very important. Next time, he definitely had to have a conversation with him. The heart-stifled Senior Yellow Mountain temporarily put the list name aside in his mind, and began to study the Dragon Network. What is this Dragon Network that could connect everyone with little friend Shuhang? In addition to the function of adding friends, does this Dragon Network have other functions? This was the biggest difference between him as a group founder, and the other fellow Taoists who were just group members. The things they focused on were different. Why do I feel like there are levels to this Dragon Network? Am I able to advance and reach higher levels? Senior Yellow Mountain very quickly began his research. Senior Yellow Mountain kept watch on Soft Feather and Doudou's heavenly tribulation while also beginning his research on the Dragon Network. Multitasking by doing 2 things at once was something as simple as breathing for cultivators of his level. Venerable Yellow Mountain was currently at Spirit Butterfly Island. However, he could make use of Shuhang as a node to connect to the Dragon Network. A portion of his consciousness dove into the network, and found itself in the outermost layer of the Dragon Network. Venerable Yellow Mountain thought, normally speaking, as long as one enters this type of network and fulfills certain requirements, they should be able to advance further. At this time, Shuhang, who was transcending the tribulation, received another prompt from the Dragon Network assistant. Administrator Tyrannical Dragon, your friend, Mama Yellow Mountain, is studying the structure of the Dragon Network and trying to advance to the next level. Would you like to give him the permission to advance? Senior Yellow Mountain is interested in the Dragon Network? Then he can try researching it. Give him permission. Also, do I need to transfer magical power flow to Senior Yellow Mountain? Shuhang asked. The Dragon Network assistant reminded him, you can assign a specified amount of the Dragon Network's energy to Mama Yellow Mountain through your authority, and allow him to advance to the next level. It truly was wonderful to have authority. Not too long ago, he still needed to accumulate magical power flow if he wanted to level up. Will transferring him some of the Dragon Network's energy affect the normal operations of the Dragon Network? Shuhang asked. He couldn't just go about killing the chicken that laid the eggs, after all. The Dragon Network assistant replied, as long as the amount being transferred is limited to a certain amount, it will not affect the operations of the Dragon Network. After thinking it over for a while, Shuhang said, then as long as it doesn't affect the operation of the Dragon Network, set aside a certain amount of the Dragon Network's energy, and distribute it equally to my friends. This should allow them to familiarize themselves with the Dragon Network. Is it possible to distribute 5 million units of energy to each of them? Since he could take advantage of his authority, then he would naturally do so to provide his seniors from the 9 provinces number 1 group some convenience. Providing each of your friends with 5 million units of the Dragon Network's energy is no problem at all, the Dragon Network assistant said. 5 million was too little to even be considered a sliver of the Dragon Network. If it wanted, it could directly issue trillions of units of energy at once. Then send them 5 million each for now. After that, reissue them more if the need for it arises, Song Shuhang said. Rumble, the heavenly tribulation in the sky had turned into a flood dragon, unceasingly attacking Song Shuhang. The evolution of the heavenly tribulation was very speedy. After tinkering with the personified heavenly tribulation, it immediately extended its reach to divine beasts and other fierce beasts, taking on new forms. The heavenly tribulation flood dragon remotely bombed Song Shuhang for a long time, but it never left the tribulation clouds. From how things currently stood, it was the wave that had lasted the longest among all the waves of the heavenly tribulation. Song Shuhang said, "Right, is there a way I can send Lady Onion, as well as my 2 disciples Chu Chu and Little Kai in the main world, a projection of the QR code?" In fact, he was interested in sending a picture of the QR code not only to his 2 disciples, but also to Lowly Shi and Lowly Zhu, as well as Guogua and senior brother 3 realms. The virtuous Lamia blinked after hearing his words. She then patted her tail lightly, summoned the virtuous fat whale mount, and sent it to Song Shuhang's inner world. After he got permission from the Dragon Network, his connection with the inner world was restored. The virtuous fat whale delivered Song Shuhang's QR code to Lady Onion, Senior Turtle, and Pavilion Master Chu's head. Then, fairy #% took out Song Shuhang's phone, and sneaked it into the virtuous network. Through the connection between the virtuous network and the main world, she sent a picture of the QR code golden core composition to Little Kai and Chu Chu. Fairy #% was very active today. It seemed like she was in a very good mood. On Spirit Butterfly Island. While Venerable Yellow Mountain was studying the Dragon Network, he suddenly received a message. Beep, the Super Administrator Tyrannical Dragon has allocated 5 million units of Dragon Network energy to you. Senior Yellow Mountain. Tyrannical Dragon? The style of this Taoist name. It can't be that this is little friend Shuhang, right? He is the Super Administrator of the Dragon Network? He couldn't have done something big again, could he? While he was in thought, Senior Yellow Mountain found that his account in the Dragon Network had started moving quickly. The Yellow Mountain ID, which represented him, quickly moved from the first-level area to the second-level area of the Dragon Network. When he entered the second-level area, he received a small amount of mental energy from the Dragon Network, which slightly strengthened his divine sense. Afterward, his consciousness was brought inside the Dragon Network Heavenly Tribulation realm. A majestic and ferocious black dragon appeared in front of him. The black dragon opened its mouth, preparing to spit out its breath at Venerable Yellow Mountain. However, while its dragon breath was still brewing in its throat, Venerable Yellow Mountain stepped up to it, blasting its head with a punch. It was only a Dragon Network Heavenly Tribulation of the first level. Although it looked majestic, it was actually very fragile, at least in front of a 7th stage Venerable. The entire process of Senior Yellow Mountain transcending his tribulation was transmitted back to Song Shuhang's mind. Song Shuhang had received the scenes from the point of view of the Heavenly Tribulation Black Dragon. After all, he was the administrator of the Dragon Network. It honestly felt rather embarrassing for a heavenly tribulation to be destroyed before being able to do anything. When the main world's heavenly tribulation encounters Senior White, does it feel the same way as I did just now? Song Shuhang thought to himself. Perhaps I should treat Uncle Heavenly Tribulation better. It seems that things aren't that easy for him either. Venerable Yellow Mountain easily blasted the black dragon to nothingness, smoothly entering the second-level area. Afterward, with his mental energy having met the conditions, and as he possessed sufficient Dragon Network energy, his Yellow Mountain ID rushed to the third-level area. For the Dragon Network Heavenly Tribulation of the third stage, there were 5 black dragons, and they weren't spewing out any breath, but large and powerful light beam attacks instead. But just like before, Venerable Yellow Mountain had already punched them all to oblivion before they could even start moving. After he finished transcending this tribulation, his ID reached the third level area. His divine sense received benefits once more, getting slightly strengthened again. At this time, only a small part of the 5 million units of Dragon Network energy he had received had been consumed. Senior Yellow Mountain concluded, overall, that areas of the Dragon Network should work in the same way as the realms of us cultivators. It's just that the Dragon Network is more focused on the mental energy aspect. Perhaps this was a gift to everyone from little friend Shuhang. And so, Venerable Yellow Mountain opened the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, and began to summarize his research on the Dragon Network, preparing to send it to the group. At this time, in the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, everyone was talking about the 5 million units of Dragon Network energy they had been given by Tyrannical Dragon. Everyone was guessing as to what the use of this energy was, and they were making various attempts at it. Northern River's loose cultivator secretly let out a breath of relief. He was the one who had forcibly brought up this topic of the 5 million units of Dragon Network energy. Thrice reckless Mad Saber could temporarily escape the center of attention this way. However, the key word here was temporarily. What was to come would come in the end, and he could only buy thrice reckless some time so that the latter could mentally prepare himself. This way, when he eventually faced Fairy Lychee, he wouldn't be too miserable. As a friend of thrice reckless, Northern River's loose cultivator tried his best. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. I've already tested out how to use the Dragon Network energy. And you can all try it out as well. After saying that, he posted the information he had compiled regarding the Dragon Network levels, ascension method, and difficulty of transcending the tribulation to the group for their reference. Venerable Yellow Mountain said, you can try reaching a Dragon Network level corresponding to your realm. The mental energy that is transmitted back in the initial stages might not be much, but in the later stages, it should be pretty good. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, as expected of Senior Yellow Mountain. As the founder of the group, Senior Yellow Mountain could always stay calm at critical times. Northern River's loose cultivator immediately took advantage of this opportunity, and began to lead the discussion. Then everyone should give it a try. Rush to the Dragon Network, and see what level you can reach. There might be some unexpected gains to be had from this. I have a feeling that this Dragon Network might just surprise us. When the bright moon appears, by the way, can any of you send me the QR code? I have just left for a while, but when I went to look through the backlog of messages, I could no longer find it. Without the QR code, I can't add Song Shuhang as a friend, nor can I enter the Dragon Network. Thrice reckless Mad Saber laughed, and said, "Haha, old Northern River, let's give it a shot. Although I'm in the 5th stage realm, my mental energy should already be at around the 6th stage. I feel that I might just be able to rush to the 6th level area in a single try." Northern River's loose cultivator. Medicine Master, when a cultivator is at the 5th stage realm, they can condense a golden core. If so, will one be able to get something interesting when they reach the 5th level in the Dragon Network? P.S. This is Rivoli Purple Mist typing. Voice messages tended to be ignored when the group chat was being bombarded with text messages. Therefore, Medicine Master would let Rivoli Purple Mist type for him sometimes when the speed at which the chat was moving was relatively fast. Occasionally, he would use the speech-to-text feature, but it wasn't that good at distinguishing between words, and had a tendency to make mistakes. Fairy Lychee said, I vaguely remember Shuhang mentioning that one of his golden cores was related to a new, small world. Could it be that it was related to this Dragon Network? Cave Lord Snow Wolf, if one really can condense another golden core, that would indeed be very interesting. Fairy Lychee's speculation had detonated the interest of the fellow Taoists in the group. For cultivators, practicing and increasing their strength were of utmost importance. The members of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group who were stationed in the Dragon Network entered a leveling competition. The group suddenly became quiet once again. When the bright moon appears, is anyone still there? Can anyone send me the QR code? After another moment. When the bright moon appears, did you all go to the Dragon Network? Is there nobody left to talk to me? On Spirit Butterfly Island. Yellow Mountain was the first in the group to enter the 5th level area. He was also very curious, what interesting changes would there be once he entered the 5th level area despite him having already become a 7th stage Venerable. While he was in thought, Yellow Mountain discovered that his body seemed to have been struck by Fairy Firefly's skill as he began to rise into the air uncontrollably. Under his feet, a white cloud had appeared. It was like the legendary ascension to the heavens in novels. The white cloud carried Yellow Mountain all the way up. If this continues, I'm going to be directly sent into space. Venerable Yellow Mountain shook his head slightly. He then stepped on the cloud that supported him, crushing it. If it were during his leisure time on ordinary days, then he could afford to go along with the Dragon Network and play Ascension. For people in his realm, even if they were sent into space, there would be no danger to their survival. But at this moment, Soft Feather and Doudou were transcending their tribulation below. He wouldn't feel at ease if he were away from them. Although he was quite interested in seeing what would happen if he played along, he simply could not let himself do so this time. But if there was a next time, then he would give it a shot. Anyway, there were some other fellow Taoists in the 9 provinces number 1 group who were raising their Dragon Network level. After they experienced this ascension, he could just ask them if they found anything interesting. Venerable Yellow Mountain, the conscience of the 9 provinces number 1 group. If the group founder had not been him, the group would have long since broken apart. After smashing the ascension cloud, Senior Yellow Mountain descended to the ground, and went back to watching Soft Feather and Doudou. From how things looked, the cooperation between Soft Feather and Doudou was excellent, and there was no problem with their transcension for the time being. It was especially so for Soft Feather. She was repeatedly able to dish out powerful magical techniques, which allowed them to resist the waves of the heavenly tribulation. Given the time, most of the heavenly tribulation should have already passed. Venerable Yellow Mountain nodded in satisfaction. After a few breaths of time, Venerable Yellow Mountain's figure began floating up again. He looked down and found that the cloud that he'd previously smashed had recondensed. Venerable Yellow Mountain. He raised his foot, crushed the cloud, and fell to the ground again. I need to hold on until Soft Feather and Doudou finish transcending their heavenly tribulation. However, when he landed on the ground, a sudden change occurred. His primordial soul was drawn out of his body by some kind of law force and brought away. At the foot of his primordial soul, a cloud appeared, and he was lifted upward. Venerable Yellow Mountain. The power of this ascension was truly indomitable. However, he could not let either his body or his primordial soul leave. Venerable Yellow Mountain's primordial soul raised its foot, and stomped on the cloud. The cloud was shattered, but Venerable Yellow Mountain's primordial soul did not fall, disappearing instead. Senior Yellow Mountain. He closed his eyes and extended his senses. Soon after, he found that his primordial soul was wrapped in a cloud, and under the same ascension force from before, he entered a place similar to a spatial tunnel. Spatial travel? Where is my primordial soul being taken? Venerable Yellow Mountain frowned. After a few breaths, his primordial soul reached the end of the spatial tunnel. Rumble, as soon as his primordial soul came out, he heard an explosion of thunder. Then, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. It was a golden figure composed of pure light of virtue. It was Song Shuhang's light of virtue, fairy #times. Song Shuhang also sensed someone approaching him from behind him. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Senior Yellow Mountain's primordial soul appearing behind him. He could vaguely feel a mysterious and wonderful connection between himself and Senior Yellow Mountain. Senior Yellow Mountain? Song Shuhang asked in surprise. Why did Senior suddenly come here? Moreover, he appeared directly behind me. That's going to cause him to be in the range of my heavenly tribulation. Little friend Shuhang? Venerable Yellow Mountain looked at Song Shuhang. You have grown old. I wasn't able to recognize you immediately. What are you doing? As you can see, I'm transcending my tribulation. Song Shuhang pointed at the sky. In the air, the heavenly tribulation flood dragon nimbly shuttled through the tribulation clouds, and constantly used lightning techniques to launch long-range attacks at Song Shuhang. When Senior Yellow Mountain's primordial soul entered the scope of Song Shuhang's heavenly tribulation, the flood dragon's strength skyrocketed, increasing by over 50%. Venerable Yellow Mountain raised his head, and looked at the lifelike heavenly tribulation flood dragon, having a moment of silence. Venerable Yellow Mountain said, "Sorry, I've gotten involved in your heavenly tribulation." Song Shuhang responded, "It's fine. I can still handle a heavenly tribulation of this level." After all, this was the Black Dragon world, and he was the administrator of the Dragon Network. Song Shuhang curiously said, "What I'm more concerned about is how Senior Yellow Mountain's primordial soul got here." "I rose into the sky and appeared here," Venerable Yellow Mountain replied. "I was studying the Dragon Network, and when I entered the 5th level area, an ascension cloud formed. Since I was occupied with other things at the moment, I stepped on it and broke it apart, but then the cloud suddenly dragged my primordial soul to this place." Song Shuhang. He looked at the Dragon Network assistant on his shoulder, and said, "Such a thing can happen?" The Dragon Network assistant shook its head, not knowing how to reply. Venerable Yellow Mountain was in the main world, which was beyond the reach of the Dragon Network. The others could access the Dragon Network because Song Shuhang was an administrator, and they used him as a transit station to connect to the network. Therefore, when they were using the Dragon Network, the Dragon Network assistant could not accurately predict any abnormal changes that could take place. "Be careful, the heavenly tribulation is descending," Venerable Yellow Mountain reminded Song Shuhang. In the sky, perhaps due to its body having grown in size, the flood dragon's confidence shot up. It finally left the tribulation cloud, no longer casting magical techniques remotely, but directly heading down towards Song Shuhang. Fairy at #% S 3-story virtuous palace projection was pierced instantly. Venerable Yellow Mountain's pupils shrank slightly as the power of this tribulation wave had reached the level of a 7th stage Venerable's full-powered blow. Were the changes that were happening to the heavenly tribulation due to the involvement of his primordial soul? At this time, Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and grasped at the air. The holy sword of the end attacked, aiming at the heavenly tribulation flood dragon. Song Shuhang said, "What a pity that the holy sword of the end has a sword-like form. If it were saber-like, perhaps it could work together with my saber intent, doubling its might. Besides that, if he had the talent for the sword, with the 200-meter-long holy sword of the end, he could even let the other party run for 299 meters first, as the giant sword could easily reach a length of over 300 meters with sword intent." While Song Shuhang was in thought, behind him, Venerable Yellow Mountain let out a puzzled cry, "Eh?" Immediately afterward, Song Shuhang felt that the wondrous connection between himself and Senior Yellow Mountain became stronger. It was as if their primordial souls resonated. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and grabbed the holy sword of the end, and as if he needed to shout out what was on his mind, he yelled, "Heaven cast profound yellow sword." On the holy sword of the end, a sword intent emerged. Afterward, Song Shuhang displayed a mysterious sword technique. As he slashed with the sword, countless strands of profound yellow chi came raining down from the void, merging with the slash. This sword technique was a supremely profound technique. The sword technique contained a supreme law, which perfectly complemented the sword. Boom! With a single slash of the heaven-cast profound yellow sword, the heavenly tribulation flood dragon was smashed to pieces. The flood dragon dissipated, turning into pure spiritual chi. As for the heaven-cast profound yellow sword chi, it did not dissipate completely. The roaring sword intent rose into the sky, cutting open a chasm in the tribulation clouds in the sky. How blissful! This was the feeling of using sword techniques, and it was wonderful. Shuhang's hands, which were holding the sword, were trembling. This was because the holy sword of the end was too big and heavy, making his wrists quite tired after wielding it for such a long time. He recalled every moment of himself wielding the sword. He might have been defeated in terms of sword talent, but he was still able to deliver this slash, which he would remember for his entire life. He recalled the burst of sword intent, comparing it with a burst of saber intent. Shuhang suddenly paused. Is it just my misconception? When I used the sword intent, why did it feel like it wasn't that different from saber intent? It felt like the difference between egg-fried rice and omelette rice, whose taste is actually not too different. Behind Shuhang, Venerable Yellow Mountain looked at the remnants of profound yellow chi in the sky, having a moment of silence. He couldn't have mistaken it. What Shuhang had displayed just now was his unique sword technique, the heaven-cast profound yellow sword, inherited from his lineage. Was it because of the strange, primordial soul resonance just now? Did that allow little friend Shuhang to borrow my power and perform the sword technique? However, now wasn't the time to be thinking about this. Little friend Shuhang, your heavenly tribulation should be over, right? Venerable Yellow Mountain said. Let's put an end to this strange, primordial soul resonance we're experiencing. You can then move away from me. Getting involved in Shuhang's heavenly tribulation had caused the difficulty of his tribulation to rise. Fortunately, Shuhang had no problem dealing with the increase in difficulty. In addition, Venerable Yellow Mountain felt that his own tribulation was coming. This tribulation was the one he needed to face to reach the 5th level area of the Dragon Network. And he didn't want to involve Shuhang in this other tribulation. Senior Yellow Mountain, we're not quite there yet. If I'm not mistaken, there should still be one last wave. Shuhang looked at his small dantian. With the destruction of the heavenly tribulation flood dragon, the colorful monster core melted and turned into a spirit lake, one with 9 layers of depth like the others. If no accidents occurred, he should have one last wave of the heavenly tribulation to face, which was meant for his first small golden core. Venerable Yellow Mountain sighed. Alright, then. Quickly get past the last wave of your heavenly tribulation. After that, we should move away from each other as quickly as possible. Just as they were talking, spatial fluctuations emerged behind Shuhang. As soon as the two turned their heads, they saw thrice reckless Mad Saber's figure exiting a spatial passage. With a swish, he fell behind Shuhang. I almost died. Thrice Reckless screamed. Similar to Venerable Yellow Mountain, he was also in his primordial soul state. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber got up, laughed, and said, Senior Yellow Mountain, you're here as well. I thought that I was the first person to break into the 5th level area of the Dragon Network. I even used some small tricks to enhance my mental energy, so I didn't expect Senior Yellow Mountain to still be a step ahead of me. Venerable Yellow Mountain looked at Thrice Reckless, and then had a moment of silence. As he'd been taking care of Soft Feather and Doudou, he didn't want to ascend right away. But after breaking apart the ascension cloud a few times, his primordial soul was directly sucked from his body and wrapped in a cloud before being brought to Shuhang. But how come Thrice Reckless had also come in the form of a primordial soul? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't he have physically been lifted up by the cloud as he ascended here? Hello, uncle, you look familiar. Who are you? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber looked at Shuhang. Shuhang replied, It's me, Senior Thrice Reckless. I'm Shuhang. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber replied, Shuhang, have you been squeezed dry? Why are you so old? It's hard to explain in a few words. Anyway, Senior Thrice Reckless, how did you get here? Shuhang asked, and he quickly communicated with the Dragon Network assistant in his mind. Previously, Senior Yellow Mountain had broken apart 2 clouds before his primordial soul was taken to the transit station he had for the Dragon Network, Shuhang. However, how did Senior Thrice Reckless also end up here? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, after entering the 5th level area of the Dragon Network, a cloud formed under my feet, and I entered into ascension mode. However, since the construction of my new immortal cave hadn't been completed yet, with its zenith being sealed, I got stuck when I rose to the top. Soon after, my primordial soul was drawn out, and got pulled into a place similar to a spatial tunnel. I was quite interested in that place, so I tried breaking apart a wall of this tunnel. Unfortunately, I was thrown to you before I could do anything. Venerable Yellow Mountain. Shuhang. He hurriedly ordered the Dragon Network assistant to patch this bug. Is it possible to make it so that when the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group enter a state of ascension after reaching the 5th level, they don't get sent to where I am? If it is, then please implement this change immediately. He was in the middle of transcending his tribulation. If the fellow Taoists from the group were to come one after the other, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Dragon Network assistant shook its head. The members of the 9 provinces number 1 group, who were in the main world, were connected to the Dragon Network through Shuhang. When they ascended, and when their primordial soul was drawn to the Black Dragon world by the power of the various laws, they would definitely bump into Shuhang first. Then I'll change the conditions. If any of my seniors' primordial souls come here, they will be moved at a distance of 500 meters away from my body. Can this be done? Shuhang hurriedly asked. After a short pause, the Dragon Network assistant nodded, indicating that this could be done. Hurry up and apply the patch then, Shuhang urged. The seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group were very hands-on. Since Senior Thrice Reckless had already come, this meant that the other seniors were likely to be well on their way. Shuhang absolutely did not dare underestimate the abilities of his seniors. But just as he said that, several figures appeared one after another around him. Yu Jiaojiao's father, True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon. True Monarch White Crane, who he had not seen in a good while. And someone who hadn't appeared much in the 9 provinces number 1 group much recently, True Monarch Eternal Fire. The 3 true monarchs all appeared as primordial souls. True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon said, "Where is this place?" True Monarch White Crane said, "Is Senior White here? I seem to smell him. What a headache. I just wanted to play with the Dragon Network minigame to relax a bit. Why was my primordial soul drawn out and brought here?" True Monarch Eternal Fire said in distress. True Monarch White Crane said, "Sheet, it's Shuhang." After a while, it looked up. "Sheet, a heavenly tribulation again?" Shuhang looked up at the sky. The speed at which the Dragon Network assistant was implementing the regulation couldn't keep up with the speed at which the seniors of the group were coming over. Immediately afterward, several other figures emerged. Fairy Lychee, True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, True Monarch Fallout, and Scholar Xian Gong. Afterward, Fairy Dongfang 6, Wandering Monk Profound Principle, Dharma King Creation, and Cave Lord Snow Wharf all came out of a spatial passage as well. And it seemed that there were more seniors behind them heading over as well. The damned patch wasn't implemented fast enough. Everyone is already here. Chapter 1726 F***CK, A Heavenly Tribulation. As proven once again, seniors will forever be seniors. Shuhang looked up at the sky, where a group of people was neatly lined up, heading his way. Before the Dragon Network assistant could apply the patch, the members of the group with whom he was familiar were basically all already there. Cave Lord Snow Wolf said, "Ah, Northern River, you're here too. Did you also experience an ascension?" Northern River's loose cultivator smiled slightly and looked around. It seems that all of the fellow Taoists in the group who were online are here. Most of the ones present were familiar faces. This year, the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group had met each other in real life rather frequently. Previously, it would be rare for them to meet once every few decades, yet they'd already met each other several times this year, although everyone did come together by coincidence. Finally, Northern River's loose cultivator took another look at Thrice Reckless. He's really hopeless. Even a miracle doctor wouldn't be able to save Thrice Reckless. Still, nobody had thought that playing this Dragon Network level raising game would ultimately gather everyone's primordial souls together. Thrice Reckless was simply a goner. Fairy Dongfang 6 asked, "Who got here first?" "When I got here, I saw that Senior Yellow Mountain, Thrice Reckless, Shuhang, White Crane, Eternal Fire, and Tyrant Flood Dragon were all already here." Thrice Reckless Mad Saber triumphantly said, "Senior Yellow Mountain was the first to come here, and I was the second one. I was half a step behind Senior Yellow Mountain." Northern River's loose cultivator turned his head slightly, and couldn't bear to look at Thrice Reckless. Rather than staying low-key at this time, he actually emphasized his own presence. Fairy Lychee's eyes sank, and then she smiled slightly. "I've found you, Thrice Reckless." In the next moment. "Ah, Fairy Lychee, slow down, slow down. I'm going to vomit." It had been proven by facts that primordial souls were more fragile than physical bodies. When the same skill was used on a primordial soul, the damage dealt to them would be 10 times what would have been dealt to a physical body. "Doudou isn't here?" Young Master Phoenix Slayer asked. He looked around and couldn't find Doudou, causing him to feel rather uninterested in this matter. The greatest pleasures of his monster life were eating fish, sleeping, and beating Doudou, so it wasn't any good if Doudou wasn't here. Venerable Yellow Mountain replied, "Doudou has gotten involved in Soft Feather's heavenly tribulation, and he's in the middle of transcending the tribulation with her. My main body is still watching them, and there should be no problems." True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple said, "Why do I feel like there's something wrong with the atmosphere here and that it's somewhat stifling? Do any of you feel that way as well?" Young Master Phoenix Slayer responded, "I'm feeling that too. The same goes for me. I also feel rather pressured and uncomfortable," Fairy Lychee said while spinning her small hand very quickly. At this time, Thrice Reckless was just like the propeller of an airplane, only the afterimages of his body were visible. True Monarch White Crane said, "Look up. Look at the sky, and you'll know why it feels rather pressuring here." As soon as the seniors looked up, they saw that a tribulation cloud was condensing above, with electric arcs constantly flickering within it. It was clear that its might could not be underestimated. Scholar Xian Gong exclaimed, "Sheet, another heavenly tribulation?" Treasure forging heavenly mansions, Yang Xian said, "Who is so uncivilized to transcend their tribulation while in the middle of a crowd?" Song Shuhang. "It's little friend Shuhang. He was in the middle of transcending his tribulation when I got here. It was our primordial souls that crossed through space, and got involved in his heavenly tribulation," Venerable Yellow Mountain said heartily. "In other words, it's our fault." "Senior Yellow Mountain, are we in time to leave?" said Fairy Dongfang Snow, looking at Venerable Yellow Mountain with hopeful eyes. Venerable Yellow Mountain shook his head. Fairy Firefly remarked, "We're dead." Besides the few members who were closed up or occupied by something else and couldn't go online, the rest of the members of the group had gathered here today. At this moment, over half of the group was here. So many primordial souls were gathered in one place, and joined Song Shuhang's heavenly tribulation. To what extent would the might of his heavenly tribulation increase? And to make matters worse, the members of the group were now in their primordial soul state, so they were unable to exert their maximum combat ability. Young Master Phoenix Slayer said worriedly, "We aren't all going to be drawn to the heavenly tribulation realm to transcend the 8th stage tribulation as it happened with the previous group heavenly tribulation, right?" There's a chance that we won't be drawn to the heavenly tribulation realm this time, Shuhang said. The situation last time could be regarded as a bug or loophole of sorts. But the heavenly tribulation has been changing very frequently recently, and the loopholes that existed back during my previous ascension have likely already been patched. As long as we don't get pulled into the heavenly tribulation realm, then you seniors have nothing to worry about. I can definitely deal with this tribulation. Shuhang added. As the administrator of the Dragon Network, as long as he was in the Black Dragon world, he could use the power of the network to overcome his heavenly tribulation. Patch has been applied. At this time, the Dragon Network assistant sent a notification. Shuhang looked around, and saw that nearly all of the members of the group he was familiar with were already there. Fairy Dongfang 6 asked, "Who isn't here?" Northern River's loose cultivator said, "Senior 7th cultivator of true virtue isn't here. He has ascended to the profound sage realm, and he should be busy." Fellow Taoist 7 Lives Talisman also isn't here. Perhaps he hasn't gone online today? Su Clan 7 isn't here either. 7 has been acting quite mysterious recently. I have no idea what he's been doing. Right, is the number 7 especially lucky? Could he have escaped this disaster? Medicine Master scratched his hair. Purple Mist was behind him, silently tying his hair into small braids. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber desperately yelled, "Aya, in the future please Aya, call me 7 Reckless Mad Saber Aya." While he said that, 500 meters away, a spatial passage appeared. Su Clan 7 drilled out of the void with a dazed expression. "Strange, I saw a familiar fairy maiden walking in front of me in the passage I was in, but then the spatial passage suddenly collapsed. What happened?" The patch that the Dragon Network assistant had applied was starting to take effect. With the patch, 7 was teleported to a safe area 500 meters away, outside the range of the heavenly tribulation. But then, while Su Clan 7 was talking, his primordial soul started flying involuntarily. Like he was being attracted by a magnet, he was dragged to the space behind Shuhang. There was no need to be polite when it came to keeping the group neat and tidy. Shuhang felt very tired. This patch was of no use at all. "Senior 7, who was the familiar fairy maiden you saw?" Zhou Li asked curiously. Zhou Li had been having a great time recently. Not only was he in a relationship with a fairy maiden from the scholarly faction, but Doudou had recently gotten locked up, so he didn't have to bother himself with him. Su Clan 7 scratched his head. She looked familiar. But after thinking about it carefully, "I'm sure I've never seen her before." Young Master Phoenix Slayer said, "But it's certain that she must be a member of our 9 provinces number 1 group. Otherwise, they would not have been added to the Dragon Network, and their primordial soul would not have been drawn over to little friend Shuhang." Medicine Master said, "Is it possible that Soft Feather sent the QR code to others?" After all, the QR code of Shuhang's golden core composition had been shared in the group by Soft Feather. "You've all forgotten about someone," Fairy Lychee said. "I vaguely remember that there was a fellow Taoist in our group called Fairy Sunken Moon. Perhaps it was her you saw, 7? Northern River's loose cultivator said, "You're talking about Scholar Drunken Gloom, who's a man and not a fairy." "I'm 100% certain of this." "It's indeed true that the scholar is a man," Senior Yellow Mountain said. "So the person who 7 saw was not the scholar. Speaking of which, the scholar didn't come here. I might have the answer." Shuhang finally found a chance to cut in. Perhaps it was Senior Copper Trigram. He had been matching the seniors present with the ones he had in his memory. After doing so, he discovered that Copper Trigram was not among the fellow Taoists present. Northern River's loose cultivator's eyes suddenly lit up. "Yes, it should be the shady fortune teller. I'm afraid that it might really be him. He's even live-streamed scanning little friend Shuhang's QR code. If the shady fortune teller was in front of 7, then shouldn't he have appeared here already, or 500 meters away at least? Fairy Lychee turned her head and looked around. One of the 10 great mysteries of the 9 provinces number 1 group was Copper Trigram's true appearance. Perhaps they could finally get the answer to that mystery today? Even if one could change the appearance of their physical body, the same could not be said for their primordial soul. While she said that, a spatial channel opened up 500 meters away from them. 2 figures stepped out of the passage together. Tian Tiankong laughed, and said, What are you all doing staring at me? It's making me feel quite shy. Behind him was Vice Island Master Tian Tianwei, her gaze dull. She seemed to have yet to fully recover. It was the siblings, Tian Tiankong and Tian Tianwei. Just like Su Clan 7, as soon as they appeared, they were sucked into the group as if attracted by a magnet. There is another person over there. Dharma King Creation found their target. In the sky, a figure fell out of a vertical spatial channel. They had slender legs and wore a big, red dress. Sure enough, it was just as 7 had said, it was a fairy maiden. The figure fell to the ground. Oh, I'm finally out. Then, they raised their head, a delicate metallic mask on their face. This mask was a precious, primordial soul magical treasure designed specifically to protect one's primordial soul. After wearing it, it could shield one's aura, strengthen their primordial soul, and so on. The members of the 9 provinces number 1 group were all speechless. The shady fortune teller truly was impeccable in this regard. But at least one thing has finally been determined. The corner of Northern River's loose cultivator's mouth curled up as he said, Shady fortune teller, so you are a fairy maiden. Immortal Master Copper Trigram patted her red dress, and lazily said, Okay, as long as you like it. If you think I am a fairy maiden, that's fine by me. Anyway, even if I am a woman, you're not my type, so what are you so happy about? In that short reply, Copper Trigram's voice had been changing constantly, switching between several kinds of voices, and it sounded particularly strange. Northern River's loose cultivator. This is not happiness, but pride, can't you see? You shady fortune teller, I've finally determined your gender, so I'm showing a triumphant smile. True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon said emotionally, if Copper Trigram really is a fairy, I suddenly find her shady predictions rather cute. Sometimes, fairies really do get privileges. Whoosh! At this time, Immortal Master Copper Trigram was drawn to the crowd as if pulled over by a magnet. It just so happened that she fell beside True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon. But that's too bad, fellow Taoist Tyrant Flood Dragon. I'm not a fairy maiden, so I can't be cute, Copper Trigram said using a proud man's voice. He then tore his dress open, revealing strong chest muscles. There is also that idiot Northern River. As soon as he saw that I was wearing a red dress, he immediately thought that I was a girl. In fact, I have just put on this red dress while in the passage, Northern River's loose cultivator responded, You shady fortune teller, sooner or later you will be struck by lightning. Boom! In the sky, muffled thunder boomed. It struck as soon as you said so. Northern River, have you learned power words? Copper Trigram looked up. F***ck, a heavenly tribulation. Immortal Master Copper Trigram said, This is crazy. Do you all not want to live? So many of you are here, yet you drew the heavenly tribulation? True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon explained, to be accurate, little friend Shuhang had already been transcending the tribulation, and then we suddenly emerged from a spatial passage and got involved in his heavenly tribulation one by one. So, we're the ones in the wrong. Immortal Master Copper Trigram went silent for a while. We're dead. Sorry, little friend Shuhang, your seniors are simply too unreliable. We've even caused you trouble. Yes, we're all going to die. Fairy Dongfang 6 sighed quietly, and looked desperate. Copper Trigram, can you show us your real face? Anyway, we're all going to die. Copper Trigram replied, no. Since we're going to die anyway, I'd rather bring this secret to the grave. It would be best for everyone to continue guessing what I truly look like all the way until death. Fairy Dongfang 6. I hate those like you who don't act according to normal routines. Song Shuhang said, as long as we don't get brought into the heavenly tribulation realm, we'll be able to make it through. Both the impregnable holy city and the holy sword of the end were ready. Moreover, Song Shuhang was connected to the dragon network, which was constantly supplying him with energy. Shuhang, you've already said that, young Master Phoenix Slayer said. Before transcending the tribulation, can we not keep on planting flags? But if I had not mentioned it again, I would have felt uneasy. Song Shuhang sighed inwardly. He was actually cheering himself up. Boom, in the sky, the last wave of the heavenly tribulation finally condensed. Its momentum was incomparably vast. The tribulation clouds covered several small dragon-scale worlds. Tribulation lightning and tribulation fire could be seen shuttling within the clouds. All kinds of strange forms of the heavenly tribulation were born, destroyed, and reborn in the clouds. It seemed that the heavenly tribulation was in the process of creating stronger forms. Song Shuhang frowned. Judging from the surface area of the tribulation clouds, the power of the heavenly tribulation had reached the level of the enhanced lightning palm that Lady Kuna had drawn from the 9th stage heavenly tribulation. If this were the case, then the power of the heavenly tribulation had fully and truly reached the 8th stage, perhaps even reaching the 9th stage. And according to the laws that protected the main world, once the power of the heavenly tribulation reached the 8th stage, as it would cause immense damage to the surrounding area, the ascender would be forcefully dragged into the heavenly tribulation realm. I hope that bug has been fixed already, Song Shuhang said in his mind. Beep reminder, the main world's cross-world heavenly tribulation has evolved and surpassed the 8th stage realm in strength. A special space, the group tribulation transcension space, has been created. A prompt from the Dragon Network sounded in Song Shuhang's ears. Song Shuhang. He had been ready for the first half of the prompt, but the same could not be said for the second half. The heavenly tribulation of the main world was constantly evolving, and even that bug that had previously made it so that they were sent to an 8th stage heavenly tribulation realm during the last group tribulation had been patched. Even though they were transcending as a group, the heavenly tribulation appeared to have optimized its calculations, making the tribulation much more bearable overall. If it were the old heavenly tribulation, the power of the heavenly tribulation would have probably broken past the 9th stage after most of the seniors got involved with their primordial souls. But under the new rules, the strength of the heavenly tribulation was temporarily just over the 8th stage. However, the bug having been fixed did not mean that Song Shuhang and his party were going to transcend the tribulation right where they were. When the heavenly tribulation was patching the bug, it came up with a brand new idea, the group tribulation transcension space, a space that met the needs of the practitioners of the universe. This guaranteed that the might of the heavenly tribulation would not cause harm to the main world, and it also dealt with the bug of giving away sage seals for free. It's refreshing to transcend the tribulation with a group, though it is a path that leads to one's death. Yu Jiaojiao's seabed cemetery here. We have an end-of-the-year 40% sale. It was likely that this group tribulation transcension space was able to host a 8th stage heavenly tribulation, but after the group got through it, they would not be rewarded with something as huge as a sage seal. Honestly, this trip might end with a loss overall. A Dragon Network prompt sounded. The special space, group tribulation transcension space, has opened. Spatial transfer in progress. Can I still connect to the Dragon Network while in the group tribulation transcension space? This was what Song Shuhang was worried about the most. On his shoulder, the Dragon Network assistant replied, uncertain. This was the first time in history that a space like the group tribulation transcension space was created, as well as the first time anybody was entering it. Therefore, nobody had any idea what it looked like or in what form the heavenly tribulation would descend inside that space. The sky began spinning. In the next moment, Shuhang felt that he was transferred to another place. With him were the majority of the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group and Li Yinzhu. He was able to bring in the 2 sets of 33 divine beasts, combined magical treasure. Ultimately, they were still Shuhang's life-bound weapons. Young Master Phoenix Slayer looked at this unfamiliar space, and asked, "Is this the heavenly tribulation realm?" "See, this is why I said that you shouldn't be planting flags before transcending the tribulation. This isn't the heavenly tribulation realm," Shuhang replied. "This is the group tribulation transcension space, a new idea the heavenly tribulation came up with after evolving." Venerable Yellow Mountain. To have been able to make the heavenly tribulation evolve and take on a new form, little friend Shuhang will definitely go down in history. Thrice reckless Mad Saber asked, "Where is the heavenly tribulation?" At this time, the space where everyone was situated was a pure white world. There was nothing else in this world besides the white ground. There was nothing above their heads either, no tribulation clouds, no tribulation lightning, and it was completely empty. At this time, Shuhang's feet were planted on the ground. The holy sword of the end was by his side, and the impregnable holy city guarded Li Yinzhu. The virtuous Lamia gently wrapped around him. The primordial souls of the seniors were gathered together and floated behind Shuhang. They looked just like how the holy apes would when Shuhang used the holy ape dragon power technique. "I don't see any heavenly tribulation, and I don't sense its aura either," Fairy Lychee said. "What a strange world." Shuhang squeezed his chin, and a guess suddenly emerged in his mind. Could it be that this group tribulation transcension space has yet to be completed? Maybe it's still a semi-finished product? The heavenly tribulation was constantly evolving as of late, and it could even patch bugs. However, it was not easy to create something like the group tribulation transcension space. A space like this would require various rules about the power of the tribulation, the tolerance of the space, the mode of the heavenly tribulation, as well as other specifications. Sun-splitting halberd Guada said, "If this group tribulation transcension space is still a semi-finished product, then do we only need to stay in it for a while and, once we've successfully transcended the tribulation, we'll be let out?" Venerable Yellow Mountain reminded them, "I don't think that the heavenly tribulation would be so kind. It's still best for us to plan for the worst." The heavenly tribulation was a test for cultivators. Since it was a test, how could it be passed so easily? Everyone, stay alert. The heavenly tribulation could come crashing down at any moment. Northern River's loose cultivator agreed with Senior Yellow Mountain's statement. The fellow Taoists worked as one, vigilantly keeping watch around themselves inside this white world. After a long while, Shuhang remarked, "I might know the reason the heavenly tribulation has not descended in this group tribulation transcension space. Venerable Yellow Mountain asked, "What has the little friend Shuhang discovered?" Shuhang replied, "We've been brought into this group tribulation transcension space, but since I was transcending the heavenly tribulation in the Black Dragon world, which we came from, it's probably stuck over there." In other words, the heavenly tribulation might be unable to get into this group tribulation transcension space. He tried connecting to the Dragon Network through the Dragon Network Assistant just now. He'd been able to form a connection, but it was very unstable, and it immediately cut off after he connected. He was thus unable to draw the energy of the Dragon Network. However, through the Dragon Network, Shuhang had been able to get a glimpse of a few scenes, such as the roiling tribulation clouds that were still hanging above the Black Dragon world. Venerable Yellow Mountain. The people who were to transcend the tribulation were already in, but the heavenly tribulation was shut outside. What kind of situation was this? If the heavenly tribulation can't come in, what are we supposed to do here? If it never gets here, are we going to be stuck here forever? Young Master Phoenix Slayer rubbed his brows. This was not the ending he wanted. Northern River said, Copper Trigram, it's time for you to shine. Divine our fate and see if we can transcend this heavenly tribulation smoothly. Do I still need to remind you that you shouldn't ever divine your own fate? Immortal Master Copper Trigram rolled his eyes. Song Shuhang said, I'll continue to pay attention to the heavenly tribulation that's hanging over the Black Dragon world. I'll immediately inform you seniors if there are any changes. He was still able to intermittently connect to the Dragon Network through the Dragon Network Assistant, and through this intermittent connection, he was able to acquire bits of information. Above the Black Dragon world, the roiling tribulation clouds finally stabilized. When Song Shuhang connected to the Dragon Network this time, he got a message. Beep detected a cross-world enhanced 8th level heavenly tribulation from the main world. Would you like to have it assimilated and transformed into a Black Dragon world's tribulation? Even an enhanced 8th stage heavenly tribulation could be transformed. Authority truly was a great thing. No wonder everyone wanted to have it. Transform it immediately, Song Shuhang said quickly. The Black Dragon world's heavenly tribulation was mainly aimed at one spirit, and its physical damage was weak. In the same realm, the power of the Black Dragon world's heavenly tribulation was far weaker than that of the main world. Beep, the transformation has begun. However, before the transformation could be completed, the tribulation clouds above the Black Dragon world suddenly disappeared. Song Shuhang loudly said, It's coming. There was only one possible reason for the disappearance of the tribulation clouds. They had been extracted from the Black Dragon world, and transferred into this group tribulation transcension space. Rumbling thunder sounded. The tribulation clouds had finally entered this space. A huge tribulation cloud covered the sky, its edges nowhere in sight. At the same time as the tribulation cloud appeared, a purple flame emerged from the ground and blazed. Li Yinzhu, who was being protected by the impregnable holy city, was fine for the time being. However, Song Shuhang and the seniors were struck by the sudden burst of flames. This kind of flame ignored defenses below the 6th stage, and only magical treasures and defenses above the 7th stage could resist them. So hot, so hot. Why do I feel like these flames are directly burning my soul? Strange. Venerable Yellow Mountain held a purple flame between his fingers. Are these flames illusory? The primordial souls of the seniors were not receiving much damage, but the pain of the purple flame burning their bodies was transmitted to their minds and magnified several times. Song Shuhang stood amidst the purple fire, assessing the intensity of the pain. This level of pain. It was still something he could easily bear. He looked at the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group behind him, and his heart thumped. In the next moment, all of their primordial souls resonated with Song Shuhang's primordial soul. It was like the resonance which he had had with Venerable Yellow Mountain just a short while ago. After the resonance, the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group felt that the pain of the purple flame burning their body had weakened significantly. Young Master Phoenix Slayer asked curiously, What's going on? Has the damage of the fire been reduced? Venerable Yellow Mountain looked at Song Shuhang thoughtfully. Song Shuhang replied, The damage of the fire has not been reduced. It's just that we've entered a state of resonance. In this state, all of us are connected. With that being the case, the degree at which the flames are damaging us has become something no longer worth mentioning. Northern River's loose cultivator said, Is this the reason the pain feels weaker, because it's being shared? But that can't be right. Even if the pain is evenly distributed, the pain that everyone is suffering should still be the same. Song Shuhang said, It's not just about distributing the pain, as my pain tolerance is also being shared with everyone through the resonance. It's just like when I resonated with Senior Yellow Mountain earlier and was able to use sword techniques. I just tested it out of curiosity, not expecting it to actually work. It seemed that his pain tolerance had become a skill, so it was something that could be shared with others through this resonance. The members of the 9 provinces number 1 group were speechless. Having great pain tolerance was something quite heart-stifling for others to hear about. Shuhang said, "These purple flames are just a prelude to the real heavenly tribulation. Remember, we're going to face a heavenly tribulation of the 8th stage. These purple flames were the part of the heavenly tribulation that had been assimilated by the laws of the Black Dragon world, which was why it was an illusory flame. As for the heavenly tribulation above their head, it was still unknown as to what form it would take when it descended. After all, this place was the newest version of the heavenly tribulation realm, so it was likely to be accompanied by a new form of the heavenly tribulation." Just as Shuhang was in thought, ripples started to form in front of them. In the tribulation clouds, a purple-golden pillar of lightning was brewing. Soon after, a dazzling small sun emerged beneath the tribulation clouds. Was the new heavenly tribulation coming? It couldn't have changed so much that it was even sending an attack similar to a small sun in power, right? No, wait. Shuhang blinked. This small sun was giving him a very familiar feeling. Although the sun was dazzling, Shuhang could directly look at its core. Vaguely visible in the core of the little sun was the figure of a man made of steel. Beside the man stood a tall girl with long hair. Shuhang. The sun boat, the steel manifestation, and the heavenly emperor, whom Shuhang never wanted to see again. The purple-golden lightning pillar blasted down, and came crashing down on the small sun. The small sun moved swiftly. It moved so quickly that it seemed as if it had teleported. However, the purple-golden lightning pillar moved in the tribulation clouds at the same speed, following the little sun like a shadow. The lightning pillar kept on chasing the little sun, not intent on not giving up. Shuhang and the others, who were the main attraction, were left to the side with nothing to do. Inside the small sun, Soft Feather's crisp voice sounded. "Swallow it, Steel Song." In the next moment, the small sun shone brightly. The purple-golden lightning pillar reached it, but it was eventually swallowed and absorbed by the small sun. And it did not end at that. After the small sun swallowed the lightning pillar, it began to inhale the tribulation clouds in the sky, absorbing most of their mass in mere moments. The heavenly tribulation was temporarily delayed as it had to reaccumulate its power. Taking advantage of this time, the small sun rolled around, teleporting in front of Shuhang. The heavenly emperor, who had taken on Soft Feather's appearance, stepped out of the small sun, and said, "Ayaya, it seems I've been drawn into some terrible place." At this time, she was wearing a set of shiny full-body armor with a pair of large decorative wings behind it. The only difference between her and Soft Feather was their eye sockets. Not even trying to hide it, the heavenly emperor kept her pitch-black eyes with no white to be seen anywhere. Shuhang asked, "Why are you here?" Soft Feather? Behind him, there were several seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group who were still unaware of what was happening. Wasn't Soft Feather in the main world with Doudou? What was she doing running over here? "Hello, seniors." The heavenly emperor smiled brightly and waved to everyone. Shuhang said, "She is the heavenly emperor of the ancient heavenly city. She's currently occupying Soft Feather's ghost spirit. I will explain in greater detail later, but she is not the Soft Feather you all know." The seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group were speechless. The heavenly emperor of the ancient heavenly city was a figure of legends, and for such a figure to suddenly appear right in front of juniors like them was rather shocking. "Why are you here?" Shuhang repeated. The heavenly emperor's pitch-black eyes stared at Shuhang. "Why am I here? Senior Song, don't you have any self-awareness, or are you just acting dumb?" Shuhang. "I was transcending my tribulation, and when I was about to get through it, you started a group tribulation. Because of that, I was brought here. I was transcending the tribulation with Steel Song, so both of us were involved." Can you really not be satisfied with just transcending an ordinary heavenly tribulation? The heavenly emperor said with a stifled heart. Shuhang looked up at the sky. Anyway, is this the group tribulation transcension space? The heavenly emperor turned her head and looked around. Shuhang nodded. So, Senior Song, all of you can carry on with what you were doing. Although we've only known each other for a short time, I considered you to be a very good candidate for my harem. Unfortunately, it seems that we're not destined to be together. The heavenly emperor waved at Shuhang. Shuhang frowned. I'm confident that I can manage on my own against a heavenly tribulation of the 8th stage. He had a few trump cards in hand. Although his connection with the Dragon Network was intermittent at the moment, he could still connect to it. In addition, the heart of the big-eyed planet in the Holy Sword of the End was ready for action. The final wave of this group tribulation is going to be deadly. Although I'm unsure what form the heavenly tribulation will be descending in, as the information I have is very limited, I know that it's likely to be impossible for you to survive. Anyway, carry on with your heavenly tribulation. If we meet again in your next life, Senior Song, I will definitely add you to my harem. I'll be taking my leave now, bye. The heavenly emperor waved her hand. Shuhang asked, can you take a few people away with you? The heavenly emperor said, unfortunately, leaving this place will require an equivalent exchange. After saying that, her figure began to disappear, and the small sun which contained Shuhang's steel manifestation also disappeared. Equivalent exchange? Wait! Shuhang shouted. The equivalent exchange the heavenly empress mentioned reminded him of how Lady Kuna used a clone to replace his body in the 9th stage heavenly tribulation realm. And with that said, the one who was going to replace the heavenly emperor could only be Doudou. The next wave of the heavenly tribulation is coming. Use your sun-swallowing heavenly dog skill and eat it. Eat your father, I don't have such a skill. I will relay this sentence verbatim to my father. My dear elder sister, I was wrong, alright? So please forgive me. I shouldn't have laughed at your Taoist name. The real bodies of Soft Feather and Doudou appeared right in front of Shuhang, their expressions confused. Doudou said, am I seeing things? I think I just saw Shuhang's father. Soft Feather said, I'm also seeing all the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group floating behind Senior Song's father. Shuhang responded, I am Shuhang. Sure enough, they were the real Soft Feather and Doudou. Soft Feather switched places with the Heavenly Emperor since the latter was using the former's ghost spirit. Meanwhile, Doudou switched places with Shuhang's steel manifestation due to the friendship mark. Why is Senior Song so old? Senior Song, what in the world happened to you? Soft Feather blinked. Also, has Senior Song's left eye gone blind? Why does it look so dry? Doudou said, no, this should be an inner demon tribulation. Our heavenly tribulation was about to end, which is also when the inner demon tribulation appears. Shuhang sighed. You aren't experiencing an inner demon tribulation. It's quite difficult to explain in a few words. Anyway, Soft Feather, Doudou, you two should come over here first. Boom! While he was talking, the heavenly tribulation in the sky finished accumulating energy and descended again. The previous purple-gold lightning pillar was just the prelude to the heavenly tribulation, and the real thing would start now. From the heavenly tribulation, there were bursts of Buddhist chants that came out. Afterward, a statue of a large Buddha made up of tribulation lightning emerged from the tribulation clouds. The Buddha came out with its head pointed towards the ground, while its feet were pointed skyward. It was hanging upside down as it slowly descended, appearing unexpectedly domineering. The large Buddha opened its mouth and hummed as it descended. After hearing this heavy Buddhist sound, Shuhang felt his ears go deaf, and he could no longer hear anything. The roaring lion's technique? Or is it an enhanced version of Dharma King Creation's deadly music? The large Buddha statue continued to descend. At this time, 2 puffs of white smoke sprayed from the nose of the Buddha statue. As soon as the white smoke emerged, Shuhang felt that he had lost his sense of smell. The sense of soft feather, Doudou, little Inju all disappeared. Sensory deprivation. This is a terrifying Buddhist technique. It is something that already involves the principles and laws of the world. It isn't something as simple as blocking one's senses, but rather directly depriving one of them. The voice of Dharma King Creation sounded in everyone's minds. Everyone was in a state where their primordial souls were resonating, which allowed them to communicate with each other mentally. Young Master Phoenix Slayer smiled bitterly, and said, "The heavenly tribulation is becoming harder and harder to understand nowadays. Can this still be considered a heavenly tribulation?" Shuhang remarked, "The heavenly tribulation is always evolving. The only thing we can do is to adapt to its changes as soon as possible. Those who cannot adapt will be eliminated." Dharma King Creation said, "I don't know why, but seeing this extremely serious side of little friend Shuhang is leaving me rather unsettled." Be careful, it's coming." The upside-down Buddha statue opened its mouth, and spat out a lifelike tongue with a flickering rune on it. Shuhang and the others only felt that their sense of taste had been removed as well. Dharma King Creation said, "What follows should be the senses of sight and touch. If we are deprived of all of these, we won't be able to see, hear, or feel anything. At that point, we will only be able to passively receive a beating." In the heavenly tribulation realm, falling into a passive stance was something that could prove fatal. Shuhang asked, "At that time, would our divine sense still work?" For cultivators, their 5 senses were actually not as sharp as their divine sense. With a casual sweep of their divine sense, everything around them would become as clear to them as the palm of their hand. Dharma King Creation said, "After our senses are deprived, this large Buddha will definitely use something to restrict our divine sense. At that time, everyone would truly become no different from fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered by the heavenly tribulation." At this time, Soft Feather looked up at the sky. Her senses of hearing, smell, and taste had already been taken away. In addition, she was not a primordial soul and was not resonating with Shuhang and the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group, so she had not heard the conversation between them. Soft Feather said, "Doudou, Senior Song, we should take the lead before our vision is stripped away as well." "Doudou." Doudou transmitted his voice. "I can't hear what you're saying. Use the secret sound transmission technique." Soft Feather immediately used the group voice transmission technique, and said, "We should take the lead before our vision is stripped away from us as well. We should kill that Buddha." From the beginning to the end, Soft Feather had not fallen into a panic from having become involved in a group heavenly tribulation. On the contrary, she appeared to be in a rather joyful mood. Doudou leaped up. He revealed his big monster dog form, used the wind-fire wheels, and headed towards the Buddha in the sky. Soft Feather jumped on his back, and brought out a treasured sword, from which the screech of a phoenix rang out. It was the unique sword technique of Spirit Butterfly Island, Butterfly Phoenix Transformation. This was a 5th stage sword technique, so it seemed that the 4th stage realm Soft Feather had become able to perform techniques past her own realm. "Senior Yellow Mountain, let's do it again." Shuhang called out through the mental connection. He raised the holy sword of the end. The giant 200-meter-long sword soared into the air like a huge battleship, casting a shadow down. Their primordial souls resonated. Heaven cast profound yellow sword. Venerable Yellow Mountain cooperated with Shuhang to perform the peerless sword technique. Sword intent billowed out, and profound yellow chi filled the sky. The sword slashed out, accompanied by a supreme law. And this time, the heaven cast profound yellow sword was different. Previously, it was only Song Shuhang and Venerable Yellow Mountain who were in resonance with one another. But this time, most of the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group were in resonance. When he slashed out with the sword, it was as if Song Shuhang's entire person had become a weapon treasury as dozens of different attacks burst out from him. In addition to the holy sword of the end, there were several weapons from the impregnable holy city that fell beside Song Shuhang. 8 Arms of the Buddha. This was an ability that belonged to true monarch ancient lake temple, and it now emerged from Song Shuhang through resonance. With this technique, he was able to grasp 8 separate magical treasures. The tyrant cuttlefish's twin blades split apart, and one of the blades performed the heavenly saber burying the starry sea, Su Clan 7's strongest saber technique, while the other blade performed the 72 mad saber strikes, thrice reckless inherited saber technique. The Holy Master Ape's sword stirred and transformed into a night sky. It was Northern River's loose cultivator's 12 swords of the Milky Way. The great giant deer's bow vibrated and a black arrow was drawn on the bow, the tip of this arrow seemingly containing the power to destroy the world. It was Fairy Lychee's strongest strike, world-destroying gate. The Black Panther commander's flag spun, and it performed the army-destroying halberd technique, a skill which sun-splitting halberd Wouldve prided himself on. In addition, Song Shuhang also had many magical techniques and innate skills burst out from his body. Young Master Phoenix Slayer's ground-splitting skill, True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon's Dragon Flash, and True Monarch White Crane's combination of holy light magical techniques. Song Shuhang's figure rose into the sky while carrying the primordial souls of the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group. While fighting the heavenly tribulation giant Buddha, Song Shuhang's figure swayed gently, looking like he was performing a complex dance. It was Fairy Dongfang's 6th bewitching dance. The bewitching dance and Buddhist techniques mutually restrained one another, so it was especially effective against the heavenly tribulation giant Buddha. It was just that the scene was quite spicy, with Song Shuhang currently having the face of a middle-aged man. Anyway, Song Shuhang moved much faster than Soft Feather, and he arrived before the Buddha first. The holy sword of the end and the various skills of the seniors, which were being displayed through the 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure, all poured down on the heavenly tribulation Buddha. The huge holy sword drew a line from the top to the bottom of the Buddha's figure, cleanly cutting it in half. Song Shuhang's figure plunged into the tribulation clouds head first, all while the profound yellow sword intent was ravaging the tribulation clouds. Soft Feather followed closely behind, and she swung her sword from which Butterfly Phoenix sword chi came pouring out. The sharp sword was inserted into the body of the heavenly tribulation Buddha as Doudou quickly circled around its body. Boom! The heavenly tribulation Buddha exploded, and filled the world with spiritual chi. The pure spiritual chi was absorbed by Soft Feather and Song Shuhang, allowing them to recover a little bit of their spiritual chi and true chi. In the sky, Soft Feather used the secret sound transmission technique and laughed. Ha 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 ha, Doudou, your hair. Immediately after the tribulation lightning exploded, the hair all over Doudou's body had puffed out, and he seemed to have become fatter. Doudou rebutted, "Why don't you take a look at the hair on your head first before laughing at somebody else's hair?" Soft Feather reached out and touched her long hair. It appeared that her long hair had also puffed and fluffed out. Ha ha ha, this is so fun. At the very least, it was a lot more fun than when she and Doudou were transcending their own heavenly tribulation. Just as she was laughing, Soft Feather suddenly felt her sight go dark. Immediately afterward, even her sense of touch disappeared. Her hand was clearly touching Doudou's puffy hair, but it couldn't feel the slightest sensation. Dharma King Creation said, "This is bad, we've been deprived of all our 5 senses." Fairy Lychee curiously said, "Didn't we already blow up the Buddha?" Dharma King Creation's junior, scriptwriter Monk Swallow Cloud, said, "I'm afraid this has something to do with the Buddhist, blissful singing, technique. With this technique, the magical technique would continue being cast until it fully takes effect even if the caster is killed. The Taoists, scholarly faction, and mages all have similar casting techniques. Song Shuhang called out, "Soft feather, Doudou, activate your divine sense. We should gather up and return to the ground." Before their divine sense also got taken away, it would be best for them to gather together and return to the ground. At this time, it would be great if the sages I was still here, Song Shuhang said regretfully in his mind. The magical technique which deprived them of their five senses would definitely not work on an existence at the level of the scholarly sage. Soft Feather, Doudou, and Song Shuhang all landed back on the ground. Song Shuhang used the impregnable holy city to shield Doudou and Soft Feather. As their group of people returned to the ground, the entire group tribulation transcension space suddenly seemed to freeze. This sensation was similar to a time stop. Soft Feather, Li Yinzhu, Doudou, Song Shuhang, and all the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group behind him, froze and could not move. This affected their mental communication, their body, and their consciousness. Beep reconnected to the Dragon Network. The Dragon Network assistant had been ceaselessly trying to connect to the Dragon Network, and it had managed to establish a temporary connection once again. Detected the final wave of the heavenly tribulation, invisible death. All those who fail to pass this appraisal will be completely wiped out of existence. The final wave of the heavenly tribulation? Wasn't the heavenly tribulation just starting? Song Shuhang tried asking, is there a way to transform it into a black dragon world heavenly tribulation? Insufficient authority. Moreover, this was not the black dragon world. Song Shuhang inquired, in what form is this heavenly tribulation going to descend? And how are we to deal with it? Attempting to calculate. In the next moment, a scene was transferred to Song Shuhang's mind. In the heavenly tribulation realm, there was a speck of brilliance blooming, which seemingly contained the power of destroying heaven and earth. The brilliance erupted, and everything that came into contact with this light was reduced to ashes and erased. There was no way to resist it. No way. No matter if it was a physical body, primordial soul, plant, or structure, and no matter if it was time or space, everything would be wiped out from existence under the invisible death. Tribulation. It appeared that this was the deadly tribulation that the heavenly emperor had mentioned previously. Moreover, this group tribulation transcension space seemed to be rather anxious to destroy them. It wasn't taking the standard path at all. As soon as the heavenly tribulation began, welcoming wave came to greet them, and then the second wave directly cut off their 5 senses. Immediately afterward, they were faced with the final, deadly tribulation. If Song Shuhang had not connected with the Dragon Network, and had not received the prompt from it, then their unprepared party would have probably died when this invisible death tribulation descended on them. If it's possible to cut costs, you should do so even if the practitioners end up dying. After all, everyone's going to die eventually, so why waste time with the procedures in the middle? The above was exactly what seemed to be the style of this group tribulation transcension space. Song Shuhang quickly said, how are we supposed to deal with this tribulation? Is there even a way to deal with it? The heavenly tribulation was different from the heavenly punishment. Theoretically speaking, no matter what kind of heavenly tribulation it was, it should still leave a way out for the practitioner transcending it. The Dragon Network assistant prompted, anyone who fails to pass the appraisal will be wiped out by the light. Only those who pass the appraisal can survive. In other words, it all depends on how one looks. If Uncle Heavenly Tribulation likes you and feels that you conform to its aesthetics, then you can survive. Otherwise, you're dead. Song Shuhang said, isn't this too chance-based? Are there any other clues? The Dragon Network assistant said, unable to calculate. Lost connection to the Dragon Network, attempting to reconnect. Song Shuhang thought, then, we'll have to go with the old method. Before the tribulation reaches us, I'll first give Soft Feather and Doudou resurrection gold coins, then kill them along with Little Yinzhu. He still had several resurrection gold coins, but he did not have enough for all of the primordial souls of the seniors from the 9 provinces number 1 group. The time inside the group Tribulation transcension space was still frozen. It was only Shuhang who was able to move around freely because of his Dragon Network authority. Beep, the invisible death tribulation has begun, countdown set to 30 seconds. Shuhang inquired, "What can I do at this time?" The Dragon Network assistant said, "I think that you can only pray." 27 seconds left. "Just waiting for my death to come doesn't fit my character," Shuhang said. At this moment, his brain was calmer than ever before, and many thoughts quickly surfaced in his mind. "I got it." Shuhang's eyes lit up, and he said, "I can try connecting to the Dragon Network, and then use the method which Lady Kuna used previously. I can make use of the physical bodies of the seniors, and have them replace their respective primordial souls. Even if their physical body was destroyed, they'd still have a chance at living. But if their primordial soul died, then it would really be the end for them. If one had to be given up no matter what, then the physical body was clearly a much better choice." Connecting to the Dragon Network. Connection failed. Shuhang said, "There are still 25 seconds left to connect. As soon as I connect to the Dragon Network, I will send out an order for the seniors' primordial souls to be switched out." After saying that, Shuhang released his divine sense, locking onto Soft Feather and Doudou's positions. Of the set of 12 resurrection gold coins he initially got, he was currently left with 6 coins. However, there was still one in Lianzhu's possession which had not been used yet. Shuhang reached out, throwing 2 resurrection gold coins at Soft Feather and Doudou. Only 20 seconds left. This should be about enough. Even if Soft Feather, Doudou, and Lianzhu can make their coins stand on their edge, they should still resurrect after the invisible death, heavenly tribulation has passed, Shuhang silently said in his mind. He stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. He activated the variant steel hands technique, dyeing his fist pitch black, and 36 holy apes holding scholarly scriptures appeared behind him. Shuhang said, "I'm sorry, Doudou." Then, he used his strongest second stage fist technique, demon subduing Buddhist fist technique, and struck Doudou. Dang, his fist didn't hurt Doudou in the slightest. In this strange, time-stop state, Doudou was invulnerable, and couldn't be harmed. Shuhang experienced a wave of weakness assaulting his mind. 10 seconds left. Reconnected to the Dragon Network, transferring all targeted primordial souls. Transfer failed, the primordial souls are in an untouchable and non-transferable state. Although the group Tribulation transcension space was a semi-finished product, everything about it had already been arduously calculated, and it hardly had any bugs. The primordial souls transfer failed. 8 seconds left. Shuhang quickly said, "Connect to my inner world through the Dragon Network. Then, open a small door beside me." Beep, inner world opened successfully. Shuhang immediately tried to use the inner world to accommodate everyone, but this also failed. As they were in a state where time was paused, they couldn't be moved elsewhere. Then there is only one last option. Shuhang's consciousness entered the inner world, and went to the Sword Saber Peak. Over there was still a pile of senior skylarks, body parts that made up a small hill. Every time Shuhang saw this pile of skylarks' body parts, he inexplicably felt a sense of guilt. But this time, they had to be used. Shuhang instantly grabbed a handful of Skylark's long hair, and brought it out. Skylark's blue hair was very long, possibly enough to reach the calves from the head. Even if it was halved in length, it would still reach one's back. After Shuhang brought out the long hair, he threw it out so that he could let every single one of the primordial souls of the seniors, as well as Doudou, Soft Feather, and Little Lianzhu, come in contact with it. At the last moment, he'd remembered the unreasonable spatial talent of the giant turtles of disaster, and their ability to directly bite a chunk of space, and forcibly take away Skylark's body parts. There were still 4 seconds left. Come on, hurry up. Shuhang clutched several locks of Skylark's long hair. Now, he could only hope that the giant turtles of disaster would appear in time to swallow and take them away. Just as Shuhang was thinking about it, a huge mouth opened in the void, ready to bite at the area where Soft Feather, Doudou, and isnt were. Just in time. Moreover, there should be more than one giant turtle of disaster this time, there should be a group of them. And the other giant turtles of disaster should be able to swallow the rest of them. Hurry up and swallow us, Shuhang excitedly thought to himself, but at this moment, the giant turtle of disaster suddenly closed its mouth again, and returned to lurking back into the void, disappearing. It did not choose to take away Soft Feather. Who the hell is trying to trick me again? A female voice rang out. The voice sounded very familiar. It was the female giant turtle who had had her turtle shell snatched away by Pavilion Master Chu previously. Sure enough, tricking a turtle like that couldn't be done multiple times. Especially when it was the same turtle. It's over, even our last hope has been crushed. Shuhang no longer had any other ideas. How did Shuhang open an exit in the inner world today? Where does this small window-like exit lead to? In the last 2 seconds, a green onion sprout curiously peeked from the inner world. Senior Turtle's anxious voice sounded. Be careful, Lady Onion. Over there is the heavenly tribulation realm, quickly come back. When Senior Turtle roared so loudly, Lady Onion was taken aback and fell out of the gate to the inner world, falling towards Shuhang. Shuhang. There's a door to heaven, yet you choose to avoid it. There's no door to the heavenly tribulation realm, yet you choose to come in through the window? Lady Onion, why? Shuhang anxiously said, go back. He lifted his leg and kicked Lady Onion, kicking her figure into the air and back towards the small window that led to the inner world. Ow, 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 Lady Onion screamed again and again. While she was in mid-air, he discovered that her green onion sprout was kicked off. Shuhang didn't have the time to control his strength. Nonetheless, it was better for her to lose her onion sprout than lose her life. Before the inner world disappeared, he had to send Lady Onion back. Beep lost connection to the Dragon network, attempting to reconnect. The small window to the inner world disappeared. F***ck, this damn coward. Why is it so unreliable at critical times? The entrance was gone. Lady Onion flew into the air, fell back, and landed at Shuhang's feet. Shuhang. Lady Onion. At this time, far into the heavenly tribulation realm, a small brilliance was born. That was the light of destruction, invisible death. When Shuhang's consciousness swept through the light, he felt a tingling pain assaulting his mind. He squatted down, sighed, and touched Lady Onion's wound. Sorry. If I'd known earlier, I would have immediately shut the passage to the inner world. Lady Onion. Today, you are going to die with us. Shuhang stretched out his hand to activate the healing technique of his magical treasure, trying to make Lady Onion's onion sprout grow back. However, the healing technique was not at the level where it could regrow a limb, so Lady Onion's onion sprouts only grew back slightly. Shuhang thought for a while, took a few strands of Skylark's long hair, and hung them on Lady Onion's broken green onion sprouts. He didn't have any way to make up for the green onion sprouts, so he just chose to hang a few strands of hair together and use that. In this way, at least she'd look a bit more decent when she died. Lady Onion stammered, "Did I?" Shuhang calmly said, "Do you see that light in the distance? You should be able to see it. It is the light of destruction, the most terrifying heavenly tribulation I have ever seen." The seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group, Soft Feather, isnt, and Doudou began to slowly recover from the time-stop state. Shuhang smiled bitterly, and said, you would have been fine if you'd stayed in the inner world. I just didn't expect you to suddenly come here. Apologies, Senior Scarlet Heaven. Lady Onion, whom you cultivated with the plan of having her become the wielder of the will, is going to die with me today. Can I still be saved? Lady Onion burst into tears. Her magnificent onion life hadn't even started yet. Was she really going to die today? Shuhang took out a resurrection gold coin, and handed it to Lady Onion. Take this. Whether or not you can survive. It all depends on your fate. If you really survive this time, I will give you freedom. Anyway, the Enlightenment Stone isn't that useful to me anymore. Chapter 1731. This is the first time I've seen Shuhang like this, freedom. Lady Onion muttered the word. Unknowingly, she'd become someone with little to no desire for freedom. She could watch movies every day and use Shuhang's account to go shopping, and even had other people bring her cultivation techniques and medicinal pills for her to practice with. Not long ago, there was an expert who imparted her some strength, which allowed her to raise her cultivation realm very quickly. Besides the occasional instances where she had her onion sprouts plucked, her life had been pretty good. Compared to having freedom, she would much rather be able to survive. Shuhang exclaimed, in fact, if your roots hadn't been taken root in the Enlightenment Stone, I could have killed you first, making you enter a resurrection period, and thus allowing you to avoid the heavenly tribulation. Lady Onion's roots were her heart. If someone wanted to kill her, they would have to destroy her roots. However, the greatest feature of the Enlightenment Stone was its sturdiness. When Lady Onion heard this, she couldn't stop tears from streaming down her face. She was feeling extremely sad. She raised her head, looked at the expanding brilliance, and suddenly felt her heart thump. Why don't we destroy it now while it hasn't formed yet? Shuhang said, it's useless. He had thought of the exact thing when he first saw the brilliance. Also, he'd already tried to deal with it. While he was using the healing technique on Lady Onion, he'd already used the saber controlling technique to shoot out the tyrant cuttlefish's twin blades at the fastest speed he could towards that speck of brilliance, trying to destroy it before it completely took shape. However, before the blades could even reach the brilliance, they stopped. It felt just like when he had been trying to attack Doudou when they were in the time-stop state. Invisible death was invulnerable even when it hadn't formed yet. All bugs that could provide a way out for people to survive had been eliminated. On the contrary, it was Shuhang's divine sense that received a backlash. He missed the days when he could exploit the heavenly tribulation in the past. What do we do then? Lady Onion asked while watching the brilliance in the distance getting brighter and bigger. When the brilliance blooms, everyone who comes into contact with this light will be appraised. If it deems you to have failed the appraisal, only death awaits you, Shuhang said. So pray, Lady Onion. After 2 breaths of time, the brilliance in the distance bloomed, containing the power of destroying heaven and the earth. The brilliance spread like flowing water. Its initial speed was not fast, moving only a single meter at a time. Shuhang thought it would cover the entire space in an instant with the speed of light, but from the look of things, it was still different from light. As the brilliance bloomed, the entire group tribulation transcension space was completely covered and sealed by laws. Shuhang could no longer contact the Dragon Network, and the Dragon Network assistant had crashed. At the same time, Soft Feather, Doudou, and the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group all recovered from the time-stop state. Meanwhile, Li Yinzhu continued to hibernate. Soft Feather grabbed the long hair on her body before using the secret sound transmission technique to curiously ask, "What is this? Long blue hair?" Thrice reckless Mad Saber asked, "Is this Senior Skylark's hair? Is she here too?" However, when his divine sense spread around, he did not see Skylark. Venerable Yellow Mountain asked, "Shuhang, did you do this?" Shuhang nodded, and then said, "It's here." The speed at which the brilliance spread got faster and faster. It was like a stream of water at first, but now it was like a roaring ocean wave. And it was still accelerating, looking unstoppable. Shuhang had already done everything he could, he had given it his best. Lady Onion transmitted her voice. Shuhang, if I die, please bury me at the place where I was born. Shuhang nodded slightly, and was about to answer. But then, he saw Lady Onion stepping away from his calf, bringing out her 9 virtues phoenix saber, and then rushing towards that brilliance. The 9 virtues phoenix saber led the way in front of her, and she followed right behind it. Ah! As Lady Onion rushed out, she let out a sharp cry. Perhaps it was because Lady Onion's onion sprout had been kicked off, but it appeared that her thinking ability had declined. Still, whether one died earlier or later, they were still dead. Therefore, why not just meet up with the brilliance sooner? Whether or not you lived or died, at least you'd know sooner. When Lady Onion burst out in full force, she did so with considerable speed. With a primordial treasure like the 9 virtues phoenix saber leading the way and dragging her along, she had instantly reached the speed of sound. The 9 virtues phoenix saber reached the brilliance first. It was a primordial weapon, a remnant of a wielder of the will, so it naturally passed the appraisal of the invisible death tribulation. Afterward, Lady Onion slammed into the brilliance of the invisible death tribulation head first. The moment she reached the light, the long skylark hair hanging on her head burned, and then, the expanding brilliance stopped. The brilliance, which had been flowing outward, had been blocked. Skylark's long hair contained the aura of eternity. Her hair acted like a dam, blocking the light. The long blue hair began burning, but each and every one of the strands of long hair burned extremely slowly. Ah! Lady Onion felt the top of her head burning, and reached out to pat the blue hair. After doing so, she plunged into the light. Either I live or I die, Lady Onion shouted heroically. At this moment, she had an unprecedented look on her face, one that showed she was not afraid of death. The light swept across Lady Onion's body. And Lady Onion came out unscathed. She passed the appraisal. I survived? Lady Onion sat on the ground, her legs having gone soft. Shuhang's divine sense witnessed the entire process which took place after Lady Onion crashed into the brilliance. Perhaps she really does have the qualifications to become a wielder of the will? At this moment, even Shuhang began to believe this. Lady Onion stood up beyond the light curtain while waving to Shuhang, and happily yelled, "Ha ha ha, Shuhang! Shuhang, look! I survived! She didn't die." At this time, the several strands of Skylark's long hair which were originally hanging on Lady Onion's head had burned out. The brilliance rushed outward like a wave once again, even speeding up slightly. Shuhang quickly picked up the strands of Skylark's hair which fell on the ground, and then poured some spiritual energy into them before throwing them like a javelin. Those strands of hair shot out towards the light curtain ahead of them. He was trying to delay the brilliance reaching them as much as possible. Shuhang said, "Soft Feather, Doudou, and seniors, everyone should have at least 2 strands of senior Skylark's hair." Northern River's loose cultivator asked, "What's going on?" Shuhang replied, "The brilliance in front of us is the final tribulation. It is the brilliance of invisible death. Once one makes contact with it, they'll be appraised. And if you don't pass the appraisal, your life and existence are wiped out. For some reason, Senior Skylark's long hair is able to delay its advance for a short time. Final tribulation? Did I miss something? Didn't this heavenly tribulation just begin?" Fairy Lychee was dumbfounded. Thrice reckless Mad Saber said, "What's the point of blocking it for a while? We might as well be like that little monster onion and rush into the light curtain." Immortal Master Copper Trigram said, "Just now, before Lady Onion crashed into the light curtain, the strands of Skylark's hair that were hanging on her head burned first. Perhaps fellow Taoist Skylark's hair has the function of shielding the person wearing it? Thrice reckless Mad Saber said, so that's the case. If there was such a function, then you should have said so earlier, Shuhang. Song Shuhang. No, I really hadn't thought that much into it. Song Shuhang said, besides that, I still have 3 resurrection gold coins in my hand. If you are not confident about going through this tribulation, you can hold on to a resurrection gold coin, and before the tribulation reaches you, I can kill you and have you enter a state of resurrection. This resurrection gold coin can be used by cultivators below the 6th stage. You were actually able to think of such a terrifying method? Thrice reckless Mad Saber looked at Song Shuhang in surprise. This kind of idea really did not match the image of the good old Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang said, in fact, I have used this method several times, and it has worked quite well. It's too late, Venerable Yellow Mountain said. I can sense that the entire space has come under the suppression of various principles. Under the suppression of these laws, this resurrection technique of yours might prove ineffective. It would be best to avoid trying to use such a method. Thrice reckless Mad Saber said, then, what should we do next? Should we do what that Lady Onion did just now? Put Senior Skylark's hair on our heads, and then rush into that brilliance? I will go first. I have my 8 arms of the Buddha technique, so I can try it from afar. If the situation goes south, I can immediately cancel my technique. The primordial soul of true monarch ancient lake temple floated forward a certain distance. Holding 2 strands of Skylark's long hair in his hands, he used the 8 arms of the Buddha technique. Afterward, he quickly walked to the side of the brilliance. Deprived of his 5 senses, true monarch ancient lake temple could only scan the surroundings with the help of his divine sense. But when one's divine sense came in contact with that light, it would sting very painfully. When he arrived at the edge of the brilliance, true monarch ancient lake temple grasped Skylark's long hair with his 8-armed Buddha, and made it cautiously approach the light. The long hair burned instantly. At the same time, the arms of true monarch ancient lake temple's Buddha cracked and turned into ashes in an instant. There was no time to react. The cracks spread along the technique to true monarch ancient lake temple's primordial soul. True monarch ancient lake temple deactivated his technique, and retreated rapidly. But the cracks were like a poison that shot towards true monarch ancient lake temple in the form of a mass of ashes. It's over. True monarch ancient lake temple felt shivers. At this moment, Lady Onion shouted, "Be careful." She rushed towards true monarch ancient lake temple, wielding the 9 virtues phoenix saber, and slashing at the mass of ashes. When the saber slashed down, the screech of a phoenix resounded. That mass of ashes was destroyed. True monarch ancient lake temple's life had been saved. Thanks. The true monarch transmitted to Lady Onion. He owed this little monster onion his life. Lady Onion yelled, "Retreat, the speed of the light has increased." It wasn't only its propulsion speed that had increased, but its speed of burning Skylark's long hair had also increased. True monarch ancient lake temple quickly retreated. This is bad, Skylark's long hair cannot protect us. Lady Onion also returned to Song Shuhang's side. Song Shuhang said, "Thank you, Lady Onion." "You're welcome." Lady Onion's body transformed. She took on her human form, dragging the 9 virtues phoenix saber behind her. As her strength had improved, even if she'd had her onion sprouts kicked off just now, she still kept her head after taking on her human form. At this moment, the invisible death tribulation surged in large waves, breaking through the blockades of Skylark's hair. The speed of the brilliance had skyrocketed again. In an instant, it rushed in front of everyone. At the same time, the suppression by the laws in the tribulation space had been strengthened to the extreme. Song Shuhang and the others could feel their divine sense weaken. Even their divine sense was blocked eventually. Everyone had fallen into complete darkness. What can I do? Thoughts flooded Song Shuhang's mind. The brilliance is rushing over. Senior True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple definitely isn't able to hold his own. So many primordial souls of the members of 9 provinces number 1 group are present. And there's still Soft Feather, Doudou, and Li Yinzhu. The power of destroying heaven and earth, the invisible death, the burning of Skylark's hair, and things that contain the eternity attribute. Many thoughts quickly flashed through Song Shuhang's mind. The pseudo-eternity mode, the smoky form. Song Shuhang roared. At this moment, no one could hear him except Lady Onion. Song Shuhang turned his body into smoke, and burst out with all his strength. His 5 senses were sealed, and even his divine sense was suppressed. He couldn't clearly see where the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group and Soft Feather were. He could only rely on his guts as he spread his smoky form outward. He wished to envelop everyone. Song Shuhang was unclear about whether this method would be effective or not. But he could only do his best. Don't die, I can't let any of you die. Song Shuhang kept saying. This was the first time that he felt so weak against the heavenly tribulation. The brilliance rushed towards them, and enveloped Song Shuhang's smoky body. Lady Onion raised her head and looked at Song Shuhang, who was spreading his smoky form outward as much as he could, while listening to his loud screams. The screams were filled with unwillingness and anxiety, as if he was about to cry. This was the first time Lady Onion had seen Song Shuhang like this. Song Shuhang had not shown such emotions even when he'd first transcended the 8th stage heavenly tribulation. Lady Onion softly said, "Sure enough, a person's face is shaped by their mind." Song Shuhang, who has the heart and mind of a middle-aged uncle, has gotten the face of one as well now. She forcefully inserted the 9 virtues phoenix saber into the ground. Then, the middle finger and thumb of her hands touched each other, forming a seal. Lady Onion loudly said, "If everyone is fortunate enough to get through this heavenly tribulation, I not only want freedom, but to also enjoy the benefits I have now, Shuhang." Song Shuhang could no longer hear her words. "I have to hold on. I must endure all the way." Song Shuhang's screams kept on ringing. Lady Onion took a deep breath. In the next moment, hundreds of green onion sprouts grew out from under her feet. This was the natural ability that she awakened after her strength increased. This was an entanglement-like skill that most plant-type spirits possessed. It could be used to restrain enemies. Lady Onion said, "Since I have passed the appraisal, if I wrap everyone up with my body, it should prove to be somewhat effective, right?" The green onion sprouts born from under her feet rolled upwards, engulfing every member of the 9 provinces number 1 group, as well as Doudou, Soft Feather, and Li Yinzhu in the distance. "I've tried my best. I just don't know if it's of any use," Lady Onion said. All around, the scattered strands of Skylark's hair all burned up. It seemed as if there was a kind of will that came out of these hairs, which then went on to protect all the fellow Taoists. With his 5 senses taken away and his divine sense suppressed, Song Shuhang could not sense any of the changes occurring around him. He couldn't tell whether or not the heavenly tribulation was over, nor could he tell whether or not his seniors were safe. The only thing he knew was that he, himself, was still alive for now. "Everyone, please survive," Song Shuhang prayed in a low voice. The seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group had been drawn into the group tribulation transcension space mainly because of his QR code golden core composition and dragon network authority. Therefore, if something untoward were to happen to any of the seniors, he would regret it for his entire life. Lady Onion raised her head and looked up. The light of the heavenly tribulation passed through a small gap in Song Shuhang's smoky body, shining down on them. Lady Onion used her skill to wrap everyone up as much as she could. However, she had no idea whether or not this was even of any use. "At this time, I can only pray," Lady Onion murmured. Then, she closed her eyes, and fell unconscious. Her strength was simply too low. The main reason she'd been able to hold on inside the group Tribulation transcension space for so long was the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber. Now, she had finally reached her limit. The 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber let out a low cry. It floated up, gently supporting Lady Onion. When Lady Onion closed her eyes, Soft Feather, who was sitting on Doudou not far away, slowly opened her eyes. The members of the 9 provinces number 1 group had been deprived of their 5 senses, and even their divine sense was suppressed. Moreover, at this moment, none of them were able to move, just like when time had stopped a while back. As Soft Feather opened her eyes, she struggled a bit, causing all the green onion sprouts that had wrapped around her to fall off. She then leaped gently, jumping off Doudou and landing gracefully. Soft Feather softly said, "The timing is just right. Although over 1,000 years have passed, my memory did not fail me." She looked around, staring at the familiar seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group, at Lady Onion, at the fluffy Doudou, and at the smoky Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang's constant prayers filled her ears. "Please don't let any mishaps happen to anyone, please. Senior Song, I have received your wishes." Soft Feather narrowed her eyes. She then reached out her hand, gently lifted the hair around her ear, and laughed. Afterward, she strutted her slender legs, and walked towards where Senior True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple was located. If the past is changed, how different will the future be? Just how big will the butterfly effect be? Changing the past feels a lot like seeking death. But I like it regardless, said Soft Feather. She came to True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, and said, over his life, Senior Song has had several great regrets. Among them, was what took place in this group Tribulation transcension space. Although there were Skylark's long hair, Song Shuhang's own pseudo-eternity mode, and Lady Onion's skill shielding everyone, in this Soft Feather's memory, this group Heavenly Tribulation did not go too well. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, Vice Island Master Tian Tianwei, and Immortal Master Copper Trigram, these 3 seniors had an accident. For True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, it was due to having tested the tribulation with his 8-armed Buddha when he made contact with Invisible Death earlier. Although he had been rescued by Lady Onion with the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber, the Heavenly Tribulation left a mark on him at that time. And when the light of the tribulation truly reached him, even with the protection of Skylark's long hair, Song Shuhang's pseudo-eternity smoke, and Lady Onion's green onion sprouts, True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple still failed to survive this calamity. For Vice Island Master Tian Tianwei, it was because of the damage to her soul which had yet to recover. And for Immortal Master Copper Trigram, it appeared that there was something wrong with his primordial soul as well. Then, the first is Senior Ancient Lake Temple. Soft Feather reached out and touched True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, the path of time working between her fingers. With a touch, the invisible mark on True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple disappeared via time reversal. With the mark of the Heavenly Tribulation gone, True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple could survive the tribulation as smoothly as the other seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group. For Soft Feather, this was also the easiest hidden danger to solve. Please survive, everyone, please get through this heavenly tribulation, Song Shuhang still prayed in a low voice. Yes, 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 everyone will survive, Soft Feather responded with a smile. Then, she went to Vice Island Master Tian Tianwei. Vice Island Master Tian Tianwei's primordial soul was damaged during the Heavenly Field Island incident. Soft Feather stretched out her hands, and quickly made a series of complicated hand seals. A total of 7 seals were formed in her hands, and fell into the hands of Vice Island Master Tian Tianwei. The runes transformed into long handcuffs, with one end connected to Vice Island Master Tian Tianwei, while the other end was connected to Island Master Tian Tiankong. Soft Feather said, "This should do it." The cultivation technique that Island Master Tian Tian Kong and Vice Island Master Tian Tian Wei practiced was passed down on Heavenly Field Island from generation to generation. Soft Feather only needed to connect the two together and activate the special cultivation technique between them, and by doing so, Vice Island Master Tian Tian Wei could use Island Master Tian Tian Kong to temporarily overcome the damage of her own soul and survive this tribulation. The last is Senior Copper Trigram. When Soft Feather came to Copper Trigram, she stretched out her hand, and laid it on his mask. Right, at this time, should I lift this mask off and have a look at Senior Copper Trigram's real face? In this Soft Feather's memory, the mystery of Immortal Master Copper Trigram's real gender and face had become a mystery that the 9 Provinces #1 group had never been able to solve. Now was a good opportunity to discover the truth. However, if I were to lift Senior Copper Trigram's mask now, wouldn't it be the same as taking advantage of someone who's in trouble? Soft Feather said, but taking advantage of others is what I like doing the most. The palm of her hand lit up, and she branded Immortal Master Copper Trigram's mask. Subsequently, a beautiful pattern appeared on the mask, adding a sense of beauty to it. Well, whatever. I feel that if I were to take off your mask now, it'd be a lot less interesting, and it would lose the sense of accomplishment when your true face is revealed. Soft Feather retracted her hands, placing them on her hips. I feel like it would be best to have Senior Copper Trigram take it off in front of everyone on his own. That way, it would be a lot more fulfilling. Shuhang muttered, "Please let the seniors' primordial souls be safe. And please let Doudou, Little Sun, and Soft Feather be safe as well." Yup, I couldn't be safer. Soft Feather stretched her body. Now, it's time for me to go. I look forward to seeing what changes will happen in the future. Will things change? Or will this lead to a new, different future? Soft Feather leaped slightly again, landing back on Doudou's body. She rubbed her face on Doudou's puffed out and fluffy fur, looking very happy. Afterward, she closed her eyes again. Goodbye. Shuhang had a nightmare, or maybe it was an inner demon. In that nightmare, he saw true monarch ancient Lake Temple turning to ashes from the light of the invisible death. Immediately afterward, Vice Island Master Tian Tian Wei opened her eyes unwillingly, and was reduced to ashes as well. And then, Immortal Master Copper Trigram followed in their footsteps. Shuhang opened his eyes sharply, and weakly shouted, "Noob!" Doudou's voice rang in his ears. "Shuhang, that sure sounded quite sensual." Chapter 1733 Seniors, sit tight, I am driving us out of here. Shuhang turned his head, and saw Doudou's big face in its monster dog form. Shuhang sat up, not knowing whether he should laugh or cry. "Doudou, you should avoid staying on the internet too much." Doudou stuck his tongue out and contemptuously said, "Staying on the internet? Huh, Shuhang, when I first came into contact with this knowledge, the internet hadn't even existed yet." Shuhang looked up at the sky, not knowing what to say. At this moment, the virtuous Lamia blinked her eyes behind him, and let out a weak and soft cry. "Nu, Shuhang." Sigh, when the same words come out of Fairy Time's mouth, they become sensual even though they originally weren't. Has the heavenly tribulation ended? He tried changing the subject forcibly. At the same time, his eyes patrolled around, looking for familiar figures. Senior True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, still alive. Vice Island Master Tian Tian Wei, still alive. Senior Copper Trigram, still alive. The primordial souls of the other seniors from the group, Doudou, Soft Feather, and Little Sun, everyone was safe. Everyone was alive. Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief as the huge boulder that had been pressing on his chest was finally lifted. The things from the dream hadn't really happened, and the 3 seniors were all safe. At this moment, he felt so happy that he almost cried. He closed his eyes. In the nightmare, The unwillingness and regret of the three seniors as they tried resisting with everything they had, but still failed to do so. Those scenes were deeply ingrained in his mind. It was as if, at a certain instance, he had really lost the three seniors. For such things, experiencing them once is more than enough, even if it only happened in a nightmare or due to an inner demon. Shuhang gently clenched his fist. The nightmare this time was different from the dreamlands he had experienced. The dreamlands focused on someone else's life, but the nightmare that he just went through seemed to be his own experience. He absolutely could never let anything like that happen. Soft Feather, who was on Doudou's back, craned her neck and curiously asked, "Senior Song, what terrible thing happened in your dream?" Shuhang rubbed his face, calming his emotions. "I had a dream wherein during the heavenly tribulation, something bad happened to the primordial souls of several seniors. Then, I woke up." Soft Feather looked disappointed, and said, "Senior Song, your nightmare is so ordinary. I thought it was something more fun." Doudou remarked, "I still think that it was a sensual dream." Shuhang. "Doudou, can you stop bringing up the word sensual? By the way, where's Lady Onion?" Shuhang changed the subject again. Doudou replied, "Behind you." As soon as Shuhang turned around, he saw the Enlightenment Stone and the withered Lady Onion. Huh? What happened to Lady Onion? Why did she wither like this? Shuhang quickly raised the Enlightenment Stone, and used several healing techniques on Lady Onion. Fairy Dongfang's sixth primordial soul leaned over. "Don't worry, your little monster onion is okay. I have already checked her, and she's just consumed too much energy. After she recovers a bit, she can simply take some supplements, and she'll be back to perfect health in no time. This time, we all owe her our gratitude." When everyone in the group recovered from having their five senses stolen and their divine senses suppressed, they discovered that they had been entangled by Lady Onion's onion sprouts and shrouded by Shuhang's smoky body. Seeing this scene, everyone had been able to guess what happened. They owed Lady Onion and Shuhang a favor. After that, the smoky Shuhang returned to his human form, and fell unconscious. As for Lady Onion, her onion sprouts all withered, and she reverted to her green onion form. "Everything is fine." Shuhang let out a breath of relief after hearing Fairy Dongfang's 6 words. He placed Lady Onion back into his size-reducing purse, and stored the 9 virtues Phoenix Saber inside as well. Shuhang raised his head, and said, "The heavenly tribulation is over, right?" The tribulation clouds had disappeared, and there were no signs of them recondensing. The group tribulation transcension space had become a white world again, filled with emptiness. "Yes, the heavenly tribulation is over." Venerable Yellow Mountain's primordial soul smiled. "We're all fine, but there's still a small problem." "A small problem?" Shuhang stood up, and said, "Wait, since the heavenly tribulation is over, shouldn't we have been sent out?" Venerable Yellow Mountain said, "That's the small problem I was referring to. It's been a while since the heavenly tribulation has ended, but we haven't been transferred out of the tribulation transcension space. Shuhang. Fairy Lychee said, "We suspect that it might be related to the fact that this tribulation transcension space is a semi-finished product. Perhaps it still doesn't have the function of sending those who have transcended their tribulation out of it. After all, even the tribulation lightning was initially locked out of this place." Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, "It's the same as leaving someone for dead without checking." Northern River's Loose Cultivator said, "If it's a bug, it might be fixed in a while. It might just be like the heavenly tribulation previously, where it had been able to come in after some time. Speaking of which, I keep on getting the feeling that I died during the heavenly tribulation." True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple squeezed his chin, and said, "I thought that I was going to die for sure and started regretting not leaving a will. And there was also that set of prestige pill ingredients that I had yet to refine." Song Shuhang's heart violently thumped. Dharma King Creation smiled, and said, "Do you not regret anything else? For example, in that regard?" True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple responded, He, that's the main reason why I'm already in the 6th stage True Monarch realm, while you're still stuck in the 5th stage. Dharma King Creation said, F*CKU, do you have to rend my heart like that? Su Clan 7 guessed, I feel that the reason fellow Taoist Ancient Lake Temple feels this way is that you have touched the heavenly tribulation brilliance directly. That might have left some kind of trauma. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple nodded. That might indeed be the case. Immortal Master Copper Trigram, who was sitting across Northern River and resting her cheeks in her hands, said, Actually, I feel the same way as he does. I feel as if I died in that heavenly tribulation. Northern River's loose cultivator asked, Can you not take such a girly pose? Immortal Master Copper Trigram made an orchid seal with her fingers, and said with Fairy Lychee's voice, How annoying, I will forever be an 18-year-old girl, Copper Trigram, go die. Fairy Lychee stepped forward, grabbed Immortal Master Copper Trigram's ankle, lifted her up, and prepared to use the big windmill. Fairy, wait, let me turn around first, Northern River's loose cultivator shouted. That shady fortune teller is currently wearing a skirt, so if you spin him around like a windmill, I feel that the scene will hurt my eyes. Fairy Lychee. Now that you've said that, how am I supposed to happily spin him around like a windmill? Soft Feather asked, Senior Song, you look quite distracted. Song Shuhang shook his head slightly. I'm thinking about something. Immortal Master Copper Trigram pressed down her skirt with both hands, and said cheerfully, Nevertheless, the fact that we were all lucky enough to survive is something worth celebrating. After using a skill on a cultivator, when you used the same skill on them a second time, it was likely that it'd no longer be effective. And that went for this big windmill. As such, Copper Trigram was fearless. Indeed, I want to celebrate. Song Shuhang nodded slightly, and then he suddenly remembered something. Right, Fairy Lychee. According to my personal experience, a primordial soul can be crumpled into dumplings. Fairy Lychee. Song Shuhang made a rubbing action with his hands. You do this, and that should be able to turn the primordial soul into a ball. It's a very uncomfortable feeling, so you could try that. I've experienced it myself. Immortal Master Copper Trigram asked, Little friend Shuhang, have I offended you recently? Become a dumpling, Copper Trigram. Fairy Lychee started trying to make a dumpling out of her. This is a celebration, Senior Copper Trigram. Song Shuhang smiled, and emphasized, it is a celebration. It was to celebrate everyone's safety. Fairy Dongfang Snow raised her hand, and exclaimed, Speaking of celebration, Senior Yellow Mountain, I have a suggestion. Venerable Yellow Mountain looked at Fairy Dongfang Snow. Besides singing, you can suggest anything. Fairy Dongfang Snow sat down with a look of disappointment on her face. If that's the case, then I have no suggestions. Venerable Yellow Mountain. Fairy, do you really want us to sing? Did you forget that Dharma King Creation is still around? Do you want everyone here to die? Cave Lord Snow Wolf said, if it's a celebration. Senior Yellow Mountain, after we leave this tribulation transcension space, let's have a banquet. To celebrate the conclusion of our collective tragedy. The topics jumped very quickly. 1 second they were still discussing the bugs of the tribulation transcension space, and the next second they suddenly jumped to having a banquet. Song Shuhang couldn't help but say, then, how about we go to my restaurant to celebrate? This was just the right time to advertise his own restaurant. Chu Chu, his disciple, had been practicing immortal chef techniques for a few days now, so why not give her cooking skills a try? Besides, Lady Kuna has a batch of great wine. I wonder if I could buy some from her. Venerable Yellow Mountain smiled, and said, all right, let's set the location to be little friend Shuhang's restaurant. At that time, don't hesitate to bring good things with you. Let's have a long banquet wherein nobody goes home sober. After conversing for a long time, the topic had returned to getting out of the tribulation transcension space. This was because everyone discovered that it was as if the tribulation transcension space had forgotten about them. A good amount of time had passed, yet there were still no signs of them being sent out. Thrice reckless Mad Saber remarked, "Hey, could it be that since we were all able to tenaciously survive during the invisible death tribulation, the tribulation fell into a bad mood? And because of that, maybe it has shut us in this space, intending to leave us here until the end of time." "The heavenly tribulation doesn't have such emotions," young Master Phoenix Slayer said. Soft Feather suggested, "Maybe we have to wait for the tribulation transcension space to be perfected and evolve into a finished product before we can leave?" Bored out of his mind, Doudou said, "But how long is that going to take?" Northern River's loose cultivator said, "Perhaps 10 days, half a month, or 180 years, who knows?" Doudou yelled, "Choo-choo, my choo-choo!" After 180 years, several of my choo-choos would have died. Venerable Yellow Mountain. Doudou was a puppy he'd brought up himself, but he really didn't know when his choo-choo complex had developed. At this time, the Dragon Network assistant also recovered. "I might have a way," Shuhang said. "Seniors, sit tight, I'm driving us out of here." Shuhang put away the 2 sets of combined magical treasures. He picked up Little Sun and added, "Destination, Black Dragon World. Sage Space." Chapter 1734 Father, youre behind me. As Shuhang's voice faded, he reconnected to the Dragon Network. The Dragon Network assistant was working again. Confirming the order, relying on the Dragon Network authority to open the intermediary world Saint Space. Intermediary world Saint Space has been successfully opened. Beep failed to connect to the inner world. The exchange of primordial souls and physical bodies has failed. The commands to connect to the inner world and switch out the primordial souls for physical bodies were ones that Shuhang had given to the Dragon Network assistant before it had crashed. After it resumed operations, it re-executed the 2 commands it had been given. However, due to the heavy suppression in the group tribulation transcension space, it couldn't carry them out. Fortunately, Shuhang was able to connect the group tribulation transcension space with the 8th stage Saint Space. Thousands of Dragon Network lights scattered from the Dragon Network assistant, engulfing the primordial soul of every member of the 9 provinces number 1 group, as well as Doudou's, Soft Feathers, Shuhang's, and Little Sun's bodies. The spatial transfer had begun. Everyone was slowly dragged into a colorful passage, moving from the group tribulation transcension space to the Saint Space. Because it was the first time this was being done, the whole process was relatively slow. "Wait, little friend Shuhang. Where is this Saint Space you mentioned?" Venerable Yellow Mountain asked. "Now, I panic whenever I hear the words XX space. Thrice reckless Mad Saber speculated, "It's not another tribulation transcension space, is it?" Northern River's loose cultivator smiled, and said, "Thrice reckless, do you think Shuhang is like you? We finally got out of one tribulation transcension space. How could we go to another one to seek death?" Shuhang embarrassedly said, "Ahem, the Saint Space is the 8th stage heavenly tribulation space of the Black Dragon World." Northern River's loose cultivator. "I misjudged you, little friend Shuhang." Shuhang explained, "However, seniors don't need to worry. Since we have already survived the tribulation in the group tribulation transcension space, even if we enter the Saint Space, we don't need to endure another tribulation there. We can go through the Saint Space to the Black Dragon World. Then, we can return to the main world through the Black Dragon World." The Dragon Network assistant opened its mouth, and was about to say something, but was stopped by Shuhang. True Monarch White Crane softly asked, "Are you sure?" 100% certain. Song Shuhang nodded. This is because I currently possess the highest authority in the Black Dragon World's Dragon Network. Then, Senior Song, when we leave the Saint Space, will we be able to show our divinity before others? Soft Feather said joyfully. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, unfortunately, the Black Dragon World does not have things like the Profound Sage Speech or the Divinity Show. The Black Dragon World was ultimately different from the main world. The Divinity Show and the Profound Sage Speech were unique to the main world. It was said that they were laws left by the first wielder of the will for the benefit of the practitioners of the universe. Soft Feather disappointedly said, that's a pity. I thought that I would have the chance to show my divinity before others. I feel that if there really was a divinity show, then it would be detrimental to us. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, the profound sage speech alone would end us. Remember, if you aren't able to give a good speech, you will have to face the 8th stage inner demon tribulation. The benefits simply don't outweigh the losses. I guess you're right. Soft Feather blinked, but her little face was still filled with regret. Actually, if you're worried about the profound sage speech, I have several drafts with me that I can share with everyone. Venerable Yellow Mountain squeezed his chin, and said, after ascending to the Venerable realm, I began to prepare for my future profound sage speech. Time is limited, and it's only through preparation that we can take the lead. Senior Yellow Mountain, you've only just ascended to the Venerable realm, yet you're already preparing profound sage speech manuscripts? Are you planting flags for yourself? Setting up the flag for, I'll definitely become a profound sage, so I'll prepare manuscripts now? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said in surprise. Mute. Venerable Yellow Mountain pointed his finger at Thrice Reckless. Senior, this is not the group Cha. While he was in the middle of his sentence, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber found that he had become unable to speak. Even his secret sound transmission ability had been sealed. Has the authority of the group owner left the 9 provinces number 1 group and entered reality? Am I currently in reality? Or am I in the group chat? When one's muted in the group, they're only muted in the group, and they can still message others privately. But now, getting muted even disabled my ability to use secret sound transmission to talk to others privately. This is too much. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber stared at Venerable Yellow Mountain with unwillingness in his eyes. Stupid Thrice Reckless, stupid Yellow Mountain has been preparing this muting technique for a long time. Have you forgotten how he had tried this technique on me so many times? But some time ago, he was able to use this magical technique only through my collar. But now, he doesn't need it anymore. Woof. Stupid Yellow Mountain, have you been researching this magical technique just to use it on me? Doudou finally realized something. Mute. Venerable Yellow Mountain pointed towards Doudou. Doudou was also muted. Stupid Thrice Reckless and Doudou Senior Yellow Mountain will forever be Senior Yellow Mountain. As long as one has the authority, they can do whatever they please. It won't be too late for us to decode this secret muting technique in the future and resist it, Immortal Master Copper Trigram said. He currently looked like an irregular ball. Fairy Lychee's strength was equal to Copper Trigram's, and both were in the true monarch realm. Therefore, she struggled when rubbing Copper Trigram's primordial soul, even if Copper Trigram did not resist. Ultimately, his primordial soul turned into a big ball unlike Song Shuhang's, which was much smaller. Mute. Venerable Yellow Mountain pointed at Copper Trigram. Today, it appeared there was a huge sale for the mute package, 3 in a row. After 3 consecutive mutes, Venerable Yellow Mountain nodded in satisfaction. Fairy Dongfang Snow crouched beside Immortal Master Copper Trigram, and curiously asked, Immortal Master, how does it feel to be muted? Copper Trigram. I can't speak at all now, and I can't even transmit anything. How do you expect me to reply to you? Fairy Dongfang Snow raised her hand, and said, Senior Yellow Mountain, I kind of want to know how it feels to be muted. I've always felt that great master profound principles, silent meditation, was very cool. Can you mute me too? Venerable Yellow Mountain felt very tired. Actually, there's a limit to the number of times I can use the muting technique in a day. Yellow Mountain recalled when the 9 Provinces number 1 group had just been founded. Back then, when he added Fairy Dongfang Snow to the group, she was wonderful. She was a quiet and shy but knowledgeable fairy. Those who just met her would think that she was a scholarly fairy maiden. At that time, the 2 Fairy Dongfangs in the group had completely different temperaments. But a few years after joining the group, Fairy Dongfang Snow's style had become increasingly naughty. Dongfang Snow continued, "So, Senior, have you reached the limit on the number of times you can cast the technique today?" Venerable Yellow Mountain said, "Yes, I've already hit the limit, so don't be naughty and behave yourself." Fairy Dongfang Snow's eyes lit up, and she clearly sang, "The fragrance of the blooming flower baskets, listen to this song of mine." Doudou, thrice reckless, and immortal Master Copper Trigram desperately gave it their all to give Fairy Dongfang Snow a thumbs up. Mute. Venerable Yellow Mountain pointed at Dongfang Snow. The long-lost stupid Yellow Mountain's song came to an abrupt end. Fairy Dongfang Snow's pretty eyes stared daggers at Venerable Yellow Mountain. By reading the facial expression on her face, what Fairy Dongfang Snow is trying to say should be, "I'm never going to believe Senior Yellow Mountain again. He's a liar." That's definitely what she's trying to say. I can't be mistaken. Young Master Phoenix Slayer pushed up his glasses, and then said, "Recently, I've been studying a book called How to Read a Person's Mind Through Their Facial Expressions, and I've made some progress." Venerable Yellow Mountain looked up at the sky. Beside Song Shuhang, Northern River's loose cultivator smiled slightly. After getting through the tribulation, everyone is celebrating in their own way. It was a way to relax after the tribulation. Su Clan 7 added, "It might also be that they believe that since they survived such a dangerous tribulation, they've become invincible, which then leads them to, well, being naughty and mischievous." "At least it looks like they're happy," True Monarch Eternal Fire said. "This is hopeless," Fairy Lychee concluded. Ahem. Song Shuhang cleared his throat. "We'll be arriving soon. Everyone, prepare for landing. We might directly fall from a high altitude in the saint space. I can't let Mama Yellow Mountain's heart become even more stifled." A few minutes later. Inside the Black Dragon World's saint space. A group of figures suddenly fell from the sky. I can't fly. The air-walking talent is ineffective here. Even flying swords don't work. The seniors of the 9 Provinces number 1 group made attempts to fly in the air, but they all ended in failure. Doudou's Windfire Wheels, Soft Feather's Flying Sword, and the 5th stage air-walking ability all lost their effect at this moment. Don't panic, it's just the nature of this space. After we land, we'll be able to exit this saint space, Song Shuhang said with a smile on his face. The smile on his face looked slightly weird, just as it had been plastered on his face. Bam, 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 all of the members fell from a height of 1,000 meters like dumplings, smashing holes in the ground of the saint space. It really didn't hurt. Soft Feather patted her body, and jumped out of the hole she had created. So it was just a trivial scare? The other seniors also got out of their holes. When Song Shuhang fell, he fell on his stomach, and also smashed out a huge hole in the ground. He twitched slightly, and then he slowly sat up. It's finally over. He stretched his waist. When he stretched his waist, his body vibrated constantly like how a phone would when there was a call. At the side, Soft Feather curiously asked, "What is Senior Song doing?" "Just stretching my waist." Song Shuhang laughed and jumped out of the hole. Soft Feather asked, "How are we going to leave?" "Through an exit." Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and pushed on the air. After he did so, a door appeared in the saint space. The door was opened. Doudou leaped happily, and went through the door first. As soon as Doudou jumped out, the hearts of all those present suddenly thumped. Then, they raised their heads together and looked towards the sky. It was a familiar feeling. Was there a new profound sage who had appeared, and was about to show their divinity? Soft Feather said, "Could it be my father? Is it merely a coincidence?" Venerable Yellow Mountain said. He had a bad feeling in his heart. As soon as Doudou was pouncing towards the spatial gate, trying to leave the space, all the fellow Taoists present got the feeling that a new profound sage had been born, and that they were about to show their divinity. If fellow Taoist Spirit Butterfly had finished transcending his tribulation at that exact same moment, and so was about to show his divinity. Well, wasn't that a bit too much of a coincidence? Venerable Yellow Mountain asked, "Little friend Shuhang, are you sure that this Black Dragon world is different from the main world, and that there is no show of divinity?" Song Shuhang asked, "Senior Yellow Mountain, are you suspecting that Doudou is about to show his divinity?" "Yes." Venerable Yellow Mountain sighed and nodded. "And if Doudou really is going to be showing his divinity, that means that all of us will be having to go through the same experience." With that came a question. If they really were going to be showing their divinity, what of their manuscripts? Song Shuhang said, "I am certain that the Black Dragon world has never had a divinity show before. The saint space of the Black Dragon world was its version of the heavenly tribulation realm, for those ascending to the 8th level from the 7th level. After successfully transcending the tribulation, such a mage from the Black Dragon world would become a saint, and enter the innermost layer of the dragon network. Once they entered that layer, they'd become an existence that possessed the brightness of a star, allowing all of the practitioners of the Black Dragon world to admire them, as was the case for the 11 bright sun-like saints that Song Shuhang had seen back when he first made contact with the dragon network. A saint of the Black Dragon world was equivalent to someone at the 8th stage profound realm in the main world. The highest layer of the dragon network that was open to the members of the Black Dragon world was the 8th layer. If they wanted to take a step further and enter the 9th level, they would have to rid themselves of their reliance on the dragon network, and go beyond the dragon network. Once the 8th level saint completed that step where they detached themselves from the dragon network, they could enter the 9th level, and grasp spatial laws. This point was similar to when practitioners of the main world reached the 9th stage, and grasped spatial abilities. At that point, they would be sent away from the Black Dragon world to the main world by the dragon network. In the Black Dragon world, there was never an event such as the profound sage speech. Northern River's loose cultivator speculated, "But little friend Shuhang, we transferred to this saint space from the main world's heavenly tribulation realm, might that have caused a change?" "That is exactly what I'm currently worried about." Song Shuhang looked at the Dragon Network assistant on his shoulder. The Dragon Network assistant replied, "Unable to calculate, insufficient data. No precedent." Song Shuhang. He stretched out his hands, rubbed his temples, and shuddered a few times. "I have a bad feeling." Fairy Lychee said, "Same here. The scene is about to appear." Soft Feather stared intently. All of the members held their breath, looked up at the sky, and stared at the upcoming divinity show. After a while, a ball of puffy fur appeared in everyone's field of vision. Venerable Yellow Mountain facepalmed. Heaven's stupid Doudou. It really was Doudou. The puffy hair was due to the tribulation lightning that had struck him during the heavenly tribulation. At this time, Doudou appeared in the scene of the divinity show, with a confused face, his cute little eyes blinking innocently. The Dragon Network assistant finally received feedback, and said, "Beep, an update to the principles of the world has been detected. This change has come to be due to the main world's own principles regarding the divinity show, condensing the sage seal, profound sage speech. The Black Dragon world has accepted the terms of this update and assimilated it." Could it be that because they had formed a connection between the group tribulation transcension space, and the saint space, just now, the Black Dragon world replicated a set of the principles from the main world? Shuhang asked, so, Doudou is going to be conducting a Black Dragon World Divinity show? The Dragon Network assistant replied, beep, this Black Dragon World Divinity show will be conducted simultaneously with the main world. Shuhang. It's a divinity show that encompasses both the main world and the Black Dragon world? It's over, Doudou doesn't have a script. Venerable Yellow Mountain frowned, feeling quite anxious. Northern River's loose cultivator rubbed his eyebrows in distress, and said, it's not only Doudou, none of us have a script either. True Monarch Eternal Fire added, moreover, Doudou is under the effect of the mute technique. Is it going to get undone once he starts his show of divinity? Venerable Yellow Mountain hurriedly reached out to Thrice Reckless, Copper Trigram, and Dongfang Snow to undo the muting effect on the three of them. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, what about Great Master Profound Principle, isn't he still practicing silent meditation? Great Master Profound Principle smiled slightly. Dharma King Creation explained, silent meditation doesn't actually cause one to become mute. If he really wants to talk, he can do so. Fairy Lychee remarked, unfortunately, the Taoist canon speech that we heard previously in Qinglin's ruins has already been used by Shuhang during his first show of divinity. Otherwise, we could have still used the Taoist canon. Dharma King Creation happily said, should I go up and sing a song? All the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group suddenly fell silent. Dharma King Creation happily said, I might have something of use here. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber responded, you aren't going to bring out your resurrection gold coins and stab us to death to let us avoid this show of divinity, are you? Senior Thrice Reckless, I'm not mad, alright? Shuhang said, taking out 2 beast skin scrolls. This was the treasure that he and Senior White found in the 4 Seas secret realm before they arrived at the Black Dragon world. Profound Sage Speech Manuscript Gift Package, 7-star speech manuscript that contains 7 kinds of high-quality speech manuscripts for Buddhists, Taoists, scholars, demons, monsters, beasts, and those of sea races. When the user opens the package will automatically take feedback from the practitioners in the universe, looking for the manuscript that the practitioners are most fond of. There are no issues with the copyrights for the various manuscripts. This package is exclusively for VIP customers. In addition, this package was officially produced by the Ancient Heavenly Cities Buddhist and Taoist department, and it came with its own anti-piracy effect. In the large gift package, there were 7 manuscripts, so he currently had a total of 14 scripts. However, adding up the number of the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group present, as well as Little Inju and Lady Onion, that was a total of 31. And adding me, there's 32 of us. 14 scripts are far from enough. Unfortunately, the puppet maiden isn't around this time. Otherwise, we could have probably gotten several manuscripts from her. In addition, I can't contact the Almighty Merchant. How distressing. What is this? Venerable Yellow Mountain looked at the manuscripts in Shuhang's hands. These are Profound Sage Speech manuscript, and there are no issues when it comes to the copyright, Shuhang said. It is what can help Doudou the most right now. There are such things? Wouldve stared over. Dharma King Creation said, was this how 7 Lives Talisman was able to suddenly deliver such an exquisite Buddhist speech previously? I'll try to send a manuscript to Doudou so that he will at least be able to get through the Profound Sage Speech stage, Shuhang said. I only have 2 manuscript packages on hand, totaling 14 scripts, which will be enough for 14 people. What do we do for the rest? Venerable Yellow Mountain calmly said, let's get 14 people through first, then discuss what we can do. Northern River's loose cultivator didn't know whether to cry or laugh. I didn't think that we'd have the opportunity to experience something as wonderful as the divinity show this time. However, I seem to remember that there was a member of the group who was especially looking forward to performing a show of divinity. Who was it again? For some reason, I can't remember exactly who it was. Scholar Xian Gong said, I seem to remember there being such a person as well. Fairy Lychee added, it was someone who really wanted to show their divinity before everyone, but what was their name? I seem to recall them being a fairy. At this moment, Song Shuhang's figure stiffened. Beep, when the bright moon appears has added you as a friend, they will be included in the list of unnamed. Song Shuhang asked, who is when the bright moon appears? How did they add me as a friend? Fairy Lychee said, that's them, Fairy Bright Moon, they're one in the group who has always wanted to show her divinity. Why has she only added little friend Song Shuhang as a friend now? Northern River's loose cultivator rubbed his brows. I keep on getting the feeling that there was something wrong. Fairy Bright Moon? No, it's Scholar Bright Moon. He's a man, not a fairy, but Fairy Lychee mixed it up. Soft Feather grinned, and said, Doudou is condensing the sage seal. Doudou was showing his divinity, and it would be her turn in a while. Her father, Venerable Spirit Butterfly, had yet to hold his divinity show. I'm going to show my divinity before my father gets to. Soft Feather clenched her small fists. It was quite amusing to think of how she was suddenly going to show her divinity before her father got to do it. At this time, in the Black Dragon world, all the practitioners of the Black Dragon world raised their heads, and looked at the sky in doubt. There was still no small sun in the sky of the Black Dragon world. But today, new changes seemed to be brewing in the sky. A scene appeared to have been projected in front of all the practitioners of the Black Dragon world, and then a puppy with puffy hair appeared in the scene, looking very cute. The practitioners of the Black Dragon world. What was this? This was the first time they came in contact with the divinity show, so they were utterly confused. However, their instincts drove them to continue watching. Their intuition was telling them that as long as they continued watching, there were gains to be had. Unlike the practitioners of the Black Dragon world, the practitioners of the main world were already very familiar with the divinity show. In the past 6 months, there were 8 consecutive divinity shows that had appeared in the universe, and 7 profound sages had been born from them. The 8th divinity show was due to the workings of the first sage in 1,000 years, profound sage Tyrannical Song, who had acquired the Tyrannical Scholar Demon seal in the Netherworld realm. Today, it looked like the main was ushering in its 9th divinity show and its 8th profound sage. From which system was the new profound sage from? The practitioners of the universe were all looking forward to what was to come. They all looked up at the sky. In the next moment, a cute, fluffy Pekingese appeared in front of everyone. Along with that, the monster races of the universe all cheered in unison. The tides had finally come for them monsters, it was their turn this time. Finally, there was a big shot of the monster race who had become a profound sage. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, who was with Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue, looked up at the sky. Isn't this Doudou? Although his hair is a little puffed out, this is Doudou, right? Doudou is actually showing his divinity? In the next moment, the two immediately thought of Song Shuhang. This guy, he couldn't have gone and messed with another group Tribulation, right? Somewhere deep in the mountains of China. The handsome scholar Drunken XXX looked up at the sky. Another profound sage has been born, how enviable. Anyway, what are the guys in the group doing? When I asked about the QR code, none of them replied to me. I had to scroll through the chat history for so long to find the QR code sent by Soft Feather. F***CK. Isn't this Doudou? Scholar Drunken XXX spewed out blood. Perhaps I'm mistaken. After all, there are so many Pekingese in the universe, and not every single one of them is named Doudou. Moreover, the hair of this Pekingese is relatively puffy, which is different from Doudou's. Scholar Drunken XXX comforted himself. As he thought about this, the rest of the blood that was rising up his mouth shrank back. The previous incident when fellow Taoist Seven Lives Talisman and little friend Shuhang showed their divinity together was a freak accident. Such an event couldn't happen again. Even when looking at the many years of history of the world of cultivation, what had happened to fellow Taoist Seven Lives Talisman and little friend Shuhang was unprecedented. Scholar Drunken XXX said, "This Pekingese should be a senior who has hidden from the world, right?" And as to why this senior Pekingese had not shown themselves in their human form, well, that was very normal. The show of divinity was an event wherein one brought glory to one's race, and thus it made complete sense that they had appeared in their true form. At this time, the large Pekingese entered the stage of condensing the sage seal. The camera of the divinity show first showed everyone a detailed 360-degree capture of the monster Pekingese's body. Afterward, the camera zoomed out to give a full-body shot. At the same time, there was a kind of energy that appeared to be condensing in the air. This tribulation transcension space is rather monotonous. Scholar Drunken XXX pinched his chin. Judging from the scene of the divinity show, the Pekingese's tribulation transcension space was a pure white space without the slightest discoloration. Boom, in the air, the condensed energy exploded, and turned into a lifelike black dragon projection. The practitioners of the universe were all dumbfounded. Was there always such a part to the show of divinity? During the millennium before the seventh sage in 1,000 years had shown his divinity, there had never been such phenomena. Could it be that this eighth sage in 1,000 years was different? Doudou turned his head and stared at the black dragon projection with a dazed expression. He was still quite confused about his surrounding environment. The black dragon projection unfolded its wings, giving people a feeling that it was covering the sky and earth. Then, the black dragon leaned over and descended onto Doudou's body. The black dragon projection disappeared, and a pair of black dragon wings popped out behind Doudou. Doudou. He tried flapping the wings, and the black dragon wings really did flap according to his will. It was as if they really were a part of his body. What is this? A heaven-sent pair of wings? Or could there be some ancient bloodline that awakened in my body? What use are these? Doudou silently said in his mind. Just as he thought this, the pair of black dragon wings fell from his body. Then, the dragon wings rotated, condensed into a bunch of light, and remained floating beside Doudou. In the light, there was a string of runes. The runes were in the language of the black dragon world, but Doudou had not grasped this language. As if to accommodate Doudou, two Chinese characters appeared beside the string of runes, Doudou. Doudou understood these two characters Do and Do, they spelled out his name. As he thought of this, the event confirming the Taoist name was completed. The light condensed and compressed into a black dragon seal, with two sets of characters engraved on it. On the left was Doudou in Chinese, and on the right was the Black Dragon World Language version. The dragon seal was formed. A bright light was released from the dragon seal, encompassing Doudou, and making him appear as dazzling as a small sun. At that instant, Doudou finally realized the situation he was in. This was a divinity show. Song Shuhang, you cheated me. Didn't you say that there wasn't going to be a divinity show? Didn't you say that the gate was the way home? Then what is the meaning of this divinity show that I jumped into? Doudou felt anxiety build up in his heart. He wasn't a newbie to the world of cultivation, as he was from a knowledgeable family. He knew what came after the divinity show. After the divinity show, there was a profound sage speech waiting for him. What am I supposed to do? Am I going to die? In the end, the blood that had shrunk back into Scholar Drunken XXX's throat still sprayed out. All of the practitioners of the universe and the Black Dragon world had the sage name of this monster dog engraved in their minds. The Chinese sage name Doudou, and Black Dragon world sage name Lassalasi. The eighth sage in 1,000 years. Though this eighth sage did seem to be slightly strange, particularly with the sage seal they condensed being rather strange. Nevertheless, the steps to which they showed their divinity and condensed their sage seal seemed to be right. And those were enough to consolidate his status as the 8th sage in 1,000 years. The ancient sage Doudou, aka ancient sage Lassalasi. But then, at this time, some of the more observant practitioners of the universe noticed a particular detail. The sage name of the 8th sage in 1,000 years did not begin with profound sage, but rather ancient sage. No wonder nobody replied to me all that time, so it was because all of you went to show you divinity, yet you didn't think to bring me along? Scholar Drunken XXX felt as if his will was about to collapse. In the entire 9 provinces number 1 group, he was the person who needed the divinity show the most. The dragon's seal turned into a small sun, covering Doudou, and setting off his majesty. However, Doudou was feeling very anxious now. In his mind, the prompt informing him of the ancient sage speech began to appear. Ancient sage speech? Isn't it supposed to be the profound sage speech? Doudou felt a sense of confusion, but he didn't dwell on it too much. Regardless of what kind of sage speech it was still a speech in the end. If he delivered a good speech, then those of the universe would praise him, and he would be rewarded. But if he wasn't able to deliver a good speech, and left those from the universe dissatisfied, he wouldn't be able to receive much light of virtue, and would then be reduced to ashes during the inner demon tribulation. Is there anyone who can help me? No matter who helps me, I pledge to devote my life to you. Doudou felt like he was about to go mad. Doudou, Doudou, can you hear me? At this time, Song Shuhang's voice rang in Doudou's mind. He was contacting Doudou through the Dragon Network assistant. I can. Doudou quickly replied in his mind. Song Shuhang said, something went wrong. I will be passing a manuscript to you. Receive it and go through with delivering the speech first. In addition, when you're done with the speech, and when you're leaving the divinity show space, leave that manuscript there. We're going to conduct an experiment. No problem. Doudou almost cried out. Song Shuhang's aid came too timely. Under the covert operation led by Song Shuhang, before Doudou's ancient sage speech session officially began, a beast-skin scroll quietly fell in front of it. Doudou curiously asked, how do I use this? Song Shuhang said, in a while, when the speech begins, you just need to assume the image of a peerless expert. Afterward, use your paw to touch the manuscript, and it will automatically select the script that is the most suitable for you to deliver. At that time, you only need to complete the speech. Doudou let out a breath of relief. It was time for the ancient sage speech to begin. Doudou maintained a squatting posture, while the dragon seal continued to float behind it. I need to have the temperament of an expert. Right now, I'm not Doudou, but an 8th stage monster sage. Doudou attempted to hypnotize himself. Simply imitating the temperament of an expert wasn't that difficult. He also thought of some pompous lines in his mind. While his mind was occupied with this, Doudou suddenly sensed billions of eyes falling on his body. These were the eyes of the practitioners in the main world and the black dragon world, all staring at him. Doudou suddenly became nervous. And so, the speech began. Doudou opened his mouth. Woof woof. Not good, I was too nervous and forgot the lines. The practitioners of the universe. Scholar Drunken XXX. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. Song Shuhang. Chapter 1737. Can you tell me how exactly I am supposed to help you? Practitioners all over the universe were holding their breaths in anticipation of the speech of ancient sage Doudou/Lassalasi, so when they heard this series of barks, their minds almost collapsed. Is he delivering the speech in the dog language? I can't understand anything. I'm not from the dog race, can you change your language? This just goes to show how important it is to learn other languages. Strange, I recall that the profound sage speech comes with its own translation function, so regardless of which language the speaker speaks in, the listeners should be able to understand it, right? With that said, why can't I understand anything he said? I only heard barking. Could the translation function be broken? Are there any dog fellow Taoists who can translate what was said? Fellow Taoist, can you please translate what ancient sage Doudou was saying? I recall that you're from the husky race, right? Go away, I'm a wolf. I just look similar to huskies. Ancient sage Doudou, his words are so incredible. The dog cultivators all over the universe spoke out with an inscrutable expression on their face, although they didn't understand what was said. As long as it was spoken by ancient sage Doudou, it was incredible to them. The other party was the pride of their entire dog race, the 8th sage in 1,000 years. For someone from their dog race to be able to take one of the 10 spots for the 10 sages in the past 1,000 years was a great honor. So to them, whatever he said was good, whatever Doudou said was pleasant to their ears. So, what exactly was ancient sage Doudou saying? Similar messages were sent between fellow Taoists in every corner of the universe. Meanwhile, the practitioners of the Black Dragon world had dumbfounded expressions on their faces the entire time. Venerable Yellow Mountain smiled bitterly, and said, "It seems Doudou was feeling too nervous. Should I sing a song to ease his mood?" After Dharma King Creation said that, he tried poking his head out of the gate to see if he could peek at Doudou. "It's useless, Senior Creation. The previous spatial gate has already closed." Shuhang shook his head and took advantage of this time to stretch his body. Doudou is currently in a special space that the Black Dragon world has constructed. I'm the only one who can communicate with him through the Dragon Network. When the main world's profound sages had their divinity show, they would directly carry it out in the heavenly tribulation realm. However, the saint space of the Black Dragon world was an older product that could no longer be changed. Therefore, the Black Dragon world needed to create a dedicated speech space, one for the local practitioners to use for their divinity shows and speeches in the future. This was the first time that the Black Dragon world held a divinity show, and it was doing it in conjunction with the main world. It was precisely because it was its first time doing this that it allowed the main world to guide it in how to operate the divinity show and speech process. In the future, the divinity shows of the Black Dragon world would only appear locally, and would be completely separate from the main world. At this moment, Doudou shouted in his mind, "Shuhang, Shuhang, quickly save me. This is bad." The more nervous Doudou is, the more likely he's going to forget his lines. Doudou could sense billions upon billions of pairs of eyes staring at him through space. From his perspective, it was as if the entire space was filled with eyes. The pressure he was feeling was so immense that all his hair stood on end. Shuhang tried to get Doudou to calm down. "Calm down, just follow the words in the script. The manuscript should have already been activated, and it should automatically select the most suitable speech for you. You simply need to read it out loud." "I can't. I just bark as soon as I open my mouth. I can't curl my tongue. I feel like all the eyes in the universe are staring at me," Doudou said. "Hurry up and think of a way to help me." "Right, can you ask stupid Yellow Mountain if there's any way I can feel less nervous?" Shuhang asked, "Senior Yellow Mountain, do you have any idea how we might be able to relieve some of the tension Doudou is feeling? He's currently feeling pressured from all the eyes staring at him." Senior Yellow Mountain thought for a while, and then said, "How about we have Doudou try to picture all of those eyes being the gazes of Choo-choos? Either that, or you can tell him that there are definitely a lot of Choo-choos hidden among all those eyes. That should help him quite a bit." Shuhang's eyes lit up. Great thinking. As expected of Senior Yellow Mountain. He truly knows Doudou well. But at the same time, Shuhang silently lit a candle for Doudou since he understood just as well that he was destined to never be able to escape Senior Yellow Mountain's palm. Shuhang quickly contacted Doudou. "Doudou, don't be afraid of these gazes. Think about it this way, although there are indeed many eyes staring at you, there are also countless choo-choos from the universe hidden amongst these eyes, and they're all looking at you at this moment. Choo-choos. You're right, at this moment, all the choo-choos in the universe are looking at me. Doudou seemed to be filled with power all at once. He raised his head, and looked straight ahead. Those countless eyes seemed to suddenly become the beautiful eyes of choo-choos in his mind. All kinds of choo-choos, and even many choo-choos that were beyond his imaginations, were looking right at him. Doudou opened his mouth. Woof woof. F*ck, I was too excited, my tongue curled up again. Fortunately, Doudou readjusted right away. Everyone, to all of you who are looking at me, choo-choo, Doudou said in a standard Beijing accent. I love you. All of the practitioners in the universe were able to understand these lines. An old profound sage smiled, and said, oh, this monster sage Doudou is very good at talking. It's playing the emotion card right as soon as it went up. Even if it doesn't deliver that great of a speech, just because of these lines, the practitioners of the universe will already be giving it a level higher of an evaluation. Moreover, it is very clear that it did not just say these lines casually. In those lines, a sincere affection could be sensed through the live broadcast of the speech. This monster sage Doudou must practice a cultivation technique that has some connection to emotion. In an instant, several big shots of the universe raised their evaluation of Doudou. Meanwhile, Shuhang, I'm stuck again, please help me, Doudou screamed again. Because I felt so excited, I confessed to all the choo-choos of the universe. But now my mind is blank from happiness, I've forgotten what to say. Song Shuhang. When you're too nervous, you freeze up. And when you're too excited, you also freeze up. Can you tell me how exactly I'm supposed to help you? Doudou is too excited now. Venerable Yellow Mountain sighed faintly. No one knew the son better than the father, so Yellow Mountain knew what Doudou was feeling as soon as he saw his expression. Perhaps thinking of the millions of choo-choos staring at him caused him to be overjoyed. Fairy Lychee facepalmed. Song Shuhang asked, has the content of the speech appeared? Doudou quickly said, it has. It's a speech related to monsters. Song Shuhang said, then start delivering the speech according to the script. When it came to this kind of a profound sage speech manuscript, one only needed to read it wholeheartedly, and they would immediately enter the proper state. This could be seen from what happened for Senior 7 Lives Talisman. He obviously didn't have an in-depth understanding of Buddhism, yet once he began his speech, he immediately became a peerless monk, with golden lotuses and sounds of chanting exiting his mouth. Doudou replied, I'm too excited, I can't read it. I opened my mouth and barked again. Song Shuhang. You annoying drama queen. Hurry up and think of a solution, Shuhang. I've frozen up for quite some time already. Doudou felt like he was going to start crying soon. Song Shuhang rubbed his eyebrows, and after a while, he gritted his teeth and said, don't think about anything, and just listen to my instructions. I'll try and help you build momentum. Doudou replied, I'll listen to you. First, raise your head and squat in the most imposing posture. After Song Shuhang said that, he looked at the Dragon Network assistant. Can you use the authority of the Dragon Network to create some phenomena? For example, some flowers, a 7-colored treasure light of sorts, or things like that? The Dragon Network assistant shook its head. The speech space was built too hastily, and many functions have yet to be added. Currently, the speech space is just a pure white space. Even a clever woman would have difficulty cooking a meal without rice. Although it had the authority, this feature wasn't implemented yet, so the Dragon Network assistant wouldn't be able to help in this regard. Song Shuhang asked, then. Can you transfer things I make over to Doudou? The Dragon Network assistant closed its eyes, tested it, and then nodded. That's good. Song Shuhang opened his mouth, and gently spat out white lotus blossoms one after the other. At this moment, the virtuous Lamia behind him stretched out her hand, grabbed a lotus, and then stuffed it into her mouth. Shuhang turned his head, and stared at Fairy at #%times. The virtuous Lamia blinked. She then chewed the lotus in her mouth, and slowly fell to the ground. Shuhang. In the speech space. Doudou raised his head and puffed out his chest, assuming an imposing posture. The practitioners of the universe all waited silently. Suddenly, in front of ancient sage Doudou, blossoming white lotuses appeared. Speech phenomena? But wasn't ancient sage Doudou still delivering the speech? Could it be that there was some mystery to the posture he had assumed? While they were in thought, 36 ancient holy ape projections suddenly appeared behind Doudou, one of which was especially large. The 36 holy apes each brought out scholarly scriptures, and recited them aloud. Although they couldn't hear what the apes were saying, everyone still felt that they were reciting something grand. Shuhang said, "Raise your right palm." Doudou followed by slowly raising his right palm, his expression unpredictable. "Don't think about anything, just repeat after me." Shuhang read Doudou's script through the dragon network. In the eyes of the practitioners in the main world and black dragon world, ancient sage Doudou slowly raised his right palm. At this moment, the holy apes, who had been unceasingly reciting scholarly scriptures behind him, stopped as if to listen to Doudou's ancient sage speech. How big is the palm? How big is the world? How big are our hearts? The palm is a world, but why can't we jump out of this world in our palm sometimes? That's because we don't know how big this world is, and our hearts are bound. Once we know how big this world is, this world can no longer hold our hearts, nor can it hold us. Afterward, we become detached from it, detached from the world. In the beginning, Doudou was just following Shuhang, reading the speech manuscript sentence by sentence. But after a while, Doudou entered a state similar to the one Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman had entered, plunging into the monster sage speech both physically and mentally. At this moment, the aura from deep within his body changed. He was delivering a speech on the Heart Sutra. It was a kind of supreme Heart Sutra that could improve one's state of mind. It was applicable to everyone in the universe, and so it was also applicable to those in the Black Dragon world. When the speech began, it was actually Doudou who was the biggest beneficiary. His state of mind improved greatly. Not only that, but his body also changed. On his monster core, the steel song Shuhang slowly disappeared, turning into the last core pattern. The quality of the monster core of a monster cultivator mainly depended on its color. For monster cores, the more colorful it was, the higher its quality was. But some monster cultivators who were adopted by human cultivators when they were young grew to practice cultivation techniques that were originally made for humans. As such, when their golden core formed, core patterns similar to dragon patterns would also appear on their monster core. Doudou's monster core originally had 8 core patterns, but now his monster core finally turned into a 9-patterned monster core. The monster sage speech didn't last that long, but its content was deep. After the speech on the Heart Sutra was completed, the practitioners in the universe and Black Dragon world felt that their souls had been cleansed, and their state of mind greatly improved. The more one comprehended this monster sage Heart Sutra, the more their state of mind improved. With that, the speech ended. Doudou closed his eyes, and his body was reminiscent of the wonders brought by the monster sage Heart Sutra. At this time, a kind of energy descended on it from the air. Usually, when a profound sage speech was completed, great amounts of virtue would descend to protect the profound sage against the inner demon Tribulation. But the Black Dragon world's ancient sage speech did not have the ability to gather the power of virtue. Therefore, it created a permanent blessing, which then fell on Doudou. This was a spiritual protective blessing. From then on, Doudou would not be hurt by mental power attacks below level 8. Doudou opened his eyes again. He got up and walked away, disappearing from the speech space. At the same time, Shuhang vaguely sensed a wave of fluctuations in his inner world. Doudou's figure had appeared in his inner world. Shuhang's life-bound whale core shook slightly, seemingly having been stimulated. But soon, the whale core sank inside the dantian, going back to being motionless. It's over. Venerable Yellow Mountain finally let out a breath of relief. The speech manuscript is still over at where Doudou was, Shuhang said. That manuscript can still be used 6 times, who's going next? There were numerous benefits to be had from the divinity show and sage speech. It could even be said to be a great opportunity that should not be missed. Let Soft Feather go first. She is in her physical state, after all, Venerable Yellow Mountain said after thinking for a moment. Soft Feather giggled and shook her head. No, I'll wait a moment. Shuhang looked at Soft Feather suspiciously. I might be able to get a speech manuscript myself, Soft Feather said, so I'll wait. Shuhang guessed, the Heavenly Emperor? Yeah. Soft Feather nodded. Then I'll go, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said. Northern River's loose cultivator warned, be careful, and don't be reckless. Don't seek death when you're delivering a speech. You don't have to worry about me, Northern River. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber smiled, and then his primordial soul jumped towards the spatial gate. His figure crossed the spatial gate and disappeared. The group of fellow Taoists slowly raised their heads, preparing to witness Thrice Reckless show. At this time, Shuhang, who was holding little Inju in his arms, felt that his body was attracted by a kind of magnetic force, and moved towards Fairy Firefly. Shuhang called out, Fairy Firefly, what are you doing? Deactivate your technique. Fairy Firefly. I haven't done anything. At this time, all the primordial souls of the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group experienced what Shuhang did just now. They all seemed to be attracted by some kind of magnetic force, and flew towards Fairy Firefly. What's going on? Fairy Firefly shouted, it's not me, it's really not me. Let the world feel pain. Do you think that I'd appear charming if I said this line during my divinity show? Dharma King Creation said while being sucked and flying backward. Senior Song. Soft Feather reached out and grabbed Shuhang. Then, the group of people was sucked into the spatial gate, flying to Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. Chapter 1738 There isn't a precedent, and there will be no repeat. My God. Northern River's loose cultivator asked, why did we all get ejected? We're done for, we don't have enough scripts for everyone. Young Master Phoenix Slayer said, if this wasn't Fairy Firefly's doing. Fairy Firefly responded, I really didn't do anything. Venerable Yellow Mountain guessed, then we should have been drawn over by Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. It's probably similar to what happened when we came out of the spatial passage previously, how we were all put together into a group. At the time, Shuhang was transcending tribulation. As he was worried that the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group would become involved in his heavenly tribulation, he had gotten a patch added that would make it so that everyone who entered the Black Dragon world would be placed 500 meters away from him. But in the end, as soon as the fellow Taoists in the group came out of the spatial gate, they seemed to be attracted by a kind of magnetic force, and they ultimately became bunched up together. Su Clan 7 confirmed, indeed, it feels almost the same as when I was sucked towards you guys before. Shuhang. Then, were all 31 of them going to be showing their divinity in one breath? Was this going to be the members of the entire group wishing everyone Happy New Year? Wasn't it too early for that? Inside the speech space created by the Black Dragon world, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber was dumbfounded. He watched as his fellow Taoists from the 9 provinces number 1 group emerged from the spatial gate behind him, falling beside him. Soon after, he was surrounded by fellow Taoists from the group. Thrice reckless Mad Saber heartily asked, "Why did you all come here? Didn't you say that you were going to let me show my divinity first?" Young Master Phoenix Slayer pushed up his glasses, and said, "On the road of cultivation, there are many accidents, and there are many things that happen outside of one's control. Thrice reckless, you should know this very well." Thrice reckless Mad Saber rolled his eyes, and said, "Phoenix Slayer, have you joined a Buddhist sect?" "No, I've just been studying philosophy rather deeply recently, and I've made some progress." Young Master Phoenix Slayer smiled slightly, looking quite handsome as he did so. He, I think it's good for everyone to hold the divinity show together." "It seems very interesting," Soft Feather said. She felt that it was much more fun for all of them to hold the divinity show together than to do it separately. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple asked, "Did you see that, Thrice Reckless? Did you see how good Soft Feather's mentality is? You should learn from her." Cough. Venerable Yellow Mountain coughed softly. "Quiet down. The divinity show is about to start. We're going to be seen by everyone, so don't lose the face of our 9 provinces number 1 group. As soon as Venerable Yellow Mountain's voice faded, gentle energy fell on everyone in the speech space. As the energy was very gentle, none resisted it. In the next moment, Soft Feather's figure was lifted and put aside. Immediately afterward, Little Inju, who was still in deep sleep in Song Shuhang's arms, was picked up and placed next to Soft Feather. "Is this soft energy ranking us?" Fairy Lychee speculated, using the secret sound transmission. Northern River's loose cultivator said, "I'm feeling like that's the case as well." Venerable Yellow Mountain said, "After all, there has to be an order for the divinity show. It can't be a mess." Young Master Phoenix Slayer remarked, "A group should be neatly arranged." Thrice reckless Mad Saber. According to this arrangement, am I to be the 9th sage in 1,000 years? Soft Feather blinked. So was it her turn to deliver a speech? Unfortunately, she hadn't obtained her manuscript yet. It seemed like she could only resort to using Senior Song's manuscript. Then, if we're being arranged by who is to go next, this little girl is going to be the 10th sage in 1,000 years? True Monarch White Crane glanced at Li Yingzhu, who was in deep sleep. Will this girl wake up when it's time for her to deliver the speech? Immortal Master Copper Trigram said, "What a pity. I wanted to squeeze into the first 10. The first 10 and the first 3 were the luckiest ones. Generally, the first 10 were always eye-catching existences. Under normal circumstances, the first sage to the 10th sage in 1,000 years would be a lot more famous than later profound sages." As soon as Immortal Master's voice fell, everyone stared at him. During the divinity show, and before the profound sage speech began, the practitioner involved would show their true face. At that time, perhaps Copper Trigram's face would finally be revealed. Northern River's loose cultivator laughed. He. Young Master Phoenix Slayer laughed. He. Other 9 provinces number 1 group members also laughed. He. Immortal Master Copper Trigram. Song Shuhang looked at Little Yingzhu and frowned. With Li Yingzhu in this state, she won't be able to deliver a speech at all. At that time, what's she supposed to do? Who's the 11th? It would be great if we can arrange ourselves. I'm hoping to get the number 11, True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon said. A football team just happens to have 11 people. I like this number very much. Having a football team had almost become an obsession of True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon. As soon as he said that, True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon felt his body being pulled by the soft energy. He smiled happily, and said, "Ha, I really got the number 11. Thank you, fellow Taoists, huh?" Before he could finish speaking, he saw that several fellow Taoists were flying over as well. In the blink of an eye, all of the primordial souls of the members of 9 provinces number 1 group were lifted by soft energy, including Song Shuhang's body. True monarch tyrant flood dragon. All the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group looked confused. At this time, Song Shuhang's body was put down and fell by Little Inju's side. This was the position for the 11th sage in 1,000 years. Immediately afterward, the primordial souls of the seniors of 9 provinces number 1 group also settled down. All of the seniors, according to gender and height, neatly landed above Song Shuhang's head. Then, the unconscious Lady Onion was lifted out of the size-reducing purse, and landed in Song Shuhang's palm. Venerable Yellow Mountain. There were 4 rows with 7 people in each row. I have a bad feeling. Young Master Phoenix Slayer figuratively pushed up his glasses. Why are we on top of Song Shuhang's head? Why aren't we arranged in a single line? Thrice reckless Mad Saber also got a bad feeling. Fairy Lychee guessed, perhaps it's because we're primordial souls? True Monarch Eternal Fire thought about it for a while, and then said, I think it might be because we weren't really meant to transcend the tribulation. Soft Feather, Li Yinzhu, and Song Shuhang were all in the state wherein they were supposed to transcend the tribulation. Doudou's situation was quite special. Although he had already transcended the 5th stage monster heavenly tribulation, it seemed that he had not yet truly completed his tribulation. Perhaps that was why the steel friend Mark had gotten him involved in Soft Feather's heavenly tribulation. As for the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group, they were still some distance away from having to transcend a tribulation. It was only Thrice Reckless, who was to add the finishing touch to his core, that was somewhat close to transcending the tribulation among them. True Monarch Eternal Fire added, in other words, we only got involved in the heavenly tribulation, but there's still some way to go before our own heavenly tribulations descend. Venerable Yellow Mountain nodded slightly. I'm thinking the same as well. So in the end, we're simply going to be showing our faces while doing nothing? Young Master Phoenix Slayer said regretfully. And I thought that we were going to get to see Copper Trigram's true face. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber suddenly said, by the way, I've discovered something very important. Northern River's loose cultivator asked, what is it? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, don't you feel that the way you're all floating above Song Shuhang's head? You're like those monkeys? Specifically those huge monkeys that always cheer for Song Shuhang. Venerable Yellow Mountain. While they were talking, a new divinity show began. Those from the main world and the Black Dragon world suddenly felt something in their hearts, and looked up at the sky one after another. Ancient Sage Doudou just finished his speech, yet there's already another profound sage who's been born. This should be the 9th sage who's been born in the past 1,000 years. In just a few months, profound sages have been unceasingly popping up. Even in the ancient era, when the spiritual chi was abundant, it wasn't this exaggerated, right? It seems that a great era of cultivation has begun. Profound sages, who are hard to come by across 1,000 years, have consecutively been born. Perhaps in a few hundred years, the universe will enter an era where profound sage are everywhere. This rapid appearance of profound sages reminds me of the heroic figure of the first sage in 1,000 years, profound sage Tyrannical Song. At that time, he and 3 other profound sages transcended the heavenly tribulation together and showed their divinity in quick succession, giving birth to several profound sages. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th sages in 1,000 years showing their divinity and delivering speeches in the same day was such a magnificent scene. I'm quite certain that there has never been a precedent for that, and there won't be a similar event in the future. My God! The eyes of the practitioners of the universe all went wide open. The 9th sage in 1,000 years had appeared before their eyes. It was a fairy maiden. The first woman to become a profound sage in 1,000 years. And she was of the type that people would never forget after having seen her on Spirit Butterfly Island. My God! Senior brother Lu Jianyi rubbed his eyes. He simply couldn't believe it, and this caused his breathing to hasten. It was so severe that he even forgot to use the turtle breathing technique. It's soft feather. However, hasn't junior sister just transcended her heavenly tribulation of the 5th stage? Why is she suddenly showing her divinity? He rubbed his eyes again. He really wasn't seeing things, it really was soft feather. Am I really not dreaming? Unless, she isn't actually my junior. Lu Jianyi's brain, which had been inactive for several months, quickly operated, and finally, a fearsome thought appeared in his mind. There is only one truth. Lu Jianyi squeezed his chin. I didn't expect you to be a girl, teacher. 1. If this person is not soft feather, then who are they? 2. Taking into consideration that my teacher, Venerable Spirit Butterfly, has been preparing to transcend the heavenly tribulation of the 8th stage, it should be about time for him to have successfully ascended. Combining the two clues, the answer was clear. His teacher, Venerable Spirit Butterfly, was a woman, a fairy maiden. She probably wanted to secretly take care of her daughter, Soft Feather, and so she took on the appearance of a man. But now, during the divinity show, when the true appearance of a person was revealed, his teacher's true self was finally revealed. The more Lu Jianyi thought about it, the more reasonable it sounded to him. No wonder teacher's Taoist name always sounded so feminine. No wonder teacher sometimes has such a small temper, liking to quibble about every detail with people. No wonder teacher never brought a wife back to Spirit Butterfly Island, always leaving Spirit Butterfly Island to meet with that person. Even when my junior sister, Soft Feather, was brought back to Spirit Butterfly Island, teacher was alone. If she was a woman, then everything made sense. It was precisely because she was Soft Feather's mother that she looked exactly like Soft Feather. The long legs were clearly a genetic factor. In the world of cultivation, such cases were actually quite common. Because as long as a cultivator reached a high realm, they could stay youthful. Therefore, it was normal that some fairies who looked like twin sisters were actually mother and daughter. He couldn't be wrong, he definitely got it right. Lu Jianyi squeezed his chin. Since teacher has revealed her true identity, should I make Spirit Butterfly Island more feminine before she returns from the divinity show? But no, I'm too tired, forget it, Lu Jianyi silently said in his mind. The laziness ultimately prevailed. Meanwhile, the shot of the divinity show shifted to the side. A little silver-haired girl appeared in the eyes of the practitioners of the universe and the Black Dragon world. A second fairy maiden? Did this fairy maiden and the other one transcend the tribulation together? Are they imitating what profound sage tyrannical song did? Wasn't it said that a group tribulation is only cool once, but it's really just a death wish in the end? But this is already the second time that a group of people transcended a tribulation together to the 8th stage. Is there some secret hidden when ascending from the 7th stage to the 8th stage? Does one's chance at transcending the tribulation increase the more people there are? Is the silver-haired fairy unconscious? Will this silver-haired fairy wake up in a while to deliver a speech? The practitioners of the universe fell into discussions one after the other. At 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's residence. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue was lying down as he looked up at the sky. After Doudou, it's Soft Feather and little friend Song Shuhang's daughter? It seems it really is as I guessed. Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue lying beside him whispered, sure enough, it's another group tribulation. How messy. But, he succeeded again, Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said. I remember that there was a fellow Taoist in the group who always had trouble with other people remembering their Taoist name. Was he a part of Shuhang's group tribulation as well? Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue said, I'll ask in the group. In the 9 provinces number 1 group. Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue logged into her account, Phoenix Sword Jasmine. Hey, who else is still in the group? Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, I'm here, but I'm lying down and watching everyone on the screen. 7 Lives Talisman, you didn't join the group Tribulation this time? Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue messaged with a Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, I've been rather busy lately, and haven't been online much. But the chat seems so deserted, is there no one else here? Doudou Sex True Monarch Rain Moon, I'm still here. I've been busy with matters regarding celestials recently. I haven't been online for a long time, but today I got bombed with Doudou's divinity show. Xian Nu Sex Skylark, I'm also preparing for my divinity show. I wanted to look for little friend Shuhang to borrow his eyeball. At this time, another fellow Taoist in the group who hadn't been online for a long time suddenly went online. Immortal Visitor amidst clouds, my God. I've only been closed up for 4 years, what in the world happened in the group? As soon as I left my seclusion, I received a broadcast notification for the speeches of 7 new profound sages, as well as a broadcast notification for the divinity show of a demon sage. And now, there was also the live broadcast notification for ancient sage Doudou. Have I gone mad? Have I really only been in seclusion for 4 years? Was I gone for 400 years or something? Especially for the last notification on ancient sage Doudou. Is it really referring to Doudou? Fellow Taoist Yellow Mountain Stupid Dog, Doudou? Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, Yo, fellow Taoist Immortal Visitor, it's been a while. Fellow Taoist Immortal Visitor was an old member of the group. He was almost part of the first batch to join the group, and he was at the peak of the 6th stage True Monarch realm. In addition, Immortal Visitor amidst clouds was just a part-time cultivator. As for what system he majored in or what realm he was in, nobody in the group really knew for sure. Doudou Sex True Monarch Rain Moon replied, it's that Doudou, yes. Doudou has already become a sage? What level are the Taoists in the group now? I'm feeling flustered now, have I been left behind by the times? Immortal Visitor amidst clouds sent a string of along with the message. Senior Immortal Visitor, there's no need to worry or panic. Calm down, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said. In addition, I am also a sage now. I'm the 2nd sage in 1,000 years. Senior can watch my speech in one of those broadcasts you received. Should I leave the group? Immortal Visitor amidst clouds couldn't believe it, but he checked the broadcast of the 2nd sage in 1,000 years. It really was 7 Lives Talisman delivering a profound sage speech. Immortal Visitor amidst clouds, so, what happened in the past few years? Xian Nu Sex Skylark, it's a long story, what has happened can span the entire sea. 7th Cultivator of True Virtue and White have officially become profound sages. 7 Lives Talisman and Song Shuhang have become fake profound sages. Doudou is also a fake profound sage. In addition, look up at the sky, that soft feather who is showing her divinity is also from our group, and that silver-haired girl is also related to the members of our group. Immortal Visitor amidst clouds, what the hell is a fake profound sage? Phoenix Sword Jasmine, besides us few, it seems that the other fellow Taoists in the group aren't here. So, if I can make a bold assumption, then, at Invisible Scholar, are you here? Or are you also going to be showing your divinity? When the bright moon appears, Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue said, I almost missed the scholar. It seems that the scholar wasn't able to go along with them. When the bright moon appears, Immortal Visitor amidst clouds, by the way, who is Song Shuhang? Is he someone who has only joined the group recently? Skylark, he's a fellow Taoist with great potential. I am very optimistic about him. In a way, he's only second to Thrice Reckless. Immortal Visitor amidst clouds, Thrice Reckless hasn't been kicked out yet? Xian Nu Sex Skylark, Thrice Reckless is so cute, why would he get kicked out? Immortal Visitor amidst clouds, I thought that fellow Taoist Yellow Mountain would have only been able to endure him for 2 years at most before finally kicking him out, but it looks like fellow Taoist Yellow Mountains will has gotten a lot firmer. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman called, yo, another fellow Taoist has appeared. This clothing, it should be little friend Shuhang. Is he going to be showing his divinity again? Where? I want to see what this little friend Song Shuhang looks like. Immortal visitor amidst clouds quickly raised his head and looked at the live broadcast. In the next moment, a slightly handsome, very good-natured uncle appeared in front of everyone. Immortal visitor amidst clouds curiously asked, "This is the little friend you were talking about? He looks a bit old, are they a fellow Taoist who likes appearing middle-aged?" Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman. This can't be right, when we met last time, little friend Song Shuhang still looked like he was 30. Wait, no, he looked like he was 20 years old. Why does he look so old now? Immortal visitor amidst clouds, strange, I seem to be hearing a string of terrified sounds. Not far from my immortal cave is the residence of the Taishan Alliance. Why are they screaming out the name, tyrannical song, in horror? That sounds about right. It's normal for them to be screaming. Skylark sent out a string of. In the group, nobody warned immortal visitor amidst clouds against watching the broadcast of demon sage tyrannical scholar's speech. Across the entire universe, no matter which system they were a practitioner of, when they saw this familiar face, they suddenly felt a dull pain in their lower abdomen. This was then followed by symptoms such as their legs going soft and their entire bodies feeling weak. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song is showing his divinity again. This year, the exclusive title of the most terrifying man in the universe had become reserved for Profound Sage Tyrannical Song and Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar. This is already his third divinity show, right? On average, it seems like he's been showing his divinity once every month. Has he gotten addicted to appearing on the screen? Everyone almost subconsciously wanted to cut off the live broadcast of the Profound Sage speech. However, just when they were about to close the live broadcast, they discovered some details. No, wait. If you look closely, isn't this one older? This one looks like a middle-aged person, no? The divinity show will always show a practitioner's true face. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's true appearance is that of a very young man. Normally, it shouldn't have changed after such a short period of time. Moreover, when I stare at him carefully, neither of the sage names, Tyrannical Song or Tyrannical Scholar, emerge in my mind. The real Profound Sage Tyrannical Song should be in the state where everyone knows his name. Just looking at him should have caused his sage name to immediately appear in your mind. Perhaps he isn't Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, but his brother? Or maybe his father? Similar thoughts and speculations appeared in the minds of everyone in the universe. If this wasn't Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, then there should be no problem for them to continue watching, right? While they were in thought, new changes appeared behind the middle-aged man who was suspected to be the parent of Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. The camera perspective zoomed out. Behind Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, there was a total of 28 figures arranged neatly and tidily who appeared in the eyes of everyone in the universe. What's going on? Could it be there was a total of 31 people who transcended the tribulation together? Is this the true group tribulation? This was unprecedented in history. This kind of divinity show scene was genuinely unprecedented in history. It was said that curiosity killed the cat. At this moment, nobody could bring themselves to close the live broadcast of the divinity show. Everyone's curiosity had been aroused. Moreover, many of the people in the world of cultivation found familiar seniors in the group of 28 figures. That handsome guy is Phoenix Slayer. He is the most charming monster cultivator in the entire world of cultivation. That senior Yellow Mountain, a respected senior. I heard that he had ascended to the Venerable realm not too long ago. Why has he suddenly come out to show his divinity? Fairy Lychee, the one who often appears in various cultivators' newspapers. She is my goddess. Dharma King Creation. The Dharma King is also there. I am a fan of his. True Monarch Eternal Fire, that is the scholarly faction's True Monarch Eternal Fire. I've listened to a lecture of his in the past. He's a very knowledgeable senior in the scholarly faction. 7. Spirit River Sioux Clan 7, he has always been the strongest powerhouse in the Golden Core realm. I heard that he ascended to the True Monarch realm just this year. That's Great Master Profound Principle of the Faraway Wandering Temple. I heard that he's always practicing silent meditation, and nobody has ever heard him speak. Thrice reckless, that's thrice reckless. That guy is toxic. Fairy Dongfang 6, that's our saintess, Fairy Dongfang 6. Let me tell you, I was run over by her once. All the sounds of discussion of the universe were transferred to Song Shuhang and the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group through the Dragon Network. When genuine profound sages transcended their tribulation, they could sense the discussions of those in the universe and screen them. Song Shuhang also got a similar function through Dragon Network. After the Divinity Show was completed, it was time for the Condensing the Dragon Seal event. Soft Feather stood up slowly, condensing a dragon seal in a way similar to Doudou's. First, dragon wings attached themselves to her body, and then the dragon wings transformed into a bunch of light, and 3 language options appeared. English, Chinese, and the language of the Black Dragon world. As for why English appeared, well, that was because Soft Feather once had picked an English Taoist a name for herself. Not good, Soft Feather said in distress. Because I was busy transcending the tribulation today, I have yet to choose a Taoist name. What do I do? Should I randomly select one of the Taoist names that I've used during the past few months? Or should I simply use my own original Taoist name, Soft Feather? She was rather unwilling to use the Taoist name Soft Feather. She wanted to use this Taoist name when she really did ascend to the 8th stage. In the same way, she was unwilling to pick a Taoist name at random because the new Taoist names she came up with every day represented a different day for her. Therefore, it would be quite unpleasant to use a Taoist name from previous days rather than one from today. She didn't want to be so casual with it. Meanwhile, in the main world, inside an 8th stage heavenly tribulation realm, a handsome middle-aged Taoist blasted away the final heavenly tribulation nuclear explosion. It was an attack that launched 6 nuclear bombs in one breath, and their power overlapped. Nevertheless, he still managed to force his way through them. Venerable Spirit Butterfly lightly patted the Taoist robe on his body, and the Taoist robe began to repair itself, recovering back to how it originally was in a short period of time. The Venerable nodded in satisfaction, and began to tidy up his appearance. The power of the last wave of the heavenly tribulation was slightly beyond the budget, but fortunately, it was still within what I could handle. Venerable Spirit Butterfly smiled slightly and stepped forward. Next, it's time to enter the Divinity Show Ode. If there were no accidents, he should be the 8th sage in 1,000 years. The first sage was Song Shuhang, and the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th sages were respectively 7 Lives Talisman, Eternity, and Horizon, who transcended the tribulation together with Song Shuhang. The 5th sage was Sage Monarch Wintermelon. The 6th sage was fellow Taoist White. The 7th sage was Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, whose sage name was 7, and whose Taoist name was 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. It could be said that this was the most suitable position for 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. Next, the 8th Divinity Show was held by Song Shuhang, but Song Shuhang had shown his divinity as a demon sage, so he couldn't really be considered the 8th sage. It took a bit longer than expected to transcend the tribulation. Soft Feather must be worried about me. The corner of the Venerable Spirit Butterfly's mouth rose up. The Divinity Show should ease the worries in his daughter's heart. Venerable Spirit Butterfly had prepared a total of 3 profound sage speech manuscripts. He had always been a man who prepared in advance. He had 3 scripts, and he was going to decide on which one to use depending on the situation. The Venerable placed his hands behind his back, ready to welcome his divinity show. However, the divinity show, which was supposed to begin already, hadn't started. Venerable Spirit Butterfly. He looked up at the sky. Then, a screen scene appeared. It was the live broadcast of a speech. He was currently in the heavenly tribulation realm, yet he could watch the live broadcast. Could it be that heavenly tribulation had become more humane and considerate, and it was able to discern his current state, and so it let him watch the live broadcast? Is someone one step ahead of me in becoming a profound sage? Venerable Spirit Butterfly muttered. It seems that I really shouldn't look down on the practitioners of the universe. A great era is coming, now let me see who this new profound sage is. Soft feather? Venerable Spirit Butterfly's eyes widened in disbelief. That super cute fairy maiden, who was now showing her divinity and was about to condense the sage seal, was his daughter, Soft Feather. Venerable Spirit Butterfly wondered, have I fallen victim to an inner demon? However, Venerable Spirit Butterfly knew very well that he wasn't facing an inner demon tribulation. The inner demon tribulation of the 8th stage would only appear after the failure of the profound sage speech. So my cute daughter is really showing her divinity and is about to deliver a speech. Is she becoming a fake profound sage, like little friend Shuhang? As expected of my daughter. Venerable Spirit Butterfly felt very pleased. But suddenly, he remembered another thing. Oh no, Venerable Spirit Butterfly cried out, Soft Feather didn't have any speech scripts. He'd never expected that his daughter would suddenly have a divinity show, so he had never prepared a speech for her. Wasn't this bad? If the content of the profound sage speech wasn't good enough, she might have to face the inner demon tribulation. According to my research on the 8th stage divinity show, during the profound sage speech, one should be able to hear the exchanges between fellow Taoists in the universe. So if I speak now, would Soft Feather be able to see it? Venerable Spirit Butterfly fell into thought. And at this time, Soft Feather finally decided on her Taoist name. Soft Feather said, I've decided. She finally decided on the first sage name of her life. With her will, she got the 3 languages, Chinese, English, and the language of the Black Dragon world, contained within the bunch of light for the Condense the Dragon Seal event to all form a single Taoist name. Ancient Sage, Spirit Butterfly. The 9th Sage in 1,000 years, Ancient Sage Spirit Butterfly. This was a sage name that would be recorded in the history of cultivation, an ancient sage who was one of the first 10 to show their divinity within the past 1,000 years and the first 8th stage fairy in 1,000 years. Although she wasn't a profound sage, the words ancient sage didn't sound too different from the words profound sage. My father's Taoist name is now mine. Soft Feather said triumphantly as she willfully robbed her father. Venerable Spirit Butterfly. Song Shuhang. The seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group. On Spirit Butterfly Island, the corners of senior brother Lu Jianyi's mouth rose slightly. Sure enough, it's as I guessed. Then, who is my teacher's husband? For him to have never visited Spirit Butterfly Island after impregnating his wife and after Soft Feather was born, what an ungrateful man. After being silent for a long time, Venerable Spirit Butterfly suddenly laughed out loud. As expected of my cute daughter. Then, Venerable Spirit Butterfly selected one of his 3 scripts, and began unceasingly chanting it. He hoped that he would be able to get his daughter, who was showing her divinity, to see the manuscript he had this way. In the speech space. Soft Feather reached out, grabbed the volume of manuscripts left by Doudou, and tried activating it. However, it wouldn't activate. Did the manuscript package have a cooldown period? Senior Song, this is bad. The manuscript package isn't activating. It seems to be on cooldown. Soft Feather quickly transmitted her voice to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang. Heavens, things like cooldowns truly are the most annoying. Fortunately, I still have a second beast skin scroll on hand. I guess I'll give Soft Feather that one. Song Shuhang took out the second scroll of scripts, and was preparing to give it to Soft Feather. But at this moment, Soft Feather's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, with a wave of her hand, she threw the manuscript package which Doudou left behind back to Song Shuhang. Then, she sat down gracefully, and without squinting her eyes, she opened her mouth to deliver a speech on combined magical techniques. Combining magical techniques was the specialty of Spirit Butterfly Island. When it came to Spirit Butterfly Island's sword techniques, each style incorporated a variety of magical technique combinations. The Butterfly Eagle transformation, the Butterfly Phoenix transformation, and the Butterfly Dragon transformation. As long as magical techniques were cleverly combined, they could release unfathomable power. This speech was very suitable for Soft Feather, and the content was also within the scope of what she could understand. The principles behind the speech were things that Venerable Spirit Butterfly had guided her on ever since she was young. Soft Feather quickly entered into the state. While she was delivering the speech, her voice was faintly accompanied by the sound of the Great Way, allowing the practitioners of the universe to more easily understand the content of the speech. The content of Soft Feather's speech is clearly in the style of Spirit Butterfly Island. Where did she get it from? Song Shuhang curiously asked. He originally thought that Soft Feather had gotten a manuscript from the Heavenly Emperor, but judging from the style of the speech, it didn't seem to be the case. Venerable Yellow Mountain guessed, perhaps fellow Taoist Spirit Butterfly is helping Soft Feather remotely? Young Master Phoenix Slayer solemnly said, then there's no need to worry, and we can simply listen carefully to Soft Feather's speech. If it really is Venerable Spirit Butterfly remotely assisting Soft Feather's speech, then it's a lecture of his own learnings. If we're able to thoroughly comprehend this speech on combining magical techniques, it would be similar to having 10 years of diligent practice. Song Shuhang nodded slightly, and began to listen carefully to Soft Feather. Being in the same speech space with Soft Feather, they could listen with their own ears, which was much better than watching the live broadcast. These past few months were truly filled with excellent blessings to the practitioners of the universe. The first sage in 1000 years Taoist canon, profound sage 7 lives talismans top-quality Buddhist doctrine, Horizon's insights on tribulation avoidance, sage monarch Winter Melon's path of defense, sage White's formation and rune production, sage monarch 7th cultivator of true virtues points of importance regarding pill refinement, growing spirit plants, mining skills, forging magical treasure, raising spirit beasts, sewing Taoist robes, rune production, formation arrangement, and immortal dishes, ancient sage Doudou's monster sage heart sutra, and now ancient sage Spirit Butterfly's combined magical technique usage. Of course, the most impressive of them all was probably Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar's speech on scholarly love. With so many speeches, each needing several dozen years to fully digest, this was the most blissful kind of trouble. Soft Feather finished her speech, and smiled slightly. When she was simply sitting down quietly and wasn't wildly thinking of things, her inborn grace naturally came out. After Song Shuhang listened to this speech, there was a surge of bold ideas and inspirations in his heart. As long as he was given some time, he would be able to understand this speech thoroughly, and then he could try combining magical techniques to make more powerful magical techniques. Right now, he was only lacking magical techniques. After her speech, similar to Doudou, Soft Feather also received the permanent mental protection blessing. At the same time, the illusory core in her dantian condensed, and a golden core was formed. Affected by the blessing, her golden core was larger and rounder than that of an ordinary 5th stage cultivator. When the golden core was formed, a steady stream of spiritual energy gushed out of her body, quickly replacing her true yuan with spiritual energy. The next step was the most important one for the practitioners in the universe. The golden core dragon patterns. Soft Feather's goal was the same as Shuhang's. Every member of the 9 provinces number 1 group had a golden core with at least 7 dragon patterns or an equivalent monster core. If I can't even get 7 dragon patterns, I'll feel too ashamed to stay in the 9 provinces number 1 group. There were many twists and turns that I had to deal with when transcending this tribulation, so the number of dragon patterns I'll get shouldn't be low. Soft Feather was quite looking forward to the number of her golden core patterns. Even if she had a detached personality, she would inevitably feel a little nervous when faced with an event as serious as forming the golden core that would decide her path. After a while, Soft Feather stood up. Her speech state ended, and now it was Li Yinzhu's turn to deliver a speech. Congratulations, Soft Feather. Venerable Yellow Mountain smiled slightly. From now on, you're also a 5th stage golden core spiritual emperor, Northern River's loose cultivator said with satisfaction. Thank you, seniors. Soft Feather smiled sweetly. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, then, Soft Feather, how many core patterns did you get? Shuhang also looked at Soft Feather curiously. Well, I have something else to do, so I'm going to be leaving first. See you in the main world. Soft Feather blinked. Then, she waved to the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group. Senior Song, seniors, see you. Her figure disappeared. Similar to Doudou, her figure was transferred to Shuhang's inner world. They were supposed to be sent back to the Black Dragon world first, but because they had gotten involved in Shuhang's heavenly tribulation, and Shuhang had yet to leave the space, they were first sent to his inner world. At this time, Doudou was lying quietly on the grass of the inner world with a pair of dragon wings on his back, trying to figure out what the wings could do. When he saw Soft Feather appear, Doudou said joyfully, Yo, Soft Feather, you're here too. Soft Feather asked curiously, where is this place? Doudou replied, it should be Shuhang's inner world. I've been here several times. Soft Feather nodded. She sat next to Doudou, and then tucked her knees. Doudou asked curiously, are you in a bad mood? Yeah. Soft Feather nodded, and she stared at her dantian, where a shining golden core with spiritual energy far superior to that of ordinary practitioners, existed. However, there were no core patterns on it. Not even one. Soft Feather felt so tired. This was the first time in her life that she felt so defeated. Doudou tilted his head, thought for a moment, and then tried comforting her. If there's something making you sad, why don't you tell me about it so that I can laugh at it? No, wait. I mean, that maybe after you share whatever is making you sad, you might feel a bit better. Recently, he had gotten into the habit of provoking people, and had somewhat forgotten how to comfort others. Soft Feather lowered her head, looked at Doudou, and then buried her face in her arm. I won't talk about it. I won't talk about it even if you beat me to death. Doudou. This situation seems a bit grave. With Soft Feather's spirit having been beaten so hard, maybe I should ask Shuhang for some advice? Meanwhile, Shuhang was also facing a big problem. Next, it was Little Yinzhu's turn to show her divinity and deliver a speech. However, Li Yinzhu was still unconscious, and showed no signs of waking up. What do I do? She isn't in a state where she can show her divinity or deliver a speech. Shuhang looked at the Dragon Network assistant. Can I deliver a speech in Little Yinzhu's place? The Dragon Network assistant shook its head, and replied, not everything can be replaced, just like you can't replace your daughter in giving birth to a child. Some things must be done by the child. Shuhang. At this time, Li Yinzhu entered the divinity show mode. The practitioners of the universe and the Black Dragon world all looked at this 10th sage in 1,000 years, who was asleep. Vaguely, it seemed as if there was even some saliva flowing from the corner of the mouth of this 10th sage in 1,000 years. After the divinity show was completed, it was time for the condensing the sage seal event. Fairy Lychee tried to comfort him. Shuhang, don't worry. Maybe little Inju will be forced to wake up when it's time for the speech. When it came to condensing the dragon seal, the process was the same for Soft Feather as it was for Doudou. First, the dragon wings appeared, and then they transformed into the dragon seal. Since Li Yinzhu was still asleep, her Daoist name had been automatically generated, and she didn't get to choose it. Ancient Sage Yinzhu. The 10th Sage in 1,000 years, and the 2nd 8th Stage Fairy Maiden in 1,000 years. With this, the first 10 profound sage-level powerhouses of the past 1,000 years had been born. However, this ancient Sage Yinzhu was still asleep. Was there not going to be a problem for the speech portion? Did this mean that the cultivation technique she practiced had something to do with sleeping? Both the world of cultivation and the world of mages had similar cultivation techniques and professions, such as the relatively famous Great Dream Heart Sutra of the world of cultivation and the Dream Weaver of the world of mages. In these cases, the practitioner was always in a state of conscious sleep. Perhaps when it was time for her to begin her speech, this ancient sage Yinzhu would open her eyes and deliver her speech. Or perhaps she was going to directly deliver a speech through a dream? Previously, hadn't Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar delivered a speech through a dream? In this way, with the practitioners of the universe having high hopes, Li Yinzhu's speech began. Song Shuhang clenched his fists. Fortunately, this was the Black Dragon world, and he could use his Dragon Network authority. Even if it was impossible for him to interfere with Li Yinzhu's speech, he could at least guarantee that there would be no danger to Li Yinzhu's life if she did fail it. And so, the time for the speech had come. The practitioners of the universe raised their heads and looked up at the sky. Some even took out notebooks, preparing to take notes of the upcoming sage speech. Li Yinzhu's body shook slightly. Then, her silver eyelashes quivered. "Wake up, wake up," Song Shuhang said happily. The second scroll in his hand was already prepared. As soon as Li Yinzhu woke up, he could let her properly finish her speech. Li Yinzhu opened her beautiful, shining silver eyes. She looked around in a daze, and then finally saw Song Shuhang. A bright smile appeared on her little face. "Ah Song." Then, her body rolled on the ground. Roll, 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 she rolled all the way right in front of Song Shuhang. However, because of the speech state she was in, the practitioners of the universe could only see Li Yinzhu, and not Song Shuhang. Everyone only saw and heard Li Yinzhu's childlike cry, "Ah Song," and then the screen rolled over. After rolling to a certain position, she stopped. The practitioners of the universe looked dumbfounded at first. Then they felt that it was rather cute. "Yinzhu, get up quickly. It's your turn to deliver a speech." Song Shuhang handed the second scroll to Li Yinzhu. "You need to deliver a speech." But Li Yinzhu's silver-white eyes had unknowingly closed again. At this time, she was leaning against Song Shuhang, and had fallen back into hibernation mode. She returned to a state where there was no way to wake her up. Not to mention yelling, even the loud booms of the 9th stage heavenly tribulation had not been able to wake her up. Her hibernation was extremely strange. I wonder what changes have happened to her body. Song Shuhang placed his hand on Li Yinzhu, and quickly performed 2 saber nurturing techniques. This move was effective for Senior White's clone. I wonder if I can wake Li Yinzhu up the same way. After using the saber nurturing technique several times, it instead only let Li Yinzhu sleep better. Song Shuhang. The time for the profound sage speech had ended. The practitioners of the universe and the Black Dragon world watched as Li Yinzhu slept through the entire speech. Their minds felt like they were about to explode. But it felt cute. As soon as the speech time was over, Li Yinzhu's heavenly tribulation also came to an end. The illusory core in her body began to condense, and then turned into a golden core. At the moment when the golden core was formed, coldness erupted from her body, wrapping around and encasing her figure in ice. Since she hadn't delivered a speech the entire time, it was tantamount to a failure. Thus, she couldn't reap much virtue, and the black dragon world could not give her the blessings. There isn't going to be an inner demon tribulation next, right? Shuhang asked with some worry in his voice. The Dragon Network assistant shook its head. Shuhang asked, are there going to be other troubles she has to deal with? Any punishments? The Dragon Network assistant nodded. There will be some mental shocks, but through the Dragon Network Authority, those mental shocks can be slowed down and delayed. And the data of the mental shocks can be modified. With authority, you could do whatever you wanted. Shuhang let out a breath of relief. That's good. Transfer Li Yinzhu to my inner world first, and try to delay her mental shock. Try delaying everything until I finish my speech. If it can't wait, then reduce and weaken the intensity of the mental shock as much as possible. The Dragon Network assistant nodded. Confirming command, executing. Next, it was Shuhang's turn to hold the divinity show. Fellow Taoists of the universe. It's been a month since we last met, are you all in good health? Shuhang stood up slowly, smiling. New the first time, familiar the second time. This was already the third time he was doing this, so he'd already gotten very familiar with it. First of all, when showing one's divinity and delivering the speech, one had to build momentum for themselves. Hook the audience immediately upon appearance so that when the time came, the effect of the speech would be best displayed. When it came to building momentum, Shuhang was particularly good at it. He would walk on stage accompanied by the blooming of a lotus, followed by the virtuous Lamia, 36 holy apes holding scriptures, and the impregnable holy city, who would dazzle the audience. This was what Shuhang had planned to do. But before he could do anything, the divinity show started, and he wasn't given time to put on a show. Shuhang. In the scene of the divinity show, Shuhang sat cross-legged while holding a withered green onion sprout in his hand. Behind him, the primordial souls of the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group were neatly arranged in 4 rows. The practitioners of the universe suddenly became lively. Were they going to be holding the divinity show together? They thought that Shuhang and the 28 members of the 9 provinces number 1 group would separate, and each show their divinity one by one. Unexpectedly, they were a package, and went to battle together. Could it be that there weren't actually 29 people, but rather this man who they presumed to be tyrannical Song's father/brother had practiced a special magical technique that allowed him to cast 28 primordial soul projections behind him to increase his combat power? While they were in thought, Shuhang's dragon seal began to condense. Since he owned an ID in the Dragon Network, when the dragon seal condensed, he directly used his ID as the name. Ancient Sage Tyrannical Dragon, the dragon seal condensed, and had the name written in both Chinese and the language of the Black Dragon world. Sure enough, we can't be mistaken. This must be Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's elder brother or father, or even grandpa. This style of naming is just like his. It might also be a son. After all, profound sages are very old. Perhaps the son preferred a middle-aged appearance? The tyrannical clan? Is there such a clan in the world of cultivation? For some reason, my eyes keep on involuntarily moving away from ancient sage tyrannical dragons for fear that a strange light might suddenly emerge in his eyes. Similar sounds were all fed back to Shuhang's ears through the Dragon Network. Shuhang. Since I wasn't able to shock them at the first try, I should try again. Shuhang quietly opened the second beast skin scroll. It's time to shock the audience. Before I begin my speech, I've got a question for everyone, Ancient Sage Tyrannical Dragon said softly. Fellow Taoists of the universe, which discipline do you want to hear about? Buddhism, Taoism, the scholarly faction, demonic sects, the monster cultivation system, or the beast king system? Or do you want to hear a speech on the Sea clan? No matter which one you want to hear about, I can satisfy you. In these words, a certain kind of lofty arrogance of someone with a profound breadth of knowledge rushed out towards everyone. Could it be that ancient sage tyrannical dragon is proficient in the principles of Buddhism, Taoism, scholars, demons, monsters, beasts, and sea races? Is there really such a knowledgeable man in this world? He wants us to choose any one among the 7 disciplines? In other words, ancient sage tyrannical dragon thinks that he has reached profound sage-level knowledge in all the 7 disciplines? Studying 7 paths at once. Isn't this ancient sage tyrannical dragon afraid of going crazy? Won't there be conflicts between those 7 disciplines? Especially when they're researched to the profound sage level, I really feel that they might lead to one going mad. If we're to choose one from 7, the one for scholars must be removed. Also, since he's a member of the tyrannical clan, if ancient sage tyrannical dragon delivers a speech, we can't afford it if he were to talk about filial piety and maternal love again. We can also do away with the Buddhist speech. Previously, profound sage 7 Lives Talisman has already given a lecture on a supreme Buddhist doctrine. The same goes for a speech for monsters. Ancient sage Doudou just delivered a speech on the Monster Sage Heart Sutra. Who cares? We want to hear more on Buddhism. We want one on Taoism. Sounds of surprise, discussions, and debates from the universe were all fed back to Song Shuhang's ears through the Dragon Network. The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth rose slightly. This was what he wanted. After a while, the beast skin scroll automatically selected the manuscript most suitable for Song Shuhang's current speech, a speech for demon sects: stir anger, yield to anger, control anger. Demonic sects were good at making use of the power of emotions. And this speech, although it was for demonic sects, was still applicable to the other systems. This was also the standard for a high-quality speech. The profound sage speech wasn't directed at a single discipline, but to the entirety of the practitioners in the universe. Therefore, the content of the speech had to be adapted to be beneficial to the largest number of people so that the speaker would be able to gain as much power of virtue as they could. The content of the speech was confirmed, and Song Shuhang began to speak. As he began his speech, he felt his fat whale golden core resonate strongly, beginning to change. One figure after another appeared on the fat whale golden core. The projections looked very vague, and it was rather difficult to recognize them. However, Song Shuhang knew that these were his seniors from the 9 provinces number 1 group. They were the most important group of people that he came across when he came in contact with the world of cultivation. As the number of projections on the fat whale golden core continued to increase, a spiritual spring began gushing out from the top of the fat whale's head. The gushing spiritual spring began to turn into a spirit lake. While he was in the middle of his speech, Song Shuhang was slightly taken aback by these events. No, this process isn't right. Isn't the golden core supposed to melt, and then become a spirit lake? Isn't the entire golden core supposed to melt first? Moreover, my whale core's golden core composition isn't complete yet. The finishing touch hasn't even been added. The spiritual spring that was unceasingly gushing from the top of the whale core's head quickly evolved into a spirit lake in Song Shuhang's original dantian. The spiritual spring expanded, getting deeper and deeper. There was no golden core composition on it, and neither was there a finishing touch. Sure enough, is it related to the fact that my life-bound whale core is a variant? Song Shuhang silently said in his mind. However, without a golden core composition, much less a finishing touch. His life-bound golden core had always stayed in the solid golden core realm, never becoming a purple golden core or a lustrous golden core. Without a golden core composition, the spirit lake that would be formed wouldn't have a lake soul, and it wouldn't be able to nourish life-bound divine weapons. More importantly, without a lake soul, how was he supposed to ascend to the 7th stage Venerable realm? The process by which the nascent soul of a 7th stage Venerable was born was closely tied to the lake soul. Without a lake soul, how was a nascent soul supposed to be born? Shuhang felt a headache. It looks like I'll have to go to Senior White 2 and ask him some things after this speech. I remember Senior White 2 mentioning that he himself had a golden core without any dragon patterns back then, so how did he continue raising his cultivation? And so, the profound sage speech continued. Thanks to the script, Shuhang was able to deliver the speech smoothly. The quality of the script was excellent, and the demonic sex way of using one's emotions to enter a berserk state while still retaining control was useful to those of the main world and the Black Dragon world. The practitioners of the universe listened with much interest. Soon, the speech approached its end. The practitioners of the universe finally let out a breath of relief. It seemed that this tyrannical dragon was different from profound sage tyrannical song, who had the hobby of changing scripts in the middle of the speech. As the speech ended, the whale core in Shuhang's body also slowly stopped spewing water. In the original Dantian, a huge spirit lake had taken shape, having the same 9-layer depth as the others, showing that the life-bound whale core was equivalent to other golden cores, who had 9 dragon patterns. At the same time, when this spirit lake was formed, the spiritual energy of the small spirit lakes in the 7 small Dantians continuously poured into Shuhang's original Dantian. It was similar to the water from rivers and lakes entering the sea. His spirit lake continued to grow, and the amount it could hold also increased proportionally. On Shuhang's life-bound whale core, the 9 dragon patterns lit up one by one. Every dragon pattern showed a projection beside Shuhang. The first dragon pattern was the virtuous Lamia plus the sage seal. At the same time, there appeared to be a projection of the demon seal and the dragon seal under the sage seal. The second dragon pattern was a holy ape with a scholarly scripture. The third was the impregnable holy city. The fourth was the holy sword of the end. The fifth was the 9 virtues phoenix saber. As the projections of the dragon patterns emerged one after another, the practitioners of the universe felt that they looked rather familiar. What are these projections? Are they dragon patterns? Do those dragon patterns contain images? I saw a projection of the virtuous empress. Isn't the virtuous empress the manifestation of profound sage tyrannical song's light of virtue? I saw the magnificent holy city. Why does this holy city look like the magical treasure profound sage tyrannical song brought with him on stage during the immortal feast? I also have an impression of the holy ape. When ancient sage Doudou appeared, there was such a group of apes behind him as well. Are those apes holding scriptures in their hands? They were all familiar. At this time, Shuhang's 6th dragon pattern projection emerged. An eye gleaming with strange light appeared. Alarm bells began ringing loudly in the minds of the practitioners of the universe. The scholarly sage's eye. Tyrannical. Tyrannical song? We were baited. This ancient sage tyrannical dragon is profound sage tyrannical song. He's holding another divinity show. Hurry, let me out of the car. It's too late, the eye is shining. I'm going to become pregnant. This treacherous profound sage tyrannical song, he actually changed his appearance. And next time, as long as we see anyone who might be profound sage tyrannical song delivering a speech, we should immediately stop listening to it. We must not give him any more opportunities. When he heard the feedback from the practitioners of the universe, Shuhang felt flustered. If he truly ascended to the profound sage realm one day, were the practitioners of the universe going to immediately shut off his broadcast when he showed his divinity? Were they not going to even listen? Was he going to be the first profound sage who failed to deliver a speech because he had no audience, and then get trapped in the inner demon tribulation? While Shuhang was in thought, the practitioners of the universe started hallucinating. Everyone found themselves walking amongst the clouds. In front of them, a tall old man was slowly treading the clouds. As he walked, the old man suddenly turned his head, and said, "I suddenly had a thought. When a woman is pregnant, there is a possibility that she carries twins. However, the impregnating gaze can only make people experience single pregnancy, not the hardship of twins. The practitioners of the universe. Old man, it's time for you to take your medicine. As such, I'll try having both eyes use the gaze of maternal love at the same time. I'll call it twins impregnating gaze. A strange light shone in both of the old man's eyes. At this moment, the practitioners of the universe realized the identity of this old man. "Aya, sage, don't do it," the practitioners of the universe screamed in horror. And then, they woke up from the hallucination. Everyone quickly reached out, and touched their bellies. But it was just an illusion, they didn't really get pregnant. However, the illusion just now was so real that they were all left with a head covered in a cold sweat. When everyone was in the illusion, the projections of Song Shuhang's 7th, 8th, and 9th dragon patterns had all surfaced. A crystal lotus. A fat whale. And an illusory figure. The lotus and the whale weren't much to look at. But when the practitioners of the universe set their eyes on the 9th dragon pattern, everyone saw their true self in this illusory figure. Everyone was drawn to this true self, and they fell silent for a long time. This chance to see their true self was a great opportunity for them. Is this a bait by profound sage tyrannical song? Because this is such a great opportunity. Even if I know that there is a risk of pregnancy after listening to him, maybe I will still choose to watch him next time. The feedback from the universe was once again conveyed to Song Shuhang. Even if I have to have twins, I can handle it. As long as it isn't triplets, quadruplets, and above, I'll be able to endure. Sorry, the sage not only has a third eye, but he also has eyes with 2 pupils. Will there be a next time? Profound Sage Tyrannical Song has already delivered the Profound Sage speech 3 times. Won't it be too heaven-defying if he went a 4th time? Sorry, I will definitely do it again. The speech finally ended. Song Shuhang secretly let out a breath of relief. Overall, the speech this time went smoothly, and there wasn't much trouble. At this time, the Dragon Network assistant prompted, "The permanent blessing of the Dragon Network is here. By accepting this blessing, you become immune to any mental attacks below the 8th stage." Song Shuhang felt that the blessing was attached to his primordial soul. At the same time, all of the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group, as well as Lady Onion in his hand, also received this blessing. The light of the blessing engulfed the entire speech space. Song Shuhang said, "Immunity to mental attacks below the 8th stage? Isn't that a bit useless? Normally, those who hold this speech are already at the 8th stage realm, and they wouldn't need such a blessing to resist mental attacks at the 7th stage. A blessing of this level is the limit of the current Dragon Network," the Dragon Network assistant replied. However, when the power of the Black Dragon world recovers a bit, this blessing may be raised to a higher level. The power of the Dragon Network had been in a state of weakness for thousands of years because of the Demon Emperor. Now, even Lady Kuna, the will of Dragon Network, had fallen into a deep sleep. In other words, it couldn't do much for the time being. Song Shuhang nodded slightly, and he focused on his original dantian. There, the life-bound spirit lake was growing bigger and bigger. From this point of view, Song Shuhang had completely entered the 6th stage true monarch realm. However, his fat whale golden core had yet to disappear. It bobbed up and down in the spirit lake. On top of it, the 9 dragon patterns shone brightly. It looked like they were going to change soon. The golden core hadn't melted, and it was still lively. From this point of view, Song Shuhang didn't know whether he was still at the golden core realm or not. Was he both a spiritual emperor and a true monarch? At this time, the life-bound whale core seemed to have accumulated enough power to begin a new evolution. On the whale core, the originally illusory figures began to become clearer. Then, large beams of starlight shone down from the 9 dragon patterns. The 9 dragon patterns did not turn into the pigment for the golden core composition, perhaps because they were different from normal ones. After all, these dragon patterns were artificially added by Senior White too. The starlight from the dragon pattern spread out, forming a star road on Song Shuhang's fat whale golden core. The figures were now standing on the star road. This star road seemed to have no end to it. The figure standing at the front end of the road condensed. It was Soft Feather, the first member of the 9 Provinces number 1 group to meet up with Song Shuhang. It was because Senior Yellow Mountain had mistyped Soft Feather's number that Song Shuhang was added to the group. The one that followed was Venerable Yellow Mountain. He was the one who added Song Shuhang to the 9 Provinces number 1 group, and gave Song Shuhang an opportunity to cultivate. Then came Medicine Master, Rivoli Purple Mist, Northern River's Loose Cultivator, Great Master Profound Principle. All of them were current members of the 9 Provinces number 1 group. Song Shuhang discovered that the order in which these seniors appeared seemed to be arranged in the order of his first contact with these seniors. However, Su Clan 16 was not there. If it were by order, the time he came into contact with Su Clan 16 should be between Soft Feather and Senior Medicine Master, or after Medicine Master and Senior Sister Rivoli Purple Mist. Is it because 16 hasn't scanned my QR code golden core composition? Song Shuhang frowned, and fell deep in thought. One after another, figures appeared. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, Su Clan 7, Doudou. True Monarch White Crane. Where's Senior White? After Doudou, Senior White should have appeared. However, True Monarch White Crane took the place where Senior White was supposed to be, and appeared right after Doudou. Could it be that I guessed wrong, and the order isn't based on when I came in contact with them? Chapter 1743 Can you just ascend normally? Regarding 16 not appearing, it was likely because she hadn't added him through his QR code golden core composition. But why didn't Senior White appear? Senior White had already added him as a friend, and he was even among the earliest to do so. Senior 7 Lives Talisman, Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue, Daluo Sect's True Monarch Rain Moon, and the other seniors of the 9 Provinces number 1 group all appeared as well. Although they did not join this time's heavenly tribulation, they had all added him as a friend soon after Scholar Drunken Spoon did. Similar to the Scholar, because they had added him too late, they didn't get involved in the group heavenly tribulation. The world had its own principles, yes, but can't it be a little bit more consistent sometimes? Song Shuhang felt his brain aching. It would have been nice if he could use the secret appraisal technique on his fat whale golden core at this time. That way, he could appraise all the information and save his brain cells. As the star road stretched out, more members of the 9 Provinces number 1 group appeared on Song Shuhang's star road. Cave Lord Snow Wolf, True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple. They were roughly sorted according to the time Song Shuhang officially made contact with them. If that's the case, it should be Guogua's turn to appear. Will Little Guogua and Senior Brother 3 Realms appear on the road? Song Shuhang's heart thumped. Young Monk Guogua and Senior Brother 3 Realms did not add him as a friend, so this should be able to provide clarity on his speculations. Did the members who appeared on his Golden Core Star Road have to add him as a friend first? Beep Faraway Wandering Temples 3 Realms has added you as a friend, and has been included in the Senior Brother list. Beep Faraway Wandering Temples Little Guogua has added you as a friend, and has been included in the Junior Brother list. Beep Sure has added you as a friend, and has been included in the Junior Sister list. Beep Zhu has added you as a friend, and has been included in the Junior Sister list. Suddenly, 4 friend messages popped up in one go. Song Shuhang. Although Senior Brother 3 Realms had not joined the 9 Provinces #1 group, he was sometimes responsible for logging into Great Master Profound Principle's account and posting some news. It seemed that he happened to see the QR code, and the 3 little guys happened to be beside him, and then they added him as a friend. Wasn't this a bit too much of a coincidence? In this way, he could not verify his guesses. After a while, the figures of Senior Brother 3 Realms and Guogua appeared on the Star Road. Next, there was Lady Onion. Her figure appeared as nothing more than a green onion sprout, almost causing her to go unnoticed by Shuhang. And beside Lady Onion, a female nun appeared with only her back visible. She bent over and squatted beside Lady Onion, and her face could not be seen. It's her. Shuhang had recovered a lot of memories from the mysterious island. This portion of his memories had been sealed with his consent. Unless the conditions were met, his memory would not automatically unseal. Of course. If he really was curious, he could simply look for Senior White or Senior White 2 now, or even use his Dragon Network authority to unlock the seal on his memory. This nun should be the one he met back on the mysterious island. Her fate was closely linked with Lady Onion's, and she appeared on Shuhang Star Road with Lady Onion. Shuhang murmured, "She probably didn't add me as a friend." However, Lady Onion has, and the relationship between her and Lady Onion is extremely complicated. Perhaps Lady Onion adding me is equivalent to her doing so as well. While he was in thought, Immortal Master Copper Trigram's figure appeared. Senior Copper Trigram had a special shape. When his figure appeared on Shuhang's Golden Core Star Road, it was constantly changing, until it eventually settled on the last appearance Shuhang saw him take, which was the appearance that his primordial soul currently had, one that was wearing a red dress and a mask which was a primordial soul treasure. After Senior Copper Trigram, it should be Yu Jiaojiao's turn, Shuhang said in his mind. This time, he would really be able to confirm his guesses. Yu Jiaojiao had still not added him as a friend. She was practicing in the forbidden area of the Dragon Clan, and she was basically unable to communicate with the outside world. She couldn't even connect to the internet. During this short period of time, she definitely wouldn't have been able to add him as a friend. And she was a very important fellow Taoist on his path of cultivation. Now, it's time to see if Yu Jiaojiao's figure will appear on the Star Road. Yu Jiaojiao's figure appeared. The half-fish and half-human Yu Jiaojiao appeared on Shuhang's Golden Core Star Road in a super cute form. But compared to the other fellow Taoists, Yu Jiaojiao's figure was slightly blurry. It was like the gap between high definition and standard definition for videos. In other words, even if they don't add me as a friend through my QR code Golden Core composition, as long as they have a close relationship with me, they can still appear on my Star Road. So what was going on with 16 and Senior White? Shuhang's brain cells were fried in batches. Following Yu Jiaojiao were True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon, Young Master Phoenix Slayer, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, Fairy Lychee, Dharma King Creation, True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, Fairy Dongfang 6, as well as the other seniors in the group, who emerged one after the other. This batch of group members consisted of those that had been brought by Senior White to the Chu family's grievance-settling platform through the disposable meteor shower. Even Soft Feather's father, Venerable Spirit Butterfly, appeared on Shuhang's Golden Core Star Road. The definition of Venerable Spirit Butterfly was even lower. If Yu Jiaojiao was standard definition, then Venerable Spirit Butterfly was blurry to the point where the pixels were clearly visible. So, is the main function of adding someone as a friend to increase the degree of their definition here? Right, is Scholar Drunken Boom here? Shuhang looked at the members that had appeared on the Golden Core Star Road, remembering that both Scholar Drunken Boom and Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber appeared on the grievance-settling platform at the time. Shuhang first found Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. Then, he saw another practitioner, who was obviously very handsome but was easily overlooked by others, right next to thrice reckless. This should be the scholar drunken boom, I can't be wrong. Song Shuhang was certain in his heart. The star road continued to stretch. Little Inju, Shi, Zhu, Pavilion Master Chu, Senior Turtle, the Great Northern Emperor, and Sage Monarch Melon Eater all appeared one by one. From what Song Shuhang could recall, almost all the friendly fellow Taoists he'd come in contact with were here on the Star Road. Beside Pavilion Master Chu, there was a figure hidden in the shadows. If Song Shuhang hadn't observed carefully, he would have probably missed this figure. However, Song Shuhang had no memory of this figure. He frowned, trying to remember who this shadow was. Besides the fellow Taoists he met in the main world, the demonic hamster and Little Sun T233 also appeared on the Golden Core Star Road. But like Senior White earlier, Senior White 2's figure did not appear on the road. Besides 16, Senior White, and Senior White 2, there were also Fairy Ching Lin, the scholarly sage, Fairy Creation, Fairy #Times, Elder Sister White Dragon, the Heavenly Emperor, and Lady Kuna who acted strange. They did not appear on Song Shuhang's Golden Core Star Road either. Song Shuhang had a hunch that none of them was going to appear at this point. But he still couldn't understand why 16 and the 2 Senior Whites didn't appear. In the end, the Star Road on the Whale Core began to spiral. It was originally a relatively flat curve, but the Star Road soon turned into a spiral road. Many vague figures appeared on the road. These vague figures had no facial features and clothing, being just untransformed shells. There was a great number of them. Song Shuhang guessed, are these in preparation for the future? His lifespan was still very long, and he might meet many more fellow Taoists in the future. As such, these untransformed bodies might be reserved for the future. The Star Road became a spiral whose end was clearly in sight. The 9 dragon patterns moved at this end, with the first 8 interlocking to form a round frame, while the 9th dragon pattern went to the middle to form a gate. Could it be that 16 and the 2 Senior Whites are behind this gate? Song Shuhang's heart thumped. Could this door be opened? At this moment, a figure slowly emerged beside the door. This figure was making a gesture of reaching out, and pushing the door open. Song Shuhang's attention was suddenly attracted by this figure. Who is this figure? Is it me? Song Shuhang's heart thumped. Pretty much all the fellow Taoists who should have appeared had already emerged on the Star Road. Apart from 16 and the 2 Senior Whites, Shuhang was the only one who had yet to show up. According to the script, the person who was opening the mysterious gate should be him. While he was in thought, the vague figure began to transform. White and slender legs were reflected in Song Shuhang's eyes. Seeing these legs, Song Shuhang knew that it was definitely not him. He didn't have such long legs. When it came to such iconic legs, Soft Feather was the only one who had them. However, Soft Feather has already appeared at the start of my Star Road. There shouldn't be a reason why another Soft Feather would appear, right? Unless this is the Heavenly Emperor. The vague figure completely formed. And as Song Shuhang guessed, it was another Soft Feather. The star gate made of dragon patterns was slowly pushed open. Inside the door was the person Song Shuhang was most familiar with. It was himself. To be precise, it was his true self. This was the effect of the 9th dragon pattern. No matter who it was, when they took a look at the figure inside the door, they would see their true self. Song Shuhang. He rubbed his temples. So, what about 16? What about Senior White? What about Senior White 2? What about me? During this short period of time when I've been arranging a tribulation transcension space for the little hamster, you've called me 7 or 8 times. Senior White 2's voice suddenly rang in Song Shuhang's mind. Song Shuhang quickly asked, Senior White? Has the little hamster succeeded in transcending the tribulation? Senior White 2 said, do you think that it's that easy to transcend the 8th stage heavenly tribulation when you're just supposed to be ascending to the 5th stage? Even if I used my authority as the ruler of the netherworld, I can only weaken the power of the heavenly tribulation to a level that's in the 7th stage but approaching the 8th stage. It takes a long time to prepare for such a tribulation. In order to not affect the outcome, methods like fixing one's HP cannot be used. It should take hamster a while to get through this tribulation. Song Shuhang. Senior White 2 said, "Now, why were you calling my name? I'm busy right now." Song Shuhang responded, "Senior White, something went wrong when my lifebound whale core evolved." He then repeated everything that happened to his lifebound whale core to Senior White 2. After listening to Song Shuhang's report, Senior White 2 went silent for a while. "I spent so much effort drawing those 9 dragon patterns for you. Can't you just ascend normally?" Senior White 2 said with his heart stifled. Chapter 1744. Sure enough, it would have been better to sever it there and then. Song Shuhang said, "I got to ascend normally in the past. For example, it was relatively normal when I was ascending from the 2nd stage to the 3rd stage. And the same goes for when I was ascending from the 2nd stage to the 3rd stage." Senior White 2. Song Shuhang said, "Furthermore, I have a feeling that the reason I'm in such an abnormal state right now is what happened when I was at the 4th stage. When I was ascending from the 4th stage to the 5th stage, when my illusory core became a golden core, it mutated into a whale core instead. In the end, Senior White, you even had to add dragon patterns onto my core manually. Ever since the mutation, the streak has continued. When a small sapling becomes crooked, it becomes difficult to make it grow straight even if you wanted to do so." Senior White 2 responded, "Your words do make some sense." Song Shuhang laughed. "Ha ha ha, I'm just trying to console myself." Senior White 2 added, "So, since it has become crooked so long ago, wouldn't it have been better to sever it there and then?" Song Shuhang. After sighing, Senior White 2 said, "Sure enough, your golden core is very similar to my patternless golden core. Open up your spirit lake, and let me take a look at your fat whale golden core." Song Shuhang cooperated with Senior White 2, and opened up his spirit lake. A small strand of Senior White 2's consciousness entered his spirit lake. At this time, Song Shuhang's life spirit lake had already become vast, and the water from the 7 other spirit lakes was still pouring in. The size of the life-bound spirit lake had begun to gradually exceed that of a lake. The fat whale golden core bobbed up and down in the spirit lake, floating up, sinking down, repeating that again and again. On the golden core, the star road was dazzling. Every primordial soul of the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group was vividly portrayed. Song Shuhang said, "Senior White, look, this is the star road I told you about. Almost all the seniors, fellow Taoists, and juniors I know are on this road. Even Lady Onion and Hamster have a place here. However, you, the main world's Senior White, and 16 aren't here." Isn't the main world's White right here?" asked Senior White 2 while looking at the gate of the star road. Song Shuhang smiled wryly. "Nope, that's the 9th dragon pattern which portrays one's true self, the one you drew for me. Therefore, Senior White, what you see there is not the main world's Senior White, but yourself." Senior White 2 responded, In addition, Soft Feather, who's pushing the gate open, is also rather special. She appeared in the first row on my star road, and then again in the last one. I'm suspecting that this Soft Feather in the back might be the Heavenly Emperor. Song Shuhang speculated. Soft Feather? Oh, that little girl with very long legs. I do have an impression of her. Strands of Senior White 2's mental energy materialized in Song Shuhang's life-bound spirit lake. He pinched his chin, and stared at the star road. There was one Soft Feather in the first row and another one in the final one, with the latter pushing open the gate. Why were there 2 different Soft Feathers? Let's put that question aside first. Senior White too shifted his gaze to the gate again, and he saw his own face inside it. I'm really handsome. Indeed. Senior White is the most charming in the universe, Shuhang said. A strand of his own mental energy also materialized in the life-bound spirit lake. He spoke the truth. If the charm of the two Senior Whites was fully released, nobody could withstand it. Senior White too turned his head and glanced at Shuhang. What about that Senior White from the main world? Shuhang asked, tied for first. Senior White too nodded slightly. It seemed that he really had been raising tyrannical Song for nothing, he should just get rid of him. The reason I'm not on your star road might be that my realm is too high. It's possible that your Golden Core star road is simply unable to accommodate me, Senior White too said. After all, I am the ruler of the netherworld, and I'm not like the masses. Shuhang said, but 16 isn't there either. Senior White too. The virtuous Lamia, Fairy Qinglin, the scholarly sage, elder sister White Dragon, and Lady Kuna weren't present either. However, they were abnormal existences, so Shuhang had already guessed that they might not appear on his Golden Core Star Road. So, this 16 you keep mentioning should be similar to Fairy at #% Qinglin, the scholarly sage and the others. Her condition might also be abnormal, Senior White too said calmly. When communicating with Shuhang, he would occasionally start to read the other party's mind. Who knew? There might be some surprises. Shuhang. 16th state of existence is similar to that of the virtuous Lamia, Fairy Qinglin and the others? He didn't expect this at all. Could it be because of elder sister White Dragon? Shuhang's heart thumped. Ever since 16 came into contact with the White Dragon, she did become a little strange. Previously, when she looked at the 9th dragon pattern, what she saw wasn't herself but a white dragon. Back then, Shuhang had covertly used the secret appraisal technique on 16 out of worry, and the feedback that he got was that the bloodline in 16's body had been activated, causing her to be in the process of transforming into a dragon. Shuhang murmured, after this matter is over, I need to go check on her. Given the time, young Master Hai should have successfully ascended to the 5th stage. It seems that young Master Hai has also become ripe. It's time to pluck him off, wrap him up, and give him to 16 as a gift. This is my 3rd divinity show. Is young Master Hai watching? I wonder what his thoughts are. Should I give him a call when I get back and consult with him? Shuhang silently said in his mind. He'd gotten young Master Hai's phone number from Demon Monarch Anji. It was just that he had no idea if young Master Hai had changed his number once he finished transcending his tribulation. If he had yet to change numbers, then maybe Shuhang could have a short chat with him. At this time, Senior White too was squatting in front of the whale core, seemingly still in the midst of studying it. Shuhang curiously asked, Senior White, what are you studying? Senior White too responded, I'm looking at my charming self. Don't disturb me. Shuhang. After a while. Shuhang couldn't help but ask, Senior White, am I still in the Golden Core realm, or am I already in the 6th stage True Monarch realm? Your spirit lake has been born, so of course you're already at the 6th stage True Monarch realm. Your current state is actually very similar to what mine had been, Senior White too said. I also had a golden core without dragon patterns, and I'd been too embarrassed to tell anybody about it. Afterward, I simply closed up with the intent of never coming out until I became a true monarch. When I did become a true monarch, my golden core also spewed out water, which then went on to form a spirit lake. Later, my golden core sank to the bottom of the lake and became a seed from which my nascent soul was born. Your fat whale golden core is slightly similar to my patternless golden core. Perhaps after it finishes spewing out water, it will sink and grow into a nascent soul. Chapter 1745 What a Venerable Spirit Butterfly's Sage Name. Shuhang smiled bitterly, and said, however, my fat whale golden core has already stopped spewing water. Senior White 2 said, not yet, it's spewing water intermittently. You have to give it some time to rest. Also, if you really want your golden core to keep spewing water, then shouldn't you be cultivating? Does it make any sense for it to be able to constantly spew out water while you yourself aren't doing anything? How can there be such a wonderful thing in this world? I guess that does make sense. Shuhang nodded. Hearing Senior White 2's words, he felt more at ease. It turned out that the upgrade process of his life-bound whale core was similar to Senior White 2's patternless golden core. Senior White 2 said, by the way, go and place my holy sword of the end inside your life-bound spirit lake. That way, I can see the changes happening to it through the holy sword of the end. Shuhang was moved. Thank you, Senior White. It seemed like Senior White 2 was concerned that something might happen to his whale core, so he was planning on checking on it occasionally. Senior White 2 said, I've never seen a person who thinks so good of me like you do. I just wanted to go over every once in a while to look at my charming self. Shuhang. Senior White 2 said, I'll be heading back now. When Hamster shows its divinity, I will find a way to connect it to this space, and have it hold a divinity show for the ancient netherworld and the main world. At that time, do listen carefully to the contents of the speech that Hamster will deliver. Because after a while, I will come over to assess your understanding of the speech. There's going to be an exam? Shuhang heard this, and immediately recalled his fear of the college entrance examination. But as he was asking his question, Senior White 2's mental energy disappeared. Shuhang continued to look at his bobbing fat whale golden core. If I were to project all of the characters I want to be portrayed on my star road, would a change be incited? After a while, Shuhang moved his mental energy out of his life-bound spirit lake, going back to his body. As soon as his mental energy returned, Shuhang sucked in a breath of cold air. His body twitched slightly, and his eyes slowly opened. Right by his ear, Fairy Dongfang 6 asked, Little friend Shuhang, is your divinity show over? Although the speech was over, Shuhang had been in a state of ascension, so the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group didn't bother him. After seeing Shuhang finally complete his ascension, Fairy Dongfang 6 asked him the question. Yes, it's over, Shuhang replied with a smile. Venerable Yellow Mountain smiled. Congratulations, little friend Shuhang. From today onwards, Shuhang was genuinely a 6th-stage spiritual emperor, true monarch. In the current world of cultivation, he was already considered to be a senior-level existence. Shuhang smiled. Thank you, senior. The divinity show is finally over? In order to keep our dignity as seniors, I've maintained this posture even though every cell in my body was protesting against me. Thrice reckless Mad Saber let out a breath of relief. After all, this was his first time appearing on such a large stage. Thrice reckless having such restraint over himself was really hard to come by. It should be about time for us to leave, right? Young Master Phoenix Slayer stretched his waist. We've already been in this divinity show space for quite some time. Shuhang softly said, I'm really sorry for getting your primordial souls involved in my heavenly tribulation this time. Fairy Lychee smiled, lightly patting Shuhang. There is nothing for you to apologize about. We have our fair share of blame as well. Moreover, it was quite the intriguing experience to be able to go up on such a stage together. Getting to experience such a thing before ascending to the 8th stage is undoubtedly something that many wish to have but simply aren't presented with the opportunity to get. Furthermore, we even got a permanent mental blessing out of this. Cave Lord Snow Wolf shook his body, causing his wolf fur to ripple. Now, shall we return to the main world and have a drink? Celebrate, perhaps? Northern River's loose cultivator smiled, and said, as I said before, we can go to little friend Song Shuhang's restaurant. It's actually close to Heavenly Field Island, and fellow Taoist 7 Lives talisman should be there. Song Shuhang nodded. Let's leave this divinity show space and return to the Black Dragon world first. After that, I'll send your primordial souls back through the Dragon Network. After saying that, he looked at the Dragon Network assistant. Can we leave now? The Dragon Network assistant nodded. Executing command. In the next moment, Li Yinzhu, Song Shuhang, Lady Onion, and the primordial souls of the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group were all transferred to Song Shuhang's inner world. Doudou and Soft Feather were also inside the inner world. At this time, Soft Feather looked downcast as she hugged her knees, while Doudou seemed to be comforting her. Song Shuhang curiously said, You're in my inner world? Why did they get transferred here, and not to the Black Dragon world? Just as he was thinking about this, the energy of the Dragon Network wrapped around Doudou and Soft Feather, bringing everyone back to the Black Dragon world, to the place where Song Shuhang first transcended the Tribulation. This location had now become a forbidden area. In this place, the Demon Emperor and Lady Kuna, along with Song Shuhang, fought against each other and shed some demonic blood. At this time, the energy of the Dragon Network was suppressing and restoring the area contaminated by the blood of the Demon Emperor. The Dragon Network assistant brought Song Shuhang's group to the edge of the forbidden area. Song Shuhang said, Dragon Network assistant, send back the primordial souls of the seniors first. It wasn't good for one's primordial soul to stay outside one's body for too long, and this was especially the case for the primordial souls of the seniors, who had even transcended the tribulation without their physical body. It was sensible to send them back first. The Dragon Network assistant nodded. However, before it could execute the command, Song Shuhang's head suddenly tilted, and he plunged straight to the ground. Soft Feather and Doudou, who were still puzzled, quickly moved. Soft Feather reached out to support Song Shuhang, while Doudou threw his body and caught Li Yinzhu and Lady Onion. Soft Feather suspiciously asked, what happened to Senior Song? Everything seemed fine just now, so why did he suddenly lose consciousness? Maybe he overexerted himself? Venerable Yellow Mountain guessed. Lately, whenever he met little friend Song Shuhang, the latter was often out cold, and even blew himself up the last time. Doudou said, perhaps he's having a nightmare? Look, his body is convulsing while he's unconscious. Fairy Dongfang 6 said, it might also be that he's having a really cool dream, like racing or something, and he's in a state of excitement. I sometimes have dreams like that. Thrice reckless Mad Saber's eyes suddenly shone. Dongfang 6, do you have dreams of racing where you run people over and their heads roll, leaving you very excited? Fairy Dongfang 6. She suddenly stretched out her hand, and grabbed Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. One could only see her small hands constantly moving around, and in the blink of an eye, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber had been turned into a small ball. Fairy Dongfang 6, when did you ascend to the true monarch realm? No way, you ascended earlier than me? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber cried out in disbelief. Everyone was clearly at the 5th stage half a year ago. Did they set up an appointment to make breakthroughs in succession? First, it was Fairy Lychee, then Northern River and Copper Trigram, and now even Fairy Dongfang 6 ascended to the true monarch realm. They were stronger than him by an entire realm, allowing them to easily knead his primordial soul into a small ball if they so wished. Venerable Yellow Mountain stretched out his hand, and laid it on Song Shuhang. He got the feeling that Song Shuhang was enduring tremendous amounts of pain. After a while, Venerable Yellow Mountain got up, and said, his body is intact, and the newly created spirit lake in his dantian is responsive and active. There shouldn't be a problem, his mental consumption might have been just too high. Using a 5th stage body to transcend the 8th stage heavenly tribulation puts a burden on one's mind that's beyond what anyone can imagine. Soft Feather said, Senior Song really does like making big news every time he ascends. Ha ha ha. Unfortunately, she didn't have Senior Song's ability to make such huge news. She also hoped that she could appear on a big screen every time she ascended. Soft Feather, Doudou, I'll be giving you a task. I need you two to stay here and take care of little friend Song Shuhang, Venerable Yellow Mountain said. The other fellow Taoists and I are currently in our primordial soul form, so it isn't too suitable for us to stay outside our physical bodies for so long. When little friend Shuhang wakes up, we can see each other in the main world. Soft Feather saluted. She then chuckled and said, I guarantee the completion of this task. Fairy Lychee waved. Alright, see you later then. Venerable Yellow Mountain looked at the Dragon Network assistant, and was about to ask it to send everyone back. But at this time, they all felt something in their hearts again. Everyone raised their heads. Another person was going to hold a divinity show? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, For real? Is there a wholesale for profound sages today? Immortal Master Copper Trigram said, What number is this fellow Taoist who's about to show their divinity going to be? Young Master Phoenix Slayer pushed up his glasses. They should be considered the 11th sage. Little friend Song Shuhang's show as Ancient Sage Tyrannical Dragon cannot be counted. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber laughed, and said, This fellow Taoist should be feeling relatively depressed. Normally, they should have been a part of the first 10 sages in 1,000 years. Soft Feather called out, Ah, it's my father. It was Venerable Spirit Butterfly. After Song Shuhang and the others came out of the speech space, it was finally his turn to show his divinity. Due to the temporary connection between the Black Dragon world and the main world still existing, when Venerable Spirit Butterfly showed his divinity, it was also projected to the Black Dragon world. By the way, what of Senior Spirit Butterfly's Taoist name? Cave Lord Snow Wolf raised his brows, and then looked at Soft Feather. Soft Feather stuck her tongue out. At this time, under the eyes of the practitioners of the universe, a handsome, middle-aged cultivator stood with his hands behind his back while a full 360-degree shot was taken of him. As he stood there, the air of a grandmaster naturally emerged from him. This was the strong temperament that a true profound sage should have. Showing your divinity really does look so impressive, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said. 8th stage, huh? My goal now is to do everything I can to ascend to the 8th stage, and let everyone in the universe know about me. The Dragon Network assistant suddenly said, Mr. Thrice Reckless, would you like to independently show your divinity? Although it isn't possible to synchronize your divinity show with the main world, it should be doable for the Black Dragon world. Would you like to give it a try? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. The Dragon Network assistant continued, searching the database, extracting the recently started Sun Project. If you want to experience the divinity show, you can consider this project. You've already transcended the Saint Space Tribulation, and have met the requirements for this project. Chapter 1746 Different Style, Isolate Him. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said curiously, Didn't we only go through the Saint Space because it was a transit point? We didn't stay that long in there either, so we can't be considered to have transcended the tribulation, right? Could it be that when we successfully transcended the tribulation in the main world's group tribulation transcension space, it counted for the Saint Space as well? The Dragon Network assistant replied, It has been determined that the requirements for the Saint Space Tribulation have been met. We met the requirements? Young Master Phoenix Slayer pushed up his glasses. The Dragon Network assistant went silent for a moment. The requirements have indeed been met. Then, after Senior Spirit Butterfly's divinity show is completed, can you introduce the Sun Project to us? Young Master Phoenix Slayer was also very interested in experiencing the divinity show. In particular, a divinity show exclusive to the Black Dragon world was just perfect for him. This way, he could try out the speech space of the Black Dragon world first, and even if he made a mistake, he wouldn't have to worry about losing face in the main world. The Dragon Network assistant nodded. Terms accepted. Thrice reckless Mad Saber chuckled, and said, with authority, you can do whatever you want. Although this is only to gain experience, it's beneficial nonetheless. While he said that, he looked over at Song Shuhang, who was in Soft Feather's arms. While he was unconscious, Song Shuhang's body would convulse slightly from time to time, and the convulsions were sometimes strong and sometimes weak. When seeing this scene, Thrice Reckless' heart suddenly thumped. He jumped out of Fairy Dongfang's sixth palm, and then he rolled on the ground in his ball form before, eventually, returning to his human form. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber frowned. He rested his chin in one hand, then his eyes shone as if he had figured something out, and a wise aura radiated from his entire body. The Dragon Network assistant paused slightly, and then it shrank its body. When Thrice Reckless saw the Dragon Network assistant's reaction, his eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that he was right. However, this matter. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber suddenly put on a serious expression, and said, say, Soft Feather, about Song Shuhang's convulsions. Do you think he's trying to eat your tofu, one? Soft Feather. The Dragon Network assistant. Thrice Reckless. Venerable Yellow Mountain turned his head, and let out a long sigh. Fellow Taoist Spirit Butterfly is showing his divinity. In such a state, he can receive feedback from the entire universe. As for Venerable Spirit Butterfly, when he was filtering the feedback from the fellow Taoists from the universe, he was definitely going to pay extra attention to Soft Feather's name. In other words, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's words had an over 90% chance of reaching Venerable Spirit Butterfly. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. Soft Feather, take it as if I didn't say anything, he called out hurriedly. He was helpless against seniors who had a high level of cultivation and a lot of free time. The other party could even spend years playing with him. Soft Feather tilted her head when she heard his words. She then raised her head, and said, Daddy, Senior Thrice Reckless said that he didn't say anything just now. I didn't hear anything, either. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. Soft Feather, you've changed. When you had just joined the group, you were so cute. But it seems that you've been influenced by the seniors in the group. Fellow Taoist Thrice Reckless. True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon patted Thrice Reckless lightly. Thrice Reckless raised his head and looked at True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon. It appeared that the friendship between men was still reliable, with fellow Taoist Tyrant Flood Dragon having come to comfort him at this time. Since you're my friend, I can offer you a 40% discount if you need a grave in my seabed cemetery. You can buy either a big one or a small one, your choice. True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon gave him a thumbs up. Would you like to book one now? A deposit of 500 spirit stones can be worth 1,000. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. F***CKU. Senior Tyrant Flood Dragon, look at my mouth closely, F***CKYOU in the void. After Venerable Spirit Butterfly's 360-degree shot, a bunch of burning lights appeared beside him, containing a list of Taoist names. This was for the Condensing the Sage Seal event and to decide one sage name. What Taoist name will Senior Spirit Butterfly choose? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber took the opportunity to change the subject. Immortal Master Copper Trigram responded, do you think that Senior Spirit Butterfly would steal Thrice Reckless' name in order to take revenge on him? If it were me, I would definitely do it. Thrice Reckless replied, please call me Thrice Reckless, thank you. Actually, call me 7 Reckless. 7 is a relatively lucky number. In fact, I really want to change my name to Reckless Clan 7. Sioux Clan 7. I haven't said anything this entire time, why are you suddenly bringing me up out of nowhere? After thinking for a moment, Soft Feather said, Daddy wouldn't do such a childish thing. Dharma King Creation squeezed his chin, and said, I feel that Papa Spirit Butterfly should be good. Since there's already a Spirit Butterfly, it would make sense for a Papa Spirit Butterfly to exist. With that, everyone will know that Venerable Spirit Butterfly is the father of Spirit Butterfly. If he did that, wouldn't everyone in the universe start seeing the name as pretty cheap? Just like that guy who starts his name with the word tyrannical? Unknowingly, young Master Phoenix Slayer's primordial soul had squatted down in a cobblestone pit that had been left after Lady Kuna and the Demon Emperor's clash. He'd found it pleasing, so he squatted inside it. Immortal Master Copper Trigram's eyes suddenly lit up. Still, I feel that this idea is pretty good. When I show my divinity in the future, I will make my sage name Papa Northern River. Northern River's loose cultivator was so tired. I don't have a son as old as you. Thrice reckless Mad Saber said, Copper Trigram, you should change it to Northern River's daddy. Immortal Master Copper Trigram responded, Thank you for the reminder, fellow Taoist Thrice Reckless. Soon after, Thrice Reckless became a ball again. Fairy Dongfang 6 took action, and kneaded him into a ball. Fellow Taoist Northern River, I've kneaded Thrice Reckless for you. Thank you, 6. Northern River's loose cultivator suddenly felt even more tired. In the 9 provinces number 1 group, he was one of the few people who would silently stick up for Thrice Reckless. However, from this day onward, he decided that he would no longer defend him. He would let him seek death without a care. Doudou said, Then, what about Papa Butterfly? Young Master Phoenix Slayer continued to complain. This Taoist name sounds like a certain member of the tyrannical clan. It's not that hard, really. The corners of Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's mouth curled up. Since Soft Feather has snatched Senior Spirit Butterfly's Taoist name, then Senior Spirit Butterfly can use Soft Feather's Taoist name. That's a good idea. Soft Feather's eyes lit up. She then waved her hand, and said, Daddy, I allow you to use my Taoist name. Venerable Yellow Mountain. I think that fellow Taoist Spirit Butterfly would follow your advice only if his brain malfunctioned. Inside the Divinity Show space, the corners of the Venerable Spirit Butterfly's mouth twitched slightly. He had finally gotten to this point where it was time for him to choose his Sage Seal. The Sage Seal, Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly, condensed and formed. My cute daughter used a slightly different wording for the name Spirit Butterfly too, so I should be able to use my original name without a problem. On Spirit Butterfly Island, Lu Jianyi was stunned. How is this possible? How can teacher be a man? Spirit Butterfly has already appeared, so why is there this other Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly? My teacher's a beautiful fairy maiden illusion he had built up in his head had been extinguished not long after it was born. In the Divinity Show space, Venerable Spirit Butterfly's hands trembled. When he returned, he would have to do some tidying up in his sect. In the Black Dragon world. How boring, I thought that Senior Spirit Butterfly would surprise us, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said in disappointment. Doudou said, How lame, it isn't even as good as Papa Butterfly. Immortal Master Copper Trigram said, Senior Spirit Butterfly's style is different from ours. Fairy Dongfang Snow said, We should isolate him. Venerable Yellow Mountain. When we get back, I will kick all of those right above me out of the 9 provinces number 1 group. And so, the Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly, Sage Seal took shape. After that, he took a step forward, getting ready to start the speech. For his Divinity Show this time, he had prepared 3 manuscripts. One of them had already been used by his daughter, so he only had 2 more. The more prepared one was, the safer they were. Venerable Spirit Butterfly decided to use the second manuscript, which was a recounting of the combination of the auxiliary magical techniques sound wave technique and color illusory technique. Illusory techniques were the specialty of Spirit Butterfly Island, and among Spirit Butterfly Island's illusory techniques was one that contained a soundwave-type magical technique. For the practitioners of the main world and the Black Dragon world, today was destined to be a blissful day where it was impossible to fall asleep. While Venerable Spirit Butterfly's speech was still in progress, Hamster finally managed to get through the 8th stage demonic tribulation of the ancient nether world. In the next moment, it was sent by Senior White 2 into the speech space where Song Shuhang and others had been previously. This way, when Hamster delivered a speech this time, it would achieve the effect of simultaneously delivering a speech to the ancient nether world, Black Dragon world, netherworld realm, and the main world. And its speech was on combining mental energy, or divine sense, with energy to form a powerful offensive psychic technique which Senior White 2 had taken the time to compile for it. After a cultivator's mental energy became strong enough, they could use pure mental energy to move some small items. And after the 5th stage, their mental energy could be combined with the spiritual energy to move some large objects. Senior White 2's research was on combining divine sense and the energy of any system proportionally to produce a powerful, offensive psychic technique. This method was specially developed for the creatures of the netherworld realm that had extremely powerful mental energy but poor aptitude when it came to magical techniques. Many demons in the ancient nether world also had powerful mental energy but did not know how to use it, with some even being completely unable to use it. With this technique, they could at least learn to use the powerful mental energy they had. Besides the evil demons of the netherworld realm, there were also many people in the universe who could make use of such a trick. Hamster stayed in the speech space, holding the speech manuscript with its small paws, and feeling slightly nervous. After Song Shuhang, it would be the second existence to deliver a speech for both the main world and the netherworld realm. Moreover, it was also delivering a speech for the ancient nether world and Black Dragon world this time around. I must make no mistake, Hamster silently said in its mind. In the main world, on a small meteoroid in space. Young Master Hai leaned against his sword with one hand, and then looked up towards the void. Heavy thoughts swirled in his head. After hearing Song Shuhang's voice when he got a call from Demon Monarch Anji previously, he immediately chose to transcend his tribulation elsewhere. Today, he'd finally succeeded in transcending his tribulation. And the number of dragon patterns he condensed had also met his goal. 8 dragon patterns. He got 8 powerful dragon patterns. The pressure from Song Shuhang had actually given him the motivation he needed. After breaking his inner demons, his 8th dragon pattern finally came to be. Young Master Hai said solemnly, I am Young Master Hai, and I will never be content with being weak. Then, he received several broadcast notifications for divinity shows. Ancient Saint Doudou. Ancient Sage Spirit Butterfly. Ancient Sage Inju. An. Ancient Sage Tyrannical Dragon. When he saw the name Ancient Sage Tyrannical Dragon, young Master Hai's hands trembled. 1. Eating tofu means taking advantage of someone here. In this case, taking advantage of Soft Feather by lying in her arms while being fine. 2. In Chinese, the difference between the two names is about the same as a capitalized and uncapitalized word. Chapter 1747 The Demon Emperor's Inheritance. When it came to profound sage tyrannical song, or Song Shuhang, young Master Hai couldn't wrap his head around it. 6 months ago, he met Song Shuhang for the first time. Back then, it seemed as if Song Shuhang was merely a little cultivator who had just begun practicing. There wasn't the slightest trace of true qi in his body, there having only been qi and blood energy, and he always hid behind Su Clan 7's back. If it were not for Song Shuhang suddenly standing up at a critical moment and snatching food from a tiger's mouth, taking the blood god crystal from him, young Master Hai would not even remember the existence of anyone with the Taoist name, stressed by a mountain of books. And this blood god crystal was merely the beginning of the dispute between him and Song, stressed by a mountain of books Shuhang. After that, he schemed against Song Shuhang several times, trying to take back the blood god crystal, but all of his schemes ended in failure. It seemed that every time he failed, it was because of bad luck, but looking back now, he did always get the feeling that there was something off. This was because Song Shuhang's strength was gravely inconsistent with what was stated in the reports he was getting. It was then that he began to doubt Song Shuhang's true strength, and he wondered if the other party was a senior who was pretending to be weak. In this world, there were many seniors who didn't have the best of personalities. After all, cultivators weren't holy beings without desires, and there were many whose wills remained firm even if they took delight in evil. A few months later, the other party suddenly showed his divinity and became the first sage in 1,000 years, without any warning, acquiring the sage name Tyrannical Song. At that moment, young Master Hai had made up his mind to stop scheming against Song Shuhang and no longer contact the other party. He at least wanted to avoid any more conflict before he became a profound sage himself. If he couldn't fight the other party, couldn't he just hide? Moreover, after he ascended to the 5th stage, he wanted to take the initiative to join the great plan of the Limitless Demon sect to achieve his goal. However, the world keeps changing whether you want it or not. He didn't want to contact Song Shuhang, but the other party would always forcibly appear in his life in unexpected ways. I've only spent half a year closed up and already broke into the 5th stage realm. That was pretty short. Young Master Hai let out a long sigh. To ascend to the 5th stage and condense 8 dragon patterns after just half a year was already considered to be fast in the world of cultivation. But in such a short period of time, Tyrannical Song showed his divinity thrice, appearing once every month in the past few months. He was even more punctual than a caring ant. Young Master Hai felt that his will was about to collapse. Young Master Hai stood on the meteoroid, leaning against his sword. Behind him, 2 black-clothed puppets appeared, cleaning up the aftermath of the tribulation for him, removing the Great Tribulation Transcension formation, and putting away the demonic god pillars. Anji was caught. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's next target might be me, young Master Hai thought. Perhaps for people at Tyrannical Song's level, a spiritual emperor who had just ascended to the 5th stage wasn't even worth considering as an enemy. There was a great possibility that the other party wouldn't deliberately come looking for him, and would only take him away if they encountered one another by chance. However, young Master Hai didn't dare to gamble his safety on the other side's mood. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song has started moving. It seems that it would be best to give up on my current identity. Young Master Hai lowered his head, and looked at the detailed demon pattern on his right hand. Soon after, he raised his head, regaining his self-confidence and returning to his scheming self. Young Master Hai said softly, "It appears I'll have to get rid of this physical body, young Master Hai's identity, as well as of those soul impurities." Currently, he had no choice but to admit defeat to Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. However, there was no knowing what might happen in the future. He held the inheritance of the Demon Emperor in his hand. After ascending to the 5th stage, he had finally activated this inheritance. This was the inheritance of the mysterious Demon Emperor, someone from an incomparably ancient era. According to legends, that Demon Emperor had once competed for the position of wielder of the heaven's will, fighting until the last step. And even when he failed to get the position, he hadn't gotten hunted down by the wielder of the will. Instead, he managed to escape, disappearing from the main world. The inheritance of the Demon Emperor suited him extremely well. It was recorded in the inheritance that the Demon Emperor was someone exceptionally skilled in scheming. When he got his 5th stage golden core, he did not condense a heaven-defying 9-dragon-patterned golden core like those children of fate, but rather only condensed 8 dragon patterns. However, even with only 8 dragon patterns, he defied all odds, beheading several great enemies who had condensed 9 dragon patterns, stepping onto his own path to immortality, and becoming the great Demon Emperor. He erected demonic god pillars one after the other, getting all demons to submit to him. Wherever demonic god pillars were, it became the territory of the Demon Empire. Young Master High and Demon Monarch Anji's great demonic god pillar formation was something they obtained from the inheritance of the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor's personality, as well as his experiences, were very similar to his own. Young Master High took out a glove and put it on, covering the demon pattern on his hand. The more similar he was, the better he would be able to assimilate the Demon Emperor's inheritance. In the future, he would definitely step onto his own path to immortality with the help of the Demon Emperor's inheritance, and become the new Demon Emperor. The Profound Sage Realm was just a single stage in the long journey of cultivation. The future was very long. Temporary wins and losses were meaningless. In the long term, ascending to the 9th stage first and stepping onto a path to immortality is more significant. Young Master High spread out his arms. After he thought of this, he felt that his will had become firmer. The next step is to condense my life-bound demonic god pillar. Then, I'll return to the Limitless Demon Sect, join the great plan of the sect, get sufficient authority and resources out of it, and lay the foundation for my ascension to the 6th stage true monarch realm. He was accustomed to taking one step while planning for the next 3, taking everything into his own hands. When I'll have condensed my demonic god pillar, I'll also have shed off my old body, as well as a portion of my soul impurities. At that time, I can refine my old physical body into a second body, and then transcend the tribulation. Young Master High began to form a series of plans in his mind. He wasn't going to let himself die so easily. At this time, the 2 puppets behind him had already gathered the Tribulation Transcension formation, and completely erased any traces of young Master High having ever been on this meteoroid. Let's go, it's time to return. Young Master High raised his foot, and took a step forward. His flying sword came to life, and it took initiative to move under his feet, supporting his figure. A smile broke out on his face. This flying sword was connected to his life, and it even had extremely faint awareness to it. Young Master High said, "Let's transform together." He decided to cast his flying sword into a life-bound demonic god pillar. Who said that a demonic god pillar had to look like a pillar? Why couldn't it be a sword-shaped pillar? It would be a sword, but it would also be a demonic pillar. Young Master High silently said in his mind, receiving this inheritance doesn't mean that I have to blindly follow the path of the Demon Emperor. I must remain flexible so that I can step out onto my own path to immortality in the future. The sword light flew up, disappearing into space. The practitioners of the universe listened to the speech of the 11th sage, Profound Sage Spirit Butterfly, with a ravenous desire for more. At this moment, countless cultivators were frenziedly taking down notes. The Profound Sage speech couldn't be recorded. Under normal circumstances, cultivators would just write down most of the content, and then go back to study it slowly. But this year, the Profound Sage speeches had simply been occurring too frequently. Cultivators were afraid they would miss something if they didn't write down as much as they could. After Venerable Spirit Butterfly finished his speech, the blessing of virtue from the universe descended on his body. The power of virtue was abundant and beyond Venerable Spirit Butterfly's expectations. Strange, although my speech was wonderful, isn't the amount of virtue that condensed a bit too much? Venerable Spirit Butterfly was puzzled. The immense power of virtue condensed into the image of a giant butterfly behind him, directly entering the stage of virtue materialization. The giant butterfly continued to solidify, and its body soon assumed the form of a human woman. Fairy Lychee praised, "What a beautiful manifestation of virtue. Judging from its outline, it isn't any weaker than little friend Shuhang's Lamia." Thrice Reckless Mad Saber solemnly said, "I feel like Senior Spirit Butterfly's daughter complex is out of control." Although the appearance of the human woman the giant butterfly transformed into was still unclear, looking at her iconic long legs. It definitely took inspiration from Soft Feather, the divinity show and the profound sage speech had already ended, so he no longer had to worry about Senior Spirit Butterfly hearing his words. My father isn't condensing me. Soft Feather grinned and denied Thrice Reckless words. It should be my mother. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber had a skeptical expression on his face. In the void, Venerable Spirit Butterfly's figure slowly faded away. At this time, his mind was filled with thoughts. The wave of virtue had simply been too great. It seemed as if it was worth the speech of multiple people. Venerable Spirit Butterfly recalled the speech of his daughter and song Shuhang. At the end of their speech, why did it seem as if Soft Feather and song Shuhang did not receive any light of virtue? In addition, when Soft Feather showed her divinity, she didn't become a profound sage, but rather an ancient sage. Could it be that the light of virtue generated by the speeches of Doudou, Soft Feather, and song Shuhang did not dissipate and was instead all passed on to me? Venerable Spirit Butterfly pinched his chin. He turned his head and looked behind him. The embryonic form of his light of virtue, Butterfly Spirit, had been basically condensed. However, its face was still obscured, just as if it was wearing a mask. That's fine as well. Venerable Spirit Butterfly smiled slightly. Then, he left the Tribulation Transcension space, and returned to the main world. As soon as he returned to the main world, the practitioners of the universe all felt something in their hearts again. Another one? Another profound sage is appearing? How many 8th stage big shots have appeared today? Having been looking up at the sky for so long, their necks had gotten slightly sore. While they were in thought, a cute little hamster appeared in everyone's eyes. As soon as the little hamster appeared, its sage seal began condensing. Sage name, Ancient Demon Ranjan. Once more, it was a new variety. It sounded like an existence that corresponded to Ancient Sage. As soon as the sage name was displayed, Hamster couldn't wait to start the speech. This was because it was afraid that if things dragged on for too long, it might forget the content of the manuscript that its master prepared for it. While Hamster's speech was ongoing, in a distant place, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, Fairy Creation, and the old patriarch of the Dragon Blood tribe appeared. They had sensed Song Shuhang's aura and rushed over. The old patriarch generously welcomed everyone, and he invited them to rest in the Dragon Blood tribe. Soft Feather reached out and picked up Song Shuhang, who was unconscious. At this time, Thrice Reckless suddenly transmitted his voice to her. Soft Feather, when moving Shuhang, make sure to do it gently. If my guess is correct, he should have borne all of the mental pain that we should have in the saint space. When those accomplished in the art of seeking death put their brain to use, they became capable of noticing things that most other people would not be able to. This was because they saw and thought of things differently from ordinary people, and Thrice Reckless Mad Saber was such a person. When he saw Song Shuhang's body convulse periodically, he wondered if Song Shuhang was experiencing extreme pain. His jumpy brain suddenly recalled the saint space. He'd noticed that something was off when the Dragon Network assistant told them that they'd met the requirements for the Saint Space Tribulation. In other words, they had somehow gotten past that tribulation. Afterward, when he looked at the Dragon Network assistant and saw the other party putting up a facade, it confirmed his speculations. The Dragon Network assistant and Song Shuhang both seemed to want to cover up this matter, and did not want to reveal it. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber thought it over for a while and chose to keep the matter under wraps as well. Just now, when he saw Soft Feather pick Song Shuhang up, preparing to carry him back to the Dragon Blood tribe, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber sent a voice transmission to prompt her. Hearing this, Soft Feather looked at Thrice Reckless Mad Saber with a surprised expression. She couldn't believe that he'd said such a thing. Senior Thrice Reckless, are you okay? Soft Feather was a little worried. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. Soft Feather seriously said, just now, your style was so different from usual that it scared me. Seeing Senior Thrice Reckless being so caring was like seeing an abstract painting suddenly turn into a realistic painting. Simply said, it felt extremely awkward. The corners of Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's mouth curled up. Soft Feather, you're too naive. If a person kept seeking death all the time, everyone would start feeling that it is natural for them to do so, which would make them predictable. Being predictable is a truly terrible thing. Therefore, I strive to change my style all the time. Do you feel that my character has changed? Wrong, because I've always been caring. Do you feel that I am caring? But I have a cold side, too. If you feel that I'm cold, well, I have a funny side as well. When you feel that my style is contradicting what you expect, that's only because I want you to see me that way. It doesn't represent who I really am. So that's the case. Soft Feather's eyes shone, feeling that Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's words were very reasonable, and that he was especially knowledgeable. Northern River's loose cultivator said lightly, then, in the future, you will become Copper Reckless. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. Young Master Phoenix Slayer pushed up his glasses. Changing styles all the time. Isn't that just Immortal Master Copper Trigram's quirk? Thrice Reckless, are you saying you want to merge with Immortal Master Copper Trigram? Tui. Why would I want to merge with that shady fortune teller? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said. I am me, thrice, no. 7 Reckless. I'm not like him. Immortal Master Copper Trigram lightly tapped on his primordial soul mask. When he returned to the main world this time, if he had the opportunity to go out and take in some fresh air, he would definitely take on Senior Skylark's appearance and look for Thrice Reckless. The fellow Taoists in the group chatted while heading to the Dragon Blood tribe. Doudou carried Li Yingzhu and Lady Onion on his back. Soft Feather carefully placed Song Shuhang on a flying sword, supported him with the sword light, and followed behind Doudou. Meanwhile, Fairy Creation seemed to fall deep in thought after seeing Dharma King Creation. She flew towards him, ready to return to his body. However, Dharma King Creation was currently in his primordial soul form. As such, Fairy Creation had to go back into Song Shuhang again. Soft Feather looked curiously at Fairy Creation. To be honest, she was really curious about the connection between Fairy Creation and Dharma King Creation. As far as she knew, Fairy Creation was a fairy maiden of the scholarly faction, and Dharma King Creation was the disciple of a Buddhist sect. Why had Fairy Creation attached herself to Dharma King Creation's body before? At this time, Scarlet Heaven Sword floated by Song Shuhang's side and side. Must you transcend the tribulation in such a grand manner every single time? What kind of special physique is it that you have? Afterward, Scarlet Heaven Sword's hilt aimed at Venerable Yellow Mountain and the other members of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. By the way, aren't you all in your primordial soul state right now? Is it really alright for you to continue staying outside? Are you not going to return? What's the origin of this talking sword? Treasure Forging Heavenly Mansion's Yang Xian didn't know who Scarlet Heaven Sword was, so he secretly asked this question using the secret sound transmission technique. True Monarch Fallout smiled, and replied through voice transmission, its background is nothing to scoff at. It's a divine weapon. You can call it Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. With it, you can slash out a flaming saber attack at the 9th stage or above. Song Shuhang had once wielded Scarlet Heaven Sword, defeating Sage Monarch Wintermelon with it. This piece of news was published on the Daily Cultivator. Later on, the members of the group also learned some basic information about Scarlet Heaven Sword from Song Shuhang. It's clearly a sword, so why would it slash out a flaming saber attack? Treasure Forging Heavenly Mansion's Yang Xian asked in confusion. Because the saber is cooler. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword suddenly turned its sword body, and said, when using the secret sound transmission technique, please add a password. Otherwise, Immortal-level divine weapons like me can sense the contents of the sound transmission as long as there are fluctuations. Treasure-forging heavenly mansions. Yang Xian quickly said, I'm sorry, senior. For a sword to slash out saber intent. As a member of the treasure-forging heavenly mansion, he could understand its pain. As a result, Yang Xian looked at Scarlet Heaven Sword with a hint of gentleness in his eyes. Scarlet Heaven Sword. At this time, thrice reckless Mad Saber said, if we want to go back, we simply need to get little friend Song Shuhang's Dragon Network assistant to send us back to our physical bodies in the main world. However, before heading back, I want to hear about this Little Sun Project. The Little Sun Project? Scarlet Heaven Sword looked at the Dragon Network assistant curiously. The Dragon Network assistant nodded, and began to explain. The Little Sun Project consists in having the survivors of the Saint Space Tribulation sign a contract with the Dragon Network and leave a mark on the throne of the rising sun outside the Black Dragon world. Are you asking us to sign a contract to become a little sun? Soft Feather asked curiously. It sounded very fun to her. The Dragon Network assistant replied, it's the mark left on the throne of the rising sun that will become part of the little sun. It is through many such marks that the little sun belonging to the Black Dragon world will come to life. Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, what does leaving a mark cost us? And what do we get out of it? Being a part of a little sun and taking care of the Black Dragon world was an act of great virtue. Although it was unknown how the Dragon Network would proceed, leaving behind a mark should require a certain cost. The Dragon Network assistant paused for a moment. Its eloquence was not high, and there were some things that were too complicated for it to explain clearly. Therefore, it decided to demonstrate it instead. It sent a request to Song Shuhang. Beep. The Dragon Network has sent a request to the administrator for permission to demonstrate the Little Sun Project. Will you allow it? Yes/no. Chapter 1749. Too much trouble, let me change it. The request was projected, appearing in front of Song Shuhang. It might be because they'd added Song Shuhang as a friend, but the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group could all see the projected request. Soft Feather said, wait, isn't Senior Song unconscious? How is he supposed to choose? Could it be that Senior Song isn't actually unconscious, but just in a sleep-like state? Or is it that even if he's unconscious, he can still make a choice? However, the unconscious Song Shuhang did not have such an ability. He did not choose either yes or no. The selection box remained there, floating. Nothing happening to it. About 10 seconds later, the projected frame screen changed. Due to the administrator not having responded after 10 seconds, proceeding with the automatic procedure. Default option, yes. Then, a countdown appeared. Northern River's loose cultivator. There's such a feature? Thrice reckless Mad Saber pinched his chin. Wonderful. Venerable Yellow Mountain remarked, this is slightly dangerous. After little friend Shuhang woke up, he was going to remind him to cancel this automatic procedure, otherwise, who knew when he'd get scammed. About 5 seconds later, the countdown was about to end. But at this moment, Song Shuhang suddenly opened his eyes. The countdown stopped immediately. Soft Feather said, Senior Song, you're awake. Song Shuhang nodded with difficulty. I was sleeping pretty well, until I dreamed of walking in the clouds with the scholarly sage. He turned his head, smiled at me, and told me that he was studying the 6-eyed poisonous spider. I was startled awake. I keep on getting the feeling that someone is out for me. I_always_feel_that_someone_is_going_to_murder_me.jpg. Soft Feather blinked. Could that be the reason why fairy creation returned to your body? Fairy creation returned? It's possible that she simply wants to have the sage's eye in her possession. Song Shuhang rubbed his temples, and then saw the projection in front of his eyes. Song Shuhang asked, "What is this?" Beep. The Dragon Network has sent a request to the administrator for permission to demonstrate the Little Sun Project. Will you allow it? Yes/no. The Little Sun Project? Demonstration? Song Shuhang looked at thrice reckless Mad Saber. Is it a demonstration for the seniors? After saying that, he reached out and clicked on the yes option. Song Shuhang asked, "How is the demonstration going to be done?" Dragon Network Assistant replied, "It will require the permission of the administrator." "Alright then, go demonstrate it. I'm going to sleep for a while longer." Song Shuhang waved his hand, curled up into a ball, and then went back to sleep. From beginning to end, he didn't seem to be fully awake. The Dragon Network Assistant nodded, and spoke in a robotic voice, executing the administrator's command to demonstrate the Little Sun Project. Extracting the spare energy of the Dragon Network, and building the Throne of the Rising Sun. After a while, the framework of the Throne of the Rising Sun was extracted from the Dragon Network. Building the Black Dragon World's own small sun was one of the earliest plans of the Dragon Network, way before even the ancient era, so the framework of Throne of the Rising Sun had been built long ago. However, due to the influence of the Demon Emperor, the project had been put on hold indefinitely. Today, the influence of the Demon Emperor on the Dragon Network had been eliminated, and the Little Sun Project had been revived. The Throne of the Rising Sun was made up of a single piece of bone, which was spherical in shape. The throne was huge, its true size was enough to cover a country. When it was first taken out, it covered the sky, and overshadowed dozens of small dragon-scale worlds later on. Under the control of the Dragon Network Assistant, it shrank to the size of a basketball, and appeared in front of everyone. Inside the spherical bone, there were many thrones carved out. These thrones densely filled the internal space, numbering close to 10,000. This is the Throne of the Rising Sun? Thrice Reckless looked at the spherical bone curiously. The Dragon Network Assistant said, "The demonstration begins." From the central position of the Throne of the Rising Sun, a throne lit up, creating a rune which then floated toward Song Shuhang. Venerable Yellow Mountain remarked, "Sure enough." The so-called demonstration was to use Song Shuhang as a prop to show the whole process to everyone. When the rune moved next to Song Shuhang, the tyrannical song ID representing Song Shuhang in the Dragon Network shone brightly, coming into contact with the rune. At the same time, the ancient sage tyrannical song, Dragon Seal, was automatically brought out, stamping on the rune. Contract completed, the Dragon Network Assistant prompted. Due to this only being a demo, after the demonstration, the contract will be cancelled with the administrator's authority. The whole process was simple, and there were no complicated rituals. For the current Dragon Network, every bit of energy was precious, and there was no chance that it would be wasted on fancy rituals. It can be undone? That's good. Venerable Yellow Mountain nodded lightly. Soft Feather asked curiously, after signing the contract, "Does Senior Song gain the ability to transform?" Northern River's Loose Cultivator said, "I don't think it would have this kind of function. If it really did give one the ability to transform, that would be quite disturbing to see." The rune returned, and fell on the central throne. In the next moment, the rune took on the appearance of Song Shuhang. Uncle Song Shuhang, about 40 years old, sat on the throne, full of majesty. Venerable Yellow Mountain asked, "What price did little friend Song Shuhang pay?" The administrator and that throne in the middle of the Throne of the Rising Sun are connected. From then on, the administrator's consciousness can transcend the limitations of space and appear on that throne at any time. He only needs to consume a certain amount of mental energy. The Dragon Network Assistant began to introduce the price to be paid after signing the contract. But before it could finish, a wave of spatial fluctuation spread around them. Senior White Two's figure appeared with Hamster squatting on his shoulders. "Song Shuhang, have you finished listening to the speech? I'll give you a test now." "Huh? You're unconscious." Senior White 2 curiously squatted next to Shuhang. You were alive and kicking not too long ago, how did you end up fainting? Did you at least see the speech? Senior White, several members of the 9 provinces number 1 group asked in confusion. But after they said that, they felt that something was off. Why did this Senior White in front of them make their hearts tremble? It wasn't due to attraction that their hearts were thumping, but rather fear. Senior White 2 asked, Yo, hello everyone, what are you playing at? Soft Feather raised her hand, and replied, Senior Song was signing a contract with the throne of the rising sun to become a little sun. Contract? The number of messy contracts that he's signed recently isn't small, said Senior White 2. Then, he got up and looked at the contract between the throne of the rising sun and Shuhang. Senior White 2 said, Isn't it just a little sun? Why go through so much trouble? Needing a contract, and even a price to be paid. Let's modify it and remove the price completely. Just replace it with this. Afterward, he brought a beating heart out. An imitation of the big-eyed planet's heart. Senior White 2 had managed to crack the original, producing a copy. He planned on giving it to Shuhang after it was made, and now just seemed the right time for it to be used. Under Senior White 2's management, the price of signing a contract with the throne of the rising sun was completely erased, replaced by the pseudo-big-eyed planet's heart. Do you guys also want to sign a contract with the throne of the rising sun? Do so while it's hot and get some benefits. The price will all be covered by this heart. Senior White 2 turned his head to Soft Feather and the other members of the 9 provinces number 1 group. Soft Feather grinned. I want to sign, I want to sign. As such, the Dragon Network assistant helped Soft Feather sign a contract with the throne of the rising sun under Senior White 2's supervision. After the contract was signed, Soft Feather checked out her state. This is so interesting. Once my consciousness enters the throne, I can become a little sun. Senior White 2 glanced at Soft Feather. Is this that little girl? He thought to himself. This girl truly was different from ordinary people. For example, her nerves seemed to be similar to Shuhang's, especially tough. Other than at the beginning, he hardly suppressed his ruler of the netherworld aura. Beside them, the other members of the 9 provinces number 1 group, including Doudou and even Scarlet Heaven Sword, were very uncomfortable, and did not dare to approach him because of his aura. Perhaps the nerves of Shuhang and Soft Feather had long died. Seniors, are you not going to sign? Soft Feather turned her head and looked at the other members of the 9 provinces number 1 group. Thrice reckless Mad Saber exclaimed, Of course, I'm going to sign. This Senior White in front of him was giving off a lot of pressure, and his instincts were telling him to get away from him. However, the more frightened he was, the more excited Thrice Reckless became. This kind of excitement was so refreshing that Thrice Reckless gathered up his courage and walked forward. As Thrice Reckless headed up, Senior White 2 restrained his aura to allow all those who met the requirements to sign a contract with the throne of the rising sun. It was only the old Patriarch and Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword that did not meet the requirements and couldn't sign the contract. All of a sudden, it was as if they were left out. Hamster didn't say a word from beginning to end, silently staying on its master's shoulder. After a while, it looked up at the sky and said in its mind, Master, you're the ruler of the netherworld. Senior White 2 said, It's fine, the ruler of the netherworld can also be in a good mood sometimes. He looked at this throne of the rising sun, and studied it from the inside out. There were some technologies which could be transplanted to your busy T233 involved in this thing. Since everyone signed the contract, it's time for me to take my leave, Senior White 2 said. But before that, is there still anything you need my help with? The Dragon Network assistant shook its head. In the next moment, the big basketball-sized throne of the rising sun rose into the sky, flying higher and higher. In the blink of an eye, it was already outside the Black Dragon world. Subsequently, the throne of the rising sun appeared in its true form, transforming into a small sun to take care of the Black Dragon continent. The pseudo-big-eyed planet's heart provided a steady stream of energy to the throne. All the members who signed a contract with the throne of the rising sun felt warmth in their bodies, and their spiritual energy began to stir. Moreover, with the rise of the throne of the rising sun, some energy began to flow to them from the contract. All the members who signed the contract slowly experienced an increase in their mental energy. Although the rate of growth was very slow, it was increasing every moment, and it was undoubtedly accumulating. As time passed, the total increase to their mental energy would become very significant. Shuhang had another dream. He dreamed that he became the sun, rising to the highest point in the Black Dragon world and shining down on everyone. Shuhang murmured, "Fortunately, I didn't have another dream about the scholarly sage." He was really scared of the scholarly sage now. Shuhang was no stranger to the experience of becoming a sun. Previously, his steel manifestation had gotten involved in the sun boat ceremony, becoming a small sun and revolving around the Black Dragon world. Shuhang had occasionally synchronized with his steel manifestation, and he still remembered his experience of revolving around the world as a small sun. He began to control the sun consciously, slowly making it spin. Shuhang said, "When I was a child, I always had this thought in mind: why does my family have to shiver and freeze during the winter while other people's winter was full of sunshine, and they could even wear short sleeves? As the sun, shouldn't one naturally be fair?" The Black Dragon world was different from Earth. It had no Antarctic or the North Pole, and there was no danger of melting glaciers. The sun could shine on it however it wanted. Shuhang decided to be a fair sun, striving to make every corner of the Black Dragon world be able to receive sunshine fairly, and not favor any over the rest. On this day, the people of Black Dragon world once again experienced the warmth of the sun after many days. Many couldn't help but stretch out their hands to embrace the warm sunshine. As the small sun rose, the people of the Black Dragon world felt their hearts thump. The feeling of a big shot, showing their divinity, had reappeared. But the feeling this time was slightly different from before. The people of the Black Dragon world raised their heads and saw a handsome, smirking man appear in the saint space. Why does this figure look so familiar? Isn't he one of the people that appeared behind ancient sage tyrannical song when he showed his divinity? Just like before, dragon wings descended behind this man, transforming into a dragon seal. A sage name was portrayed on it using Chinese characters and Black Dragon world characters. Ancient Sage Thrice Reckless. This time, the divinity show was limited to the Black Dragon world. Even the sage seal was one size smaller than the ones belonging to Doudou, Soft Feather, Little Sun, and Shuhang. This was the Black Dragon world's own divinity show, without any interference. The profound sage speech had been removed. Instead, the Black Dragon world showed the contract rune between thrice reckless Mad Saber and the throne of the rising sun. This rune represented the throne of the rising sun, and also represented thrice reckless. As long as they kept this contract rune in mind, the practitioners of the Black Dragon world could communicate remotely with ancient sage thrice reckless through magical techniques, and consult him about problems they encountered in their practice. Of course, this kind of consultation required payment. The magical power and mental energy distributed after the consultation would be split between thrice reckless Mad Saber and Dragon Network in a ratio of 7-3. The practitioners of the Black Dragon world could even pay with treasures if ancient sage thrice reckless was interested in them, and have the chance to summon a projection clone of his. The functions provided by the Black Dragon world after one shows their divinity are quite astounding, exclaimed thrice reckless Mad Saber. There was no such thing in the main world, after all. This showed that the Dragon Network was rather resourceful. After thrice reckless divinity show was completed, young Master Phoenix Slayer pushed up his glasses, and got ready to appear on stage. The small sun kept spinning, and the divinity shows of the various ancient sages were also proceeding in an orderly manner. Song Shuhang's consciousness fell into the castle of the Dragon Blood clan. There, Scarlet Pupil was looking up at the small sun. Warm sunlight touched Scarlet Pupil's body. At this time, Scarlet Pupil's skin was like jade, and his body appeared to be healthier. He wasn't as thin as he used to be, and his black hair now reached his legs. Why am I dreaming of Scarlet Pupil? Could it be that I'm not dreaming, but rather my consciousness is really in the Dragon Blood Castle? Song Shuhang's heart thumped. At this thought, Song Shuhang finally became sober. My consciousness turning into a sun and rising to the sky, senior thrice reckless holding a divinity show, my mind shining on Dragon Blood Castle along with the sunlight, the throne of the Rising Sun project that the Dragon Network assistant mentioned earlier. I see. This should all be happening because of that throne of the Rising Sun project. As he thought of this, Song Shuhang's consciousness checked on Scarlet Pupil. As the Dragon Network's administrator, he was able to get a sense of Scarlet Pupil's state at a glance. It turned out that just a few days ago, Scarlet Pupil actually broke through the 100 Days Foundation establishment and opened his heart aperture. How was he so fast? Song Shuhang was a little surprised. When they met last, Scarlet Pupil was still skinny, and even when he was practicing the steel hands technique's basic fist technique, he would vomit blood after doing so every time. Could it be that he truly re-registered his account? Song Shuhang recalled that after Scarlet Pupil got stabbed with a sword by Fairy Creation, before the latter could use a magical technique to resurrect him, his own innate skill activated, making him recover very quickly. However, even if he did get to re-register his account and become a genius, wasn't taking a short few days to go from a skinny boy to someone who completed the 100 Days Foundation establishment and opened his heart aperture a bit too much? When Song Shuhang's consciousness swept across Scarlet Pupil's body, the other party seemed to have felt something. He cried out, "Mister?" In his hand, the rough copper ring was shining. This was the ring stamped with the profound sage tyrannical song seal. Not bad. Song Shuhang's voice rang directly in Scarlet Pupil's ears. Scarlet Pupil loudly asked, "Mister, I feel full of power now. Have I completed my foundation establishment?" Song Shuhang replied, "That's right. Now, you've finally reached the threshold of cultivation. Filled with anticipation, Scarlet Pupil asked, "Mister, when will I get to see my big brother, Black Pupil? You've only just learned to crawl, yet you're already thinking of running?" Song Shuhang smiled slightly. "I don't have much time. But before I go, I will leave you with an inheritance. Once you've broken through the first stage, leaping Dragon Gate realm, entered the second stage, and mastered the steel hands technique, go look for my inheritance. As long as you get through the trials I leave behind, you can obtain my inheritance, resources, and subsequent cultivation techniques. Afterward, search for me. I will leave you a passage to the main world. But mister, what if I can't pass the trials?" Scarlet Pupil asked worriedly. He'd been wasting everyone's time and resources until now, so he didn't have much confidence in himself. Song Shuhang said softly, "If you can't pass the trials, the inheritance's location will collapse and disappear." Scarlet Pupil gritted his teeth, and said, "Mister, how do I find the location?" Song Shuhang calmly said, "You simply need to keep the copper ring I gave you. Once you've attained sufficient strength and mastered the steel hands technique, it will guide you to the right place." After saying that, Song Shuhang's consciousness withdrew. Scarlet Pupil grasped the copper ring in his hand, clenching his hand tightly. In the throne of the rising sun, Song Shuhang's consciousness did not immediately return to his body, but rather circled around the Black Dragon world along with the throne of the rising sun. "Now, before I leave the Black Dragon world, I need to look for a place where I can dig out a cave and leave my inheritance," he said in his mind. Scarlet Pupil had a connection with scholarly sage and skylark. This was especially so when it came to his resurrection skill, which was very much like Senior Skylark's. Therefore, in light of the relationship between the sage and Senior Skylark, Song Shuhang prepared to leave an inheritance for him. As to whether or not Scarlet Pupil would be able to obtain this inheritance, well, that wholly depended on him. However, that little guy was quite a hard-working person, so there shouldn't be much to worry about. The sun continued to revolve around the Black Dragon world. The fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group who signed a contract with the throne of the rising sun condensed dragon seals one after the other, and showed their divinity to the Black Dragon world. Since the profound sage speech event did not exist here, the Black Dragon world's divinity show ended much faster. The next day, Song Shuhang's consciousness left the throne of the rising sun and returned to his body. He opened his eyes, and found himself lying on a bed. The virtuous Lamia was pressing her hands on his temples, and the light of a healing technique could be seen glowing on her palms, alleviating his mental pain. Song Shuhang said, "Thank you, fairy." At the same time, he felt that someone seemed to be stepping on his back. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Fairy Creation stepping on his back with her bare feet. Did the 2 fairies take the wrong medicine today? Seeing that Song Shuhang had woken up, Fairy Creation lightly jumped, landing beside him gracefully. After that, she and Fairy at #% sat side by side, staring at Song Shuhang while blinking their eyes. Song Shuhang. Have I still not woken up? Am I still dreaming? At this time, Soft Feather and Doudou pushed the door open and came in. Soft Feather giggled. Senior Song is awake. Song Shuhang nodded. Have all the primordial souls of seniors returned? Soft Feather replied, after the divinity show ended yesterday, the Dragon Network assistant sent all of the seniors' primordial souls back. That's good. Song Shuhang let out a breath of relief. Besides that other senior white told me to remind you after you woke up that you should finish watching N² Hamster's divinity show. He said that he was going to test you the next time you met. Soft Feather blinked. Song Shuhang laughed dryly. I'll watch it in a while. Is little Inju awake? Soft Feather said, she woke up for a while last night, but then fell asleep again. None of them knew what changes were happening to Li Inju's body, but it was undeniable that there was something strange about her slumber this time. Let's go and have a look at little Inju. She slept through her entire profound sage speech, so it's likely that she suffered some mental shocks. I have to go and deal with that. Song Shuhang sat up, and then said, speaking of which. Did I forget about someone? You forgot about me. Lady Onion's voice sounded from the bed. Song Shuhang reached out, and fished out a withered Lady Onion. He took a cup of the living spring from the inner world, and poured it on Lady Onion. I promised you when I was in the heavenly tribulation space that I would give you your freedom when we got out. Now, it's time for me to fulfill my promise. Song Shuhang gently touched Lady Onion's green onion sprouts. You're free, Lady Onion. The enlightenment stone you've taken root on belongs to you from now on. Lady Onion's green onion sprouts shook slightly. By the way, Soft Feather, you've ascended to the 5th stage, right? Song Shuhang remembered another thing. How many patterns does your core have? Did she have 9 dragon patterns? If not, he could try studying the Dragon Network's authority. Who knew, perhaps he could figure out a way to add dragon patterns just as Senior White 2 did. As soon as she heard Song Shuhang's words, Soft Feather's expression froze. She squatted down aggrievedly and poked her finger into the floor of the room, poking one hole at a time. Thuck, thuck, thuck. In the blink of an eye, there were over a dozen holes of different depths in the floor. Song Shuhang lived on the 2nd floor, and the floor here was wooden. At this time, the semi-retired old tribal chief of the Dragon Blood tribe, who had been idle all day, just so happened to enter the house. Seeing this scene, his heart felt very stifled. The attic where Mr. Shuhang was currently residing had just been completed, but it looked like the floor needed to be changed already. Seeing the aggrieved soft feather, Song Shuhang was slightly taken aback. To be honest, it was the first time he had seen soft feather look so defeated. Soft feather's personality was generally cheerful. Although she did occasionally become perturbed, such as when she got lost, these minor problems never caused her to look defeated. Ever since he met Soft Feather, Song Shuhang had never seen her look so disappointed and aggrieved. Song Shuhang couldn't help but stretch out his hand and bring out his phone to take several photos of Soft Feather. Seeing Soft Feather this aggrieved was extremely rare, and perhaps he would never get the chance to see it again for the rest of his life. Senior Song. Soft Feather raised her head and stared daggers at Song Shuhang. It's okay if you don't comfort me, but you're actually taking photos of me? In fact, dragon patterns are not that important, they don't mean everything. Song Shuhang got out of bed, came to Soft Feather's side, and then comforted her. Even if you didn't get 7 or 8 dragon patterns, there's no need to be this disappointed. Soft Feather looked at Song Shuhang, then turned her back to him, and began poking the floor even harder. Thunk, 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 the new floor continued to get filled with small holes. At the side, Doudou opened his mouth and said nothing. The old tribal chief rubbed his old face. It didn't matter anymore. Whether there were 1 or 2 holes, the floor had to be replaced anyway. Song Shuhang looked at Doudou, and then at Soft Feather, who looked like she was even more aggrieved. Could it be that Soft Feather not only did not get 7 or 8 dragon patterns, but she didn't even get 6 dragon patterns? Song Shuhang tried comforting her again. It doesn't matter, Soft Feather. Even if you only have 4 or 5 dragon patterns, your future is still bright. In fact, when I condensed my life-bound golden core, it only had 3 dragon patterns. Still, with Soft Feather's talent, how could the number of dragon patterns she got be so few? Could it be that the ghost spirit possessed by the Heavenly Emperor forcibly dragged her into the 5th stage Tribulation, and Soft Feather's foundations weren't laid well enough at the time, so the number of dragon patterns she got was below the normal level? Soft Feather turned her head and looked at Song Shuhang, looking even more aggrieved than before. She jumped a few steps while squatting, jumping into the corner of the room, and began to poke holes in the corner. Song Shuhang looked at Doudou and said, "Could it be that Soft Feather doesn't even have 3 patterns?" Doudou nodded slightly. Song Shuhang. He frowned. That shouldn't be possible. With Soft Feather's talent, even if her foundation wasn't that good in the 4th stage, it would be absolutely impossible for her to only have 1 or 2 dragon patterns. Song Shuhang asked, "Soft Feather, can I see your golden core?" Perhaps Soft Feather's core patterns were transparent, or maybe they were invisible and only appeared when stimulated. Or perhaps Soft Feather's golden core patterns were all twisted together, and it looked like one, but there were actually 8 or 9 patterns. Soft Feather pulled back her right hand, and reached out to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand to hold Soft Feather's hand, and his mental energy went into her dantian. Soft Feather opened her original dantian to Song Shuhang. Her dantian was larger than that of a normal 5th stage cultivator. Inside her dantian, a round golden core was floating, exuding a soft light. Likewise, her golden core was also a few times larger than normal cultivators. Song Shuhang's mental energy circled around Soft Feather's golden core. Where are the dragon patterns? He didn't see any dragon patterns. Yes, Senior Song, now you know. Soft Feather felt extremely wronged. I don't have a single dragon pattern. Sure enough, books were deceptive at times. It was said that as long as a cultivator ascended to the 5th stage, no matter how bad they would still at least have 1 dragon pattern. But Soft Feather's golden core didn't have a single dragon pattern. So that's the case. Song Shuhang's mental energy materialized into a humanoid form, floating in front of Soft Feather's golden core. Soft Feather, your golden core is amazing. This is a patternless golden core. Soft Feather. Song Shuhang said seriously, your golden core is very powerful, and I am afraid that it isn't inferior to 9 dragon pattern golden cores. Soft Feather replied thoughtfully, thank you for comforting me, Senior Song. But next time, can you not exaggerate so much? Otherwise, it doesn't feel like you're comforting me at all. Song Shuhang. Soft Feather said, without any golden core dragon patterns, I can't even make a golden core composition, and I can't add the finishing touch, so I can't ascend to the 6th stage. I'm going to be stuck in the 5th stage for the rest of my life. Song Shuhang responded, no, you don't have to worry. Rest assured, Senior Song. I won't be defeated so easily, Soft Feather said seriously. I've already thought about it. I will study the practice method of the Black Dragon world very carefully. If cultivation really isn't it, then I'll change my profession. Maybe I can become an archmage in the Black Dragon world. Wait, Soft Feather, you really don't have to worry, Song Shuhang said. Your patternless golden core is truly amazing. What I said just now about it not being any worse than a 9 dragon pattern golden core didn't come out of nowhere. Song Shuhang's mental energy withdrew from Soft Feather's dantian. He squatted in front of Soft Feather, stared at her, and said, in fact, Senior White also had a golden core without any dragon patterns. Although I don't know how many dragon patterns Senior White had, it's impossible for him to have had a patternless golden core. Soft Feather looked back at Song Shuhang. When I was chatting in a group, I once saw Senior White mention the matter regarding his golden core composition. The Senior White I am talking about is Senior White 2, the one from yesterday, Song Shuhang calmly said. I heard him personally tell me about him having a golden core without any dragon patterns. Moreover, the way by which a golden core without any dragon patterns raises its level is different from ordinary golden cores. Alright, I'm starting to believe Senior Song's words a little bit. Soft Feather blinked. According to Senior White 2, a golden core without dragon patterns does not need a golden core composition, and it doesn't even need a finishing touch. For the golden core without any dragon patterns, those are all meaningless. You only need to practice and then practice again, day and night. Once you've reached the limit, the patternless golden core will spew out water to form a spirit lake. You don't have to be afraid of not being able to reach the nascent soul realm. You merely need to continue what you were already doing, and practice diligently day and night. Every time you practice for a period of time, the patternless golden core will spew out some more water, and the lake will become bigger and bigger. In the end, the golden core will sink to the bottom of the lake, bloom and bear fruit, giving birth to the nascent soul. Song Shuhang quickly relayed the knowledge he had of the patternless golden core to Soft Feather. Soft Feather raised her head. Really? It's so true that it couldn't be any truer, Song Shuhang assured her. Trust me, and believe in Senior White too. He said this personally, so the source of the information is absolutely reliable. Doudou couldn't help but say, in that case, isn't it better to have a golden core without any dragon patterns? There's no need to worry about the number of dragon patterns, no need to worry about how to draw the golden core composition, and no need to worry yourself to death about your finishing touch. This wasn't simply better, it was amazing. There were no bottlenecks, and they only needed to practice day and night to become a 7th stage cultivator. That's why I said that the patternless golden core wasn't any worse than a 9 dragon pattern golden core. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, straightened himself up a bit, and then patted Soft Feather's head lightly. In the same squatting posture, Soft Feather was slightly taller than him. Soft Feather said softly, "Thank you, Senior Song. I feel better now." Senior Song was an outspoken man with a straight face. She had been quietly paying attention to his facial expressions just now, reading the information from his face. She saw that he was very confident in his words, and that he wasn't just making an excuse to comfort her. Who knew, perhaps a golden core without dragon patterns really was powerful. Song Shuhang added, furthermore, Senior White too was able to step into the peak of the world of cultivation with a patternless golden core. Therefore, your future is also unlimited. At least, you won't get stuck in a certain realm because of your golden core. While saying that, he couldn't help but reach out and stroke Soft Feather's head. Slow-witted Song liked stroking Pavilion Master Chu's head. It turns out that it's actually pretty addictive, he silently said in his mind. Song Shuhang added, as such, you don't need to think too much about it. Just continue practicing. The 6th stage Spirit Lake and the 7th stage Nascent Soul are just around the corner. I remember that Senior White too said that after he went into a seclusion, he ascended to the 6th stage as soon as he came out. Perhaps if you close up for a while, you'll be able to leave at the 6th stage as well. Soft Feather's eyes lit up, and the defeated look on her little face disappeared completely. I will catch up with Senior Song as soon as possible. This time it's my turn to catch up to Senior Song. You got this. A smile appeared on Song Shuhang's face. I will wait for you to catch up to me and surpass me in the 6th stage realm. He felt that he finally got to feel what it was to be a senior. Soft Feather curiously asked, but Senior Song, why do you call the other Senior White Rabbit? Because white rabbits are cute, Song Shuhang joked. In the next moment, a magical treasure suddenly fell from the sky, crossing through space to get there. It was a huge running wheel, the kind used by hamsters. It was made of an unknown metal, and it was very sturdy at first glance. The running wheel sucked Song Shuhang into it. Song Shuhang. Unlike a running wheel that required the hamster to run for it to start moving, this running wheel was automatic, and spun extremely fast. Song Shuhang used his hands and feet together, and quickly started sprinting in the large hamster wheel. Doudou took out a book of poems and turned it over to a certain page. I've found it, it's this line, you see, a man running in the sunset has quite the charm. 1753 Question. Answer. Hitting someone when they're down. Song Shuhang finally adjusted to the rhythm, and began to run wildly. Although the large hamster wheel was spinning quickly, Song Shuhang was already at the 6th stage, and it was easy for him to keep up with the speed of the wheel. While he was running, Song Shuhang tried activating innate skills such as air walking or the lotus blossoming walk, but he found that there was a law forbidding staying mid-air inside the hamster wheel. As his body couldn't rise into the air, he could only move in accordance with the running wheel and sprint forward. How long was this going to last? A human-like smile emerged on Doudou's dog face as he stuffed the book of poems back into his pocket. When did you get the misconception that I wouldn't add insult to injury? Doudou was still Doudou, and this had never changed. Soft Feather asked, is this running wheel a magical treasure thrown over by Senior White? She stared at the running wheel, and suddenly felt very intrigued. Senior Song, can I switch with you when you're tired? Song Shuhang. Soft Feather really was different from others. When the members of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group got on Senior White's bad side and were sent into the sky by his disposable coiling flying sword, they all screamed non-stop. But Soft Feather was the only one among them who got excited by being sent into the sky. And when it came to Dharma King creation singing, those who heard it generally displayed adverse reactions, such as vomiting, nausea, dizziness, and legs going weak. But Soft Feather felt that it sounded good, and she even liked listening to it. She wasn't appreciating the sound of nature from Fairy Creation's voice, but actually enjoyed Dharma King creation singing. Even if I want to leave and switch with you, I don't think I have that choice. Song Shuhang burst into tears. This scourge likely befell him because he had called out the name Senior White too several times in a row just now. Without him realizing, he had pinged Senior White too repeatedly. Speaking of which, he now recalled that back when he tried introducing Senior White 2 to the seniors in the main world and in the group, his words had been directly turned into gibberish. But in the Black Dragon world, he could somehow pronounce Senior White 2's name without a problem. Was the Black Dragon world really different from the main world? Or was it that Senior White 2 had allowed him to introduce him to others since their relationship had been getting better? Song Shuhang saw the virtuous Lamia, then realized something. Right, fairy waiting for a promise, can you come over? You're a body of virtue, so you should be able to float even in an environment like this one which has sealed airspace. If you can come in, you should be able to hold me up, right? The virtuous Lamia stretched out a hand. Lotus. After thinking for a while, she stretched out her other hand, and opened up her palms. Song Shuhang said, no problem. The virtuous Lamia moved into the gap between the rails of the large hamster wheel, and arrived behind Song Shuhang. But in the next moment, her figure was also sucked inside, she fell down onto the wheel. Then, she was affected by the sealed airspace, and even her virtuous body couldn't remain floating. She used Song Shuhang's four-toned scream technique, and screamed loudly, "Aya!" In the end, she could only slither quickly, following Song Shuhang's pace. In this way, inside the hamster wheel, Song Shuhang ran in front, while the virtuous Lamia slithered quickly right behind him. The scene became one where a Lamia chased after an old uncle. Song Shuhang. Doudou rolled on the floor laughing, letting out a strange dog laugh while he hit the ground with his paws again and again. It might be due to him having just ascended, but he didn't have complete control over his strength. Every time he slammed his paws on the ground, a large hole would form. Behind him, the old tribal chief took in a deep breath. He found that his mental state was particularly good right now, and he was actually at peace. Could it be because of seeing Mr. Song running wildly inside the wheel? Soft Feather said, "Senior Song, are you tired?" Song Shuhang responded, "I'm fine, I can still manage for quite some time." Soft Feather then asked, "Do you need me to comfort you? Or sing you a song or something?" Song Shuhang wanted to agree, but when he thought of how Soft Feather was a fan of Dharma King creation, he suddenly dispelled the idea, and shook his head vigorously. "And no need." Soft Feather blinked. Soon after, she brought out her phone, looked for a good angle, and started recording a video of Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang remarked, "It seems karma struck back quite quickly. When there's a divine being not too far, retribution comes rather swiftly." Soft Feather asked, "Senior Song, how long are you going to run for?" Song Shuhang answered, "I don't know. I'll have to ask Senior White TW to tell me." Perhaps he needed to run until Senior White 2's anger cooled off. Question: what should the ratio be between mental energy and spiritual energy in order to produce a prototype of psychic energy? At this time, a dignified voice sounded from within the hamster wheel. Song Shuhang. From the side, Soft Feather prompted, "Senior Song, this is the content of Ancient Demon Ranjan's speech, combining mental energy, or divine sense, with energy to form a powerful offensive psychic technique." Song Shuhang asked, "Who is Ancient Demon Ranjan? This Taoist name sounds so strange." The dignified voice continued, "I'm Ancient Demon Ranjan." "Who are you?" Song Shuhang asked as he ran. He had gotten slightly dizzy from all the running, but he already had a faint idea of the identity of the other party. "Stupid tyrannical Song, can't you recognize my voice?" The dignified voice changed to the cute cry of hamster. Song Shuhang responded, "It really is you. You still have 30 seconds to answer." Hamster's voice changed back to that dignified voice, and at the same time, it added, "I've already picked the simplest question. If you can't even answer this, I can't help you much, either." Hamster didn't have a high opinion of tyrannical Song, but when Song Shuhang looked like an uncle, he ended up in its good graces. It felt like the middle-aged Song Shuhang was more considerate, and had a better personality. Therefore, when it saw the middle-aged Song Shuhang running inside through the monitoring of the hamster running wheel, it silently changed the order of the questions and picked the simplest question to start things off. Song Shuhang hurriedly said, "But I haven't even gotten to listen to your speech yet. I've only just woken up." Hamster replied, "I can't do much to help you. Your only option is to watch my speech while running. In addition, my questioning is not to be interrupted. There are 50 questions in total. If the answer is wrong or you don't answer, the speed of the wheel will increase. The first questions I'll be asking are relatively simple. You can do two things at the same time, right? So why not just watch the speech while answering my questions? If you really can't answer them, then just try guessing the answer." It had tried its best to prompt Song Shuhang that there were many questions whose answers could be guessed. Song Shuhang shouted wittily, "Soft feather, what's the answer? Guess the answer?" There were too many answers to a question of ratio, and if there was a decimal point, it would become impossible to guess the answer at all. Therefore, it was more appropriate to ask for outside help. He hadn't finished watching Hamster's lecture, but Soft Feather did, so she should know the answer. Reminder: external aid is not permitted. If the answer to a question is acquired through external assistance, it will be directly judged as a failure in answering the question, and the speed of the wheel will increase, Hamster said. Also, don't think about using the secret sound transmission technique. This running wheel was specially made to isolate techniques like those. Song Shuhang. Aren't you just forcing me into a dead end? Senior Song, you got this. Soft Feather waved, and then she moved to get a better angle. The video she was recording at this time could be edited and then sent to the 9 Provinces #1 group. They would definitely find it very interesting. At the side, Doudou's eyes rolled around with his tongue stuck out. He'd thought of something fun. However, this fun idea would be best done at the end. Good things should be shared at the end. Song Shuhang made a wild guess. 7:3. At the same time, he turned on the broadcast of Hamster's divinity show, and began to multitask. Hamster said, "Wrong answer." In the next moment, the speed of the hamster will doubled. Song Shuhang let out a strange yell as he quickly accelerated his running speed. Behind him, the virtuous Lamia let out a pleasant laugh, and she adjusted her crawling speed accordingly. Surprisingly, she found herself having a lot of fun. At the bed, Fairy Creation was immediately attracted after seeing the virtuous Lamia having fun. Then, she also flew towards the hamster wheel, followed in the footsteps of the virtuous Lamia, and tried to penetrate the gap between the railings of the wheel. But when she got halfway through, she got stuck. The old tribal chief asked curiously, was she too big and got stuck? Doudou. Hamster replied, no, it's because the magical treasure has been locked as the questioning has begun. And so, no one is allowed to enter. Fairy Creation exclaimed, huh? Stupid, stupid. She did not want to resign to this fate. Hamster asked, second question, how many kinds of basic offensive forms does psychic energy have? Song Shuhang said, heavens, these are the simplest questions. Anything that can be guessed is already considered simple, Hamster said. Stop wasting time, these were all set by my master. At this time, in the hamster speech screen that Song Shuhang was watching, it had only condensed its sage seal, and its speech hadn't even begun yet. How much time do I still have to answer the question? Song Shuhang asked as he ran. Hamster replied, 30 seconds. I understand, said Song Shuhang as he began to silently count the seconds. He had to delay as much as possible. He had to make as much use of the 30 seconds he got to watch the content of Hamster's divinity show and be able to answer the questions well. If possible, try not to delay for too long, Hamster prompted. For these 50 questions, the sooner you finish answering, the better the reward you'll get. There's a reward? Shuhang asked in suspicion. Hamster replied, if there is a punishment, then there's naturally also a reward. Tyrannical song, we treat you as our own. At this time, inside the speech broadcast, Hamster had finally begun formally delivering the speech. After quickly going through the prelude to the speech, it went straight to the topic. There are a total of 7 kinds of common offensive forms for psychic energy. Shuhang shouted, 7 kinds. Hamster said, wrong answer. Shuhang. Wrong answer. Wasn't this a textbook answer? How could it be wrong? My mind is going to explode from this. While he was in thought, Hamster in the Divinity show continued, although there are 7 kinds of psychic energy attacks, all in all, there are actually only 2 basic offensive forms, the direct and the indirect psychic energy attack. The 7 common offensive forms are all founded on these 2 types. In addition, there are various special psychic energy attacks, but in general, they can be summarized into 3 basic offensive forms. As such, there are a total of 5 kinds of basic offensive forms which constitute the foundations of psychic energy attacks. In the hamster wheel, Hamster's voice sounded. This was such a simple question, and you still got it wrong? Shuhang. His mind had already exploded. In the next moment, the spinning speed of the hamster wheel increased by another degree. Shuhang could only increase his speed unwillingly. Behind him, Fairy at #times, small waist twisted back and forth as she slithered on the wheel happily. Her pleasant-sounding laughter and Shuhang's screams intertwined. Were they happy or sad? Fairy Creation shouted, stupid, stupid. She was stuck in the gap between the rails of the hamster wheel. Her body rapidly rotated with the running wheel, her voice full of unwillingness as she shouted. I'm dying, ha 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 woof. Doudou was rolling all over the ground laughing. He'd been deliberating about whether he should help Shuhang by answering the questions first. But in the end, he didn't even need to nudge him. Shuhang had already made 2 mistakes on his own. Senior Song, you got this. Only Soft Feather continued to conscientiously encourage Shuhang. Finish the questions early so that we can switch. Another day of joy and peace. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword fell on the bed, found a place with a wide view, and watched the event silently. At the side, Lady Onion was motionless. It was unknown what was on her mind. Scarlet Heaven Sword asked curiously, Little Lady Onion, you're free, so why don't you seem happy? Lady Onion responded, I'm thinking about my life. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, mind telling me about it? No matter what said, I'm still an immortal level divine weapon. Although I'm not as good as your 9 virtues Phoenix Saber, I've still accumulated a lot of experiences over my life. If you share your mind, perhaps I can give you some help. Lady Onion asked, Senior, now that I'm free, do I have to shop online, pay for loot boxes, obtain cultivation resources, explore secret realms, and find blessed lands all by myself? Scarlet Heaven Sword. So you don't want freedom anymore? Scarlet Heaven Sword said, freedom is very precious. Lady Onion inquired, is it more precious than the saber nurturing technique? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, these are 2 different things, and I can have both. Lady Onion said, I want that too. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, if that's the case, then I will use my experiences in life to give you a suggestion. Lady Onion's eyes suddenly lit up. She stared at Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword intently, its bright sword body reflecting her slightly withered self. You can sign a contract with Shuhang that is similar to that of a part-time worker. You can work for him for something in return. If you do something like this, you'll retain your freedom, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword suggested. If you choose to do this, what skills can you offer? Besides giving out green onion sprouts. Lady Onion hesitantly said, I've got a lot of them, I guess. In terms of skills, she had over 200 unique ones. For example, the 200 must have skills for a monster spirit to survive. Besides that, she could also take care of spirit plants. She was unexpectedly talented in this field. This should be a hidden ability of hers as a plant-type monster spirit. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, then the rest is easy, you simply need to display the skills you're proud of and sign a contract with Song Shuhang. By doing this, you should be able to get some pretty decent benefits. Lady Onion silently touched her onion sprouts. As expected of a senior, he was especially reliable at critical times. Meanwhile, Song Shuhang focused on doing two things at the same time, watching the demonic hamster's speech while making blind guesses when answering the questions. Hamster had asked 10 questions, and so far, Song Shuhang had not answered a single one correctly. The speed of the hamster wheel was already at the 10th gear, seemingly having no limit. Doudou was already out of breath from all the laughing. He directly lay on the ground, patting the floor feebly. So dumb, Song Shuhang can't even answer a single question right. Doudou hadn't even gotten involved yet, but Shuhang had already accumulated 10 consecutive mistakes. 7 or 8 minutes later, when Hamster asked the 20th question, Song Shuhang was already in despair. Every time a question was asked, what was being asked for was a few paragraphs ahead of the speech. So far, every time the hamster asked a question, it was on content that hadn't been covered yet. The speed of the wheel had been raised to 20th gear. Even Song Shuhang, who was at the 6th stage realm, couldn't keep up with this rhythm. Hamster's dignified voice sounded. Next, question number 21. Are there multiple choice questions or true or false questions? Song Shuhang cried. Exams these days at least have multiple choice questions. We should keep up with the times, right? Unfortunately, no. In the Netherworld realm, we don't have things like multiple choice questions, Hamster said. I tried my best to ask you the simple questions first. I didn't expect you to be unable to answer even a single question correctly. Then let's change the order. Song Shuhang shouted. Ask the hardest questions first since I don't know the answer either way. Moreover, I can make use of that time to listen to the speech broadcast and catch up. Like this, I should be able to answer some of the simple questions. Are you sure? Hamster looked at the nearly 300 questions in its hand. Song Shuhang shouted, yes, I'm sure. And so, 7 minutes later, the 30th question ended. Song Shuhang still hadn't got a single question right. The speed of the wheel was already in the hopelessness-inducing tier. Song Shuhang lay on the wheel like a salted fish, letting the wheel spin him around frantically. Likewise, Fairy #time stretched her snake tail out, and stuck to the wheel. Hamster said, 31st question. Hurry up and ask me the question, Song Shuhang said tremblingly. Whether or not his answer was right didn't matter anymore. Now, he just wanted to quickly finish the 50 questions, and get out of this hamster wheel. After the 40th question, Song Shuhang, who was dizzy and nauseous, finally got 2 questions right. When the 50 questions were over. In total, Song Shuhang got 5 questions right. Hamster's voice sounded. This concludes the exam. Song Shuhang said, Bleg, I'm about to vomit. Can you let me out now? He got the feeling that his fear of high speeds and fast rotations was back to being a serious problem. The demonic hamster said, unfortunately, the threshold set by my master was 10 questions. I didn't expect you to not be able to get even 10 questions right. As punishment, you can only get out of this running wheel using your own strength. Song Shuhang. Hamster prompted, hint. If you want to get out of this running wheel, you can use psychic energy to do so. In order to get tyrannical Song to learn psychic energy attacks, its master really had gone through a lot of trouble. It had been observed time and again that the more desperate a person was, the more likely it was for them to burst out with great potential, with the help of its master, hamster had taken half a day to successfully master psychic energy. As for Shuhang, stimulated by the 45th gear of the hamster running wheel, he spent half an hour to combine his divine sense and spiritual energy proportionally. Then, with the transformation technique developed by Senior White 2, he was able to release psychic energy. As he produced psychic energy, Shuhang felt as if he'd become one with the hamster wheel. To be more precise, he'd gained partial control of it. He could use his psychic energy to open the door, close the door, stop it, and accelerate it to the 50th gear. There were also some other relatively more complex functions which Shuhang didn't pay much heed to. Shuhang shouted, "Stop, stop." The hamster wheel began to slowly come to a stop. Email protected, #%times, who was lying inside the wheel, blinked. The wheel had suddenly stopped. Fairy Creation shouted unwillingly, "Stupid, stupid." After the wheel stopped, Shuhang quickly opened the door with his psychic energy, and jumped out of it with all his strength. The mission is complete, so I'll return to my master. In addition, this true flywheel is a reward, and my master said that it's to be left for you. The voice of hamster sounded in Shuhang's mind. I'll be disconnecting now. Goodbye. The demonic hamster said this through mental communication, so it was only Shuhang who heard this. Shuhang responded, "Bleg bleg, ha ha ha, Senior Song, it's my turn." Soft Feather put down the phone, and then quickly climbed into the true flywheel. However, the wheel did not turn, and with hamster having already disconnected, there was nobody to ask questions to. Soft Feather. Did the machine break? But she hadn't even gotten to try it out yet. She waited for a long time, waiting until Senior Song finally got out. Yet now that it was her turn, it broke? Why don't you let me try? Doudou got in. Soft Feather got out of the true flywheel with a look of disappointment on her face. She then squatted next to Shuhang, and began to poke holes in the ground again. Shuhang retched for a good while until he finally felt a bit better. Is it really broken? Woof. Doudou felt out the true flywheel, but he got no response. It's because it hasn't been turned on yet, said Shuhang. As he spoke, he used his psychic energy. With a snap, the door of the true flywheel was closed. The game starts now. And this time, the person asking the question was Shuhang, who would control the magical treasure. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. It's my turn to find joy in your misery. This is the steel-like friendship between humankind and dogkind. Huh. The machine is working again? Then let me go first, Senior Song, Soft Feather called out. After all, she was first in line. Shuhang wiped his mouth. It's fine, let's test it out on Doudou first. Doudou said triumphantly, he, do you think I am you? Shuhang, start the questioning. When it comes to questions on transforming divine sense into psychic energy, no matter how difficult they are, I will get a full score. Shuhang responded, as you wish, Doudou. The running wheel began to spin, and the initial speed was not fast. After all, the man who was controlling it was now Shuhang, and his strength was nowhere close to that of Senior White 2. Doudou stretched out his forelegs casually, and trotted inside the wheel. Beginning questioning. First question, whom do you love the most? Shuhang's voice came from the hamster wheel. Doudou. What the hell was this? Shuhang's voice sounded. You have 30 seconds to answer this question. At the same time, in Shuhang's hand, there seemed to be an invisible spherical object. It was a mass of psychic energy that had taken the form of a sphere in his hand. Soft Feather's eyes shone brighter and brighter. Ha, who is my favorite person? Do you think that this kind of question can stump me? A smile appeared on Doudou's face. Of course, it's Choo Choo. In my life, she's the one I love most, and I won't ever regret it. Shuhang lowered his head, and looked at his palm. Suddenly, a faint red color emerged from his hand. Soft Feather curiously asked, "What is this?" This hamster running wheel comes with a magical technique similar to the mind-reading technique, which was added by Senior White 2. Through this magical technique, we can judge whether or not Doudou is telling the truth. The corners of Shuhang's mouth curled upwards. There were two ways to answer the questions. One was to guess the answer that Shuhang had set, while the other was to set up the question and let Senior White 2's magical technique judge whether or not it was correct. Soft Feather asked, "Is red correct?" "Of course, red means wrong." Shuhang snapped his fingers. "Wrong answer." His voice came from the true flywheel, and then the speed of the running wheel increased by 1 gear. Doudou's 4 short legs quickly accelerated to keep up with the change in rhythm. Doudou asked, "How is this possible?" "My favorite is Choo Choo." "There's no mistake in that." "Perhaps the one you like most is Senior Yellow Mountain?" At the side, Soft Feather said, "Love does not necessarily mean romantic affection. It could also refer to familial affection." Second question, Doudou, how did your Choo Choo complex come to be? "That's private, I refuse to answer." Doudou snorted coldly. Wrong answer. The speed of the wheel increased again. Shuhang said, "What a pity, I was actually quite interested in the origin of Doudou's Choo Choo complex. How did he get this disease?" "Me too," Soft Feather said. "In addition, the next time we have the chance, let's get Senior Copper Trigram in this wheel. Perhaps by then, we'll finally get to know whether Senior Copper Trigram is a male or a female." Third question, 1 + 1 = Doudou said wittily, "Are you trying to trick me again? I'm not dumb. This must be a case where 1 + 1 is equal to 1. A flock of sheep plus a flock of sheep is still a flock of sheep, right?" Shuhang replied, "No, this was just a question to give you free points. As I was just testing things out, I casually added 10 questions. The answer was 2. Doudou. Wrong answer. The speed of the wheel increased again. Doudou's mind collapsed. Fourth question, 2 + 2 = Are you trying to trick me some other way? Doudou barked. No, the following questions were just to fill the numbers. In order for the magical treasure to be activated, there need to be at least 10 questions, and it can go up to 50, but I only thought of 2 questions, Shuhang said. Doudou shouted, F***CKU. Look at my mouth, F***CKYOU. Finally, the 10 questions were over. Doudou looked upset as he got out of the hamster wheel. It said in contempt, "You might as well have just asked me to answer questions about transforming divine sense into psychic energy. What the hell was with those last questions? They lowered my IQ." Shuhang happily said, "I just wanted to experiment with the functions of this magical treasure and, well, tease you along the way." "At least you're honest," Doudou responded. If he said that he was going to do something, he'd do it without making any excuses. Doudou gritted his teeth, and said, "I will try it out again in a while, but don't ask me such strange questions. Otherwise, I will bite you. It would be better for you to just change it back to the questions from before." Shuhang smiled. "Fine, fine." At the same time, he took out a fruit from his spatial bracelet, the chaotic age fruit. He had been an uncle for a while now, and he wanted to see if he could go back to his original youthful appearance. Next to him, Soft Feather entered the running wheel, then turned around and posed. "It's my turn. Senior Song, I want to try answering the 50 questions." Shuhang asked, "Are you ready?" Soft Feather answered, "Go ahead, Senior Song." "Then I'll begin." Shuhang began to control the magical treasure. Anyway, the questions loaded in just now were for Doudou, so I need to switch back to the questions on transforming divine sense into psychic energy first. Although hamster disconnected, the data of those 300 questions was left in the wheel, and Song Shuhang could switch to them at will. However, before Song Shuhang could do anything, the running wheel started spinning quickly. Immediately afterward, Song Shuhang's voice sounded from within the wheel. Beginning questioning. First question, whom do you love the most? Senior Song, you didn't change the questions. Soft Feather called out. She began to run, her slender legs moving swiftly to keep up with the rotation speed of the running wheel. Song Shuhang. The equipment has just arrived, and I'm still unfamiliar with many of its functions. Chapter 1756 We, re not the same, not the same. Don't change it now. That's going to be boring, Doudou hurriedly said. Please begin answering, Soft Feather. Senior Spirit Butterfly's divinity show had ended yesterday, so Doudou did not have to worry about being chased down because of his actions. Doudou believed that this was the biggest difference between himself and Thrice Reckless. He knew how to act without inviting death. But I wanted to try out those 50 questions. That seemed more interesting to me, replied Soft Feather. Her legs moved quickly as she spoke, keeping the same speed as the rotation of the hamster wheel. Senior Song came up with only 10 questions for his version, and only the first 2 questions were real questions, while the next 8 questions were math questions for elementary school students, which were used just to fill up the numbers. In Doudou's words, those kinds of questions lowered your IQ. You still have 20 seconds. The corners of Doudou's mouth rose upward, revealing a dog smile. The clock is ticking. Soft Feather asked, Senior Song, have you changed the questions yet? Give me some more time, Song Shuhang replied. There isn't much time left. I guess I'll just start answering the questions, Soft Feather replied. I'll try my best on every question. After all, how can a woman who always strives to win fail on the first question? This is the attitude you should have. Alright, start answering the questions, Soft Feather. I'll give you plus points for great answers. Doudou took out his phone, and began recording this wonderful scene. The person I love the most, Soft Feather thought quickly as she ran. Speaking of which, Soft Feather should have reached the age where she starts getting involved in romantic relationships, Doudou secretly said in his mind. After thinking deeply, Soft Feather replied, from a comprehensive point of view, the person I love the most should be my father. From what happened to Doudou earlier, it was made clear that this most loved person included all kinds of love in it. Whether it be familial affection, platonic affection, romantic affection, or even affection for pets, these were all included in the question's description of love. Doudou held the phone with his paws, and regretfully said, Tisk, this answer was expected, but the lack of surprises made him feel quite regretful. This video. If I bring it back and sell it to Senior Spirit Butterfly, how much would Senior Spirit Butterfly offer for it? Doudou suddenly had such a thought in his mind. After this idea emerged, the ball could no longer stop rolling. If Senior Spirit Butterfly receives this video, there's a possibility that he won't get tired of it even after watching it for decades on end. I will have a private discussion about this with Senior Spirit Butterfly when I get back. Doudou thought to himself. He estimated that this video alone should be worth a luxurious immortal cave. Perhaps I really am a talented business dog? Soft Feather called out, how about it, Senior Song? Is my answer correct? Let's take a look. Song Shuhang reactivated his psychic energy, and took out the psychic energy ball to check the answer. At the side, Scarlet Heaven Sword, Lady Onion, and the old tribal chief were all in spectator mode. The old tribal chief pinched his chin as he silently thought to himself, sure enough, a lady running inside the wheel is much more pleasing to the eyes than a dog and a man. He didn't have any other thoughts, he simply felt that the scene of Soft Feather running in the wheel was much more agreeable. In addition, the aesthetics of the old tribal chief was actually slightly different from that of human beings in China. Therefore, another sentence followed in his mind. What a pity, this girl is too white. If she were darker, the scene would be even more beautiful. Shuhang looked at the psychic energy ball, which would judge the answer. What's going on? At this time, the ball was both red and green, so he went to take a look at the instruction manual. In the distance, Doudou's eyes suddenly lit up. He cut off the video recording, and then began recording a new video. The previous raw video could be sold at a high price to Senior Spirit Butterfly. Then, he looked at Shuhang and said, "Did Soft Feather fail to answer the question?" Soft Feather called, "Huh? How is that possible? I considered this answer comprehensively." 30 seconds had passed, but because Shuhang could not judge the correctness of the answer, the hamster wheel did not accelerate. Shuhang said, "I have found the criterion. There are two possibilities for this red and green interlaced state. One is that the answer was not complete, and there was supposed to be more to your answer. The other possibility is that there are many answers, and Soft Feather merely got one of them." Soft Feather said, "If there are many correct answers and I got one of them, that should mean I pass, right?" Doudou felt unconvinced, and said, "But what if your answer was only half of the full answer?" "Right, when I answered choo-choo previously, it said that it was wrong, but I'm truly sincere in loving choo-choo." Shuhang said, "It might be because there are too many choo-choos, or it might be because the person you love the most is Senior Yellow Mountain in terms of familial affection." On another note, after Doudou officially ascended to the 5th stage, he should have gotten a second, human form, due to the transformation ability that 5th stage great monsters got when they reached this stage. However, he had never shown his new transformed state. Doudou's first human form was something he obtained by chance when he was still at the 4th stage, and this human form looked very similar to Shuhang. Its second form. Could it be a dog girl? Soft Feather asked, then, should I answer again? She felt that this question had become more interesting. Doudou responded, yes, answer again. Soft Feather began to answer again. This second answer is relatively longer. First of all, the one I love the most in terms of familial relationships is my father Taoist Spirit Butterfly. This time, she had deliberately attached her father's Taoist name. Perhaps her answer was incomplete earlier because she just called him father. Afterward, Soft Feather continued, then, my favorite singer is Senior Dharma King Creation. I like his songs the most. I am his loyal fan. Shuhang. Senior Creation was truly fortunate to have a diehard fan like Soft Feather. Doudou's body trembled. He recalled his experience from when he sat in the front row at Dharma King Creation's concert. That had become one of the memories he found hard to recall, and it might have caused him to never want to listen to anyone's concert for the rest of his life. Soft Feather said, then if it's about a charming personality, the one I like most is Senior White. Senior White's disposable flying sword is too exciting, and the double ponytailed Senior White is so cute. Unfortunately, I don't get to have much time alone with Senior White. I keep on getting the feeling that there is something missing for this type of affection, though. Doudou said, Tisk, I thought you would be an exception, Soft Feather. Everyone in the world seemed to fall to Senior White's charms. Doudou had thought that Soft Feather, whose nerves were as necrotic as Shuhang's, was also likely to be an exception. Unexpectedly, in Soft Feather's favorite people list, there was still a spot for Senior White. Why should I be an exception? Soft Feather replied as she ran. But suddenly, she had another idea. Wait a minute, Senior Song. I've got another answer, Soft Feather said. If it's the person I love the most. Its full name is Butterfly Song White Creation Yellow Trigram Lychee 6 Doe Phoenix. Doudou. Whose name was this? Wasn't their name a bit too weird? Lady Onion asked curiously, whose Taoist name is so long? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said calmly, it shouldn't be a Taoist name. Song Shuhang added, is this not one person? He was getting the feeling that this was many people, and Soft Feather had just merged them all into a single name. Yes, this is not a single person's name. But, to some extent, it is also a person. After all, to me, this is how it is, Soft Feather joked while running. It is my inner demon, the inner demon I specially cultivated. Song Shuhang. What? An inner demon that you've been raising? Soft Feather said, in general, it is made up of the favorite parts of many seniors, fellow Taoists, relatives, and pets that I've come into contact with. I fuse them together to create an inner demon. There are parts of my dad and parts of Senior Song. It also has the charms of Senior White, the singing voice of Senior Creation, Senior Yellow Mountain sense of duty, and the characteristics of Senior Copper Trigram, Fairy Lychee, Fairy Dongfang 6, Doudou, and Young Master Phoenix Slayer. Song Shuhang asked, this is an inner demon? Soft Feather said, yes, it's a fusion of all my favorite qualities of these people. It can be said to be my biggest inner demon. That being the case, it should be regarded as my favorite person. When she transcended the tribulation last time, she had also been listening to Senior Creation's 7 Deaths song. It was at that time that she chanced upon her inner demon tribulation. During the inner demon tribulation, she unearthed the memories of the 7 Deaths song in her mind, and began to share them with her inner demons. That version with Dharma King Creation singing and Fairy Lychee's 360-degree windmill spin was very terrifying. In her inner demon tribulation, the number of inner demons was very considerable, with there being dozens of them. And all the demons shivered under the sound of Dharma King Creation's 7 Deaths song. The inner demons cried and called for surrender. Soft Feather felt that the inner demons were very interesting. Even though they were inner demons, they actually shouted things like, Senior Song, save me, and, Father, I hope to still be your daughter in my next life, and other inexplicable words. It seemed that there were some differences in their personalities. At that time, Soft Feather kept them in her mind. She wondered if there was some way she could meet her cute inner demons after the heavenly tribulation ended. Later on, when her ghost spirit was taken away by the Heavenly Emperor, she was able to get important information through it from time to time. From this information, Soft Feather came up with the idea of cultivating her cute inner demons. And in the end, she really did do that. And she was successful. Song Shuhang asked, this is a lot to take in. Your inner demon, is it gone now? If it didn't disappear, then it would have become an inner demon tribulation during the heavenly tribulation, right? Soft Feather said, it's still with me. I'll summon it out. After a while, a dark figure emerged in Soft Feather's shadow and transformed. The shadow turned into a black Soft Feather. After she appeared, she knelt down in front of Song Shuhang and the others, maintaining an elegant posture. Greetings, seniors. I'm Butterfly Song White Creation Yellow Trigram Lychee 6 Doe Phoenix. Soft Feather was still running inside the hamster wheel when a shadow directly went through the railings of the wheel, landing on the ground. The inner demon was made of shadow, and it was jet black in color. After saying her piece, Soft Feather's inner demon raised her head slightly, and her beautiful eyes swept through the fellow Taoists present, smiling as she silently knelt on the ground. She was an elegant and beautiful inner demon. Oh ho! The eyes of the Dragon Blood Tribe's old tribal chief suddenly lit up. This color was just right, black and beautiful. She fitted right into the aesthetics of the Black Dragon world. Unfortunately, he was already an old man now. If he were 100 years younger, perhaps he would have given it a go. Well, probably not. Although this young black girl fitted the aesthetics of the Black Dragon world, there was still a gap between the aesthetics of the Black Dragon world and the Dragon Blood Tribe. For example, she didn't have beautiful dragon scales, so that sadly reduced her points in their eyes. Moreover, she was an existence similar to a clone, not a real body. Things had all kinds of defects, and there was nothing perfect. This was simply how life was. Shuhang looked at the elegant inner demon. As he saw her, he found himself having a lot of things to say, but they ultimately remained stuck in his throat, and he had no idea how to voice them out. How could there be such an inner demon? This was too unscientific, but very soft feather-like. It really is an inner demon. At this time, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword confirmed it aloud. I've been in contact with the power of inner demons cultivated by the leaders of demonic sects before, and their aura was very similar to the one right before us. Doudou also confirmed, it is indeed an inner demon. Anyone who has come into contact with inner demons would recognize her as soon as they met her. There's no doubt about it. Lady Onion said, but isn't the character of this inner demon a bit too good? Well, it is the result of all my favorites being merged together. Soft Feather chuckled. Her slender legs continued to move swiftly. She was in a very good mood now, and she felt great delight in showing her work to her seniors and fellow Taoists. Shuhang was holding the chaotic age fruit in his hand, and he took a bite out of it. He felt so shocked that he had to eat something first. After taking a bite, Shuhang felt a change in his physical state. His original appearance of an uncle began to fade quickly, and he felt himself returning to a youthful appearance. Oh, it seems that my luck is pretty good. With just one fruit, I was able to recover my youth. Just as Shuhang thought this, he felt his body begin to shrink and his hands retract into the sleeves. Shuhang exclaimed, "Oh no! Shuhang, what did you do?" Doudou looked at Shuhang. While he said that, Shuhang's body began to stabilize, and he finally settled into the appearance of a youth who was about 12 years old. "I'm fine. I was just so shocked that I ended up eating a chaotic age fruit. I'll try eating another one later." Shuhang lifted his sleeves and pants. At this time, Soft Feather shouted, "Senior Song, how was my answer? Did I get it correct this time?" I almost forgot to check the answer." Shuhang quickly lowered his head, and looked at the psychic energy ball. Green, green, green. As soon as Shuhang confirmed it, a sound was uttered in the hamster wheel. "Correct answer." Soft Feather said triumphantly, He, I knew it. This answer is indeed beyond my expectation, but it was not the type of answer I wanted." Doudou again regretted that this answer could not satisfy his desire for gossip. At this time, the voice in the running wheel sounded again. "Second question, Doudou, how did your choo-choo complex come to be?" Soft Feather shouted, "Senior Song, I protest this. Are you trying to make things hard for me? How am I supposed to know how Doudou's choo-choo complex came to be?" Doudou laughed. He, now, run wild inside the hamster wheel, Soft Feather." Shuhang said, "There is nothing I can do. It looks like I'll have to stop the hamster wheel first. This way, I should be able to select new questions." Soft Feather said regretfully, "Can't you change the questions now? I wanted a perfect score with no wrong answers." I don't know how to do it. It seems I'll have to study how to operate this magical treasure," said Shuhang. After he said that, he stopped the hamster wheel. Then, he began to re-download the exam question data. Hamster had left behind all the 300 questions made by Senior White 2. After downloading the questions, Shuhang chose the random questions mode. "Wait, Soft Feather. Switch with me." Doudou lay on the hamster wheel, and said, "Each person gets 1 round." Soft Feather blinked. "Each person gets 1 round?" Doudou said, "Yeah, so it's my turn now. I'll switch with you once I'm done. But if each person gets 1 round, then it should still be my turn to play." Soft Feather's little hand stretched out from the railings, and stroked Doudou's head. Because Doudou, you are a dog. Doudou. Soft Feather, you really have changed since joining the 9 Provinces #1 group. You're completely different from the cute Soft Feather that had just joined the group. Scarlet Heaven Sword asked curiously, Fairy Soft Feather, your inner demon, does it have any ability? The inner demon named Butterfly Song White Creation Yellow Trigram Lychee 6 Doe Phoenix, had been quietly kneeling on the side with a peaceful smile on her face all this time. I don't know. I just cultivated it. As for what abilities it might have, I've never had the opportunity to test them out. In fact, this is the first time I've summoned it out for others to see. Should we try seeing what it can do? Soft Feather hugged her knees and sat inside the hamster wheel. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, if it is an inner demon, then it should have all the abilities of an inner demon. Doudou asked, then how about you get it to test things out on me? This sounds quite interesting. Let me take your place. The young Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and said, I have fairy waiting for a promise protecting me, and the influence of inner demons is minimal on me. This will make it so that there shouldn't be any accidents. In addition, I'm also very interested in what abilities Soft Feather's inner demon might have. Light of Virtue restrained the power of inner demons, and this made him the most suitable test subject. Doudou thought for a while, and then reluctantly said, all right then, I'll let you have this opportunity. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, thanks, Doudou. All right, Soft Feather said to her own inner demon. Butterfly Song White Creation Yellow Trigram Lychee 6 Doe Phoenix, show Senior Song what you can do. Whatever it is you can do, use it all on Senior Song. Hearing her words, the inner demon nodded. She stood up and patted her long skirt lightly. In the next moment, her aura changed from graceful and elegant to charming and seductive. She came in front of the young Song Shuhang, squatted down slightly, her eyes level with Song Shuhang, and then said softly, Senior Song, Lady Onion couldn't help but say, the ultimate seducing skill of a pretty female monster. At this moment, the inner demon lowered her head slightly, and prepared to kiss the young Song Shuhang's face. Soft Feather, who was in the hamster wheel, hurriedly shouted, Wait! Please save me, Senior Song. The inner demon said softly with a voice that only Song Shuhang could hear. After that, she continued to move toward Song Shuhang's face. But at this moment, the virtuous Lamia suddenly emerged from Song Shuhang's face, leaned in, and took the kiss from the inner demon. Doudou asked, Shuhang, what do you think would happen if I sent a recording of this to Senior Spirit Butterfly? Do you think you'd be able to live a happy life? He felt as if his spirit for business had been ignited. With this video as leverage, perhaps he could get a new gaming computer from Song Shuhang. I don't know what exactly will happen, but I'm certain that you're going to get killed by Senior Spirit Butterfly, Song Shuhang replied without hesitation. Doudou. F***ck, Shuhang's right. I can't go through with this transaction. At this time, the virtuous Lamia leaned back slightly, and released Soft Feather's inner demon. As an inner demon, you best be careful, and not go too far lest I extinguish your existence. This time she didn't use any stolen lines, and she actually used her own voice. It was unknown if it was just an illusion, but Fairy at #%times*s voice sounded a lot crisper when she spoke this time. The inner demon said weakly, I have no such intentions. But since Song agrees, I will give you some permission, but you have to remain under my supervision. The virtuous Lamia stretched out her hand, and lifted the inner demon's chin. I'm still quite fond of you, you're especially sweet. Especially here. The virtuous Lamia's slender fingers stroked the inner demon's red lips. Lady Inner Demon closed her eyes shyly. Doudou. Fairy #%time seems to be really good at teasing other people. Release the Black Lady and let this old man have a go. The old tribal chief of the dragon blood tribe had an expressionless face, but he yelled anxiously in his mind. No. I'm already advanced in age, this kind of thing is no longer suitable for me to do. How regretful. Song Shuhang curiously asked, Fairy, you're actually willing to speak so much today? The virtuous Lamia blinked. She raised her head, and let out a wave of classic Song Shuhang screams. But this time, she changed her style. When she screamed, she no longer slowly fell down and pretended to die. Instead, she raised her head to the sky and roared like a werewolf. It was obviously the same scream, but it somehow had a different effect. Song Shuhang. Scarlet Heaven Sword flew to Song Shuhang's side, and patted him on the shoulder with the tip of its body. You should learn a little. Song Shuhang smiled wryly, and said, but I can't learn the same provocative methods that fairy waiting for a promise uses. Huh. You actually knew what I was referring to? Seems like there's progress. Scarlet Heaven Sword said in surprise. Song Shuhang. All this time, did you think I wasn't able to? It's just that sometimes my skin is too thin, and I find it hard to say certain things out loud. I'm not really some fool when it comes to this. At the same time, Song Shuhang used his innate skill to condense a white lotus, and then handed it over to Fairy at #%times, who was above his head. After the fairy took the white lotus, her figure returned to Song Shuhang's back. Senior Song, please relax your mind, soft feathers inner demon, butterfly Song white creation yellow trigram lychee 6 doe phoenix, said with a bashful expression on her face. She had been teased too much just now. It was a bit of a pity that she was all black, otherwise, they might have gotten to see her little face flushed red. Then, she approached Song Shuhang again, and kissed his forehead lightly. She didn't even dare to look at his face. After the kiss, Lady Inner Demon stepped back, and stood quietly at the side. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword asked curiously, how do you feel? Song Shuhang said, it's okay. I feel like I just got teased. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword responded, I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking about how you feel after being affected by the power of an inner demon. You creatures with flesh and blood are so troublesome. Song Shuhang moved his hand, and used 2 consecutive instances of the saber-nurturing technique on Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. Oh ho, so comfortable, don't stop, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said happily. Doudou. Lady Inner Demon. Lady Onion. Soft Feather remarked, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword is rather amusing. I didn't feel anything. Did you use any skills on me? Song Shuhang looked at Lady Inner Demon. Butterfly Song White Creation Yellow Trigram Lychee 6 doe Phoenix lowered her head slightly, not daring to look at the crowd. I used the power of inner demons to draw out Senior Song's various desires. This makes it so that the things he wants to do but dares not to, and things he wants to say but dares not to, will all be drawn out. In summary, he had been set to a do whatever he pleases mode. Heavens, I'm done for. When Song Shuhang heard that the things he wanted to say but dared not to would be drawn out, he felt as if he had fallen into a pot of boiling water. I'm already very honest when it comes to speaking my mind, and even my face is easy to read. For this habit to now be magnified even more. Can I still be saved? Song Shuhang asked, how long will this last? In this state, I have to pay extra care in avoiding some seniors, so as not to accidentally say certain things without thinking. Lady Inner Demon said, it shouldn't be that long. Senior Song is protected by a virtuous body, so it should only last for half a day at most. Half a day shouldn't be a problem. By the way. Butterfly Song White Creation Yellow Trigram Lychee 6 doe Phoenix, come here, I will save you and ferry your soul. Song Shuhang beckoned to Lady Inner Demon. Hadn't she asked him to save her before? Well, he just so happened to be free, and could do so. Soft Feather said, eh? No, Senior Song, my inner demon is so cute. Why would you want to ferry her soul? No, no, I don't need it now. Lady Inner Demon shook her head repeatedly. Song Shuhang said, you are really strange. At this time, the Dragon Network assistant said, I have used the Dragon Network's authority to reduce the mental shocks that Li Yinzhu is set to receive. In addition, I also made it so that the time between each mental shock is set to the longest interval. Song Shuhang had previously given some orders to the Dragon Network assistant when he was in the speech space. Song Shuhang asked, can she survive the weakest mental shock? The Dragon Network assistant replied, it shouldn't be a problem. After some thought, Song Shuhang called out, Fairy Creation. Fairy Creation got up. She landed in front of Song Shuhang with a beautiful backflip, and looked at him with shining eyes. Song Shuhang said, can you temporarily stay in Little Yinzhu's body to help her resist the mental shocks? Just help her when she can't bear it. If she can bear it, then let her endure it. Although the mental shock was a punishment for failing in the speech, it could also serve as a form of tempering for Li Yinzhu. Fairy Creation's eyes narrowed, and then she stretched out 10 fingers. Song Shuhang said, 10 lotus flowers? No problem. Fairy Creation shook her head. Afterward, she flipped her slender hands front, back. Song Shuhang asked, 100? Fairy Creation thought for a while, and nodded vigorously. Song, stupid, okay. She originally only wanted 50 lotus flowers, but since Song Shuhang was so generous, she would happily accept. So, Song Shuhang said, it's a deal then. Fairy Creation stood up, pulled the corners of her skirt, and then curtsied to everyone. Afterward, she flew up and went to the hibernating Little Yinzhu. Song Shuhang squeezed his chin, and said, the way for a woman to get a man's heart is through his stomach. It seems the reverse is also true. Fairy #% remarked, my stupid elder brother. It was the voice of someone from the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, Vice Island Master Tian Wei. Scarlet Heaven Sword commented, stupid Song Shuhang, if you get a woman's stomach, you'd at best become her family's chef. Song Shuhang's hand moved again, and used the saber nurturing technique on Scarlet Heaven Sword. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, oh ho, one more. Song Shuhang was very generous today, and used it another time. Lady Onion. Suddenly, the reliable senior Scarlet Heaven Sword seemed to have become unreliable. Right, Senior Song, would you like to also raise your own inner demon to play with? Soft Feather asked while sitting in the hamster wheel. Song Shuhang looked at Soft Feather's Lady Inner Demon, and said, if my inner demon can also be this well-behaved, I might be willing to give it a try. However, I'm worried about unintentionally raising an uncontrollable inner demon. I feel like that would be very troublesome. I hadn't really put it to mind, but seeing Soft Feather kept in a cage like this is suddenly making me feel quite unsettled. Soft Feather said, then in a while, I can teach Senior Song how to raise your inner demon, and we can see what happens. If the inner demon is a threat, we can deal with it early. If it's cute, you can continue raising it. Song Shuhang nodded. Good idea. In addition, I'd like to raise another inner demon with a different personality, Soft Feather added. Song Shuhang asked, how many inner demons can you raise? Nobody ever said a rule that a person can only have one kind of inner demon, Soft Feather said. When I was transcending my heavenly tribulation of the 4th stage, I saw dozens of different inner demons. I actually wanted to bring them all out. Song Shuhang. His gaze shifted to Soft Feather's inner demon, who was quietly staying at the side, and he kept on getting a familiar feeling from the setting of inner demons with different personalities. He felt as if he had seen it somewhere else before. Song Shuhang's eyes lit up, and he suddenly said, Senior White. Soft Feather asked, Senior White is back. Song Shuhang said, no, What I meant was that if you were to bring out all those inner demons and raise them, it would somewhat feel like the clones from Senior White's innate talent. Senior White's clones also had different personalities, and they were very different from the main body. Moreover, they would even try making things hard for the main body. Every time a clone was summoned, it would have a different personality from the last. It would be very interesting if my inner demons could be like Senior White's clones, said Soft Feather. Then, she stood up. Senior Song, I've rested enough. Have you imported the questions yet? I want to start the new round. Song Shuhang said, 300 questions, random draw, is that fine with you? Soft Feather waved, and said, yup. Watch me get full marks. And so, Song Shuhang reactivated the hamster wheel. The beautiful Soft Feather began to run inside the cage again. A dignified voice sounded. Beginning questioning. Song Shuhang murmured, this scene must not be seen by the senior spirit butterfly, otherwise, there will definitely be a night where blood flows in rivers. Doudou. Song Shuhang meditated, while Soft Feather had fun playing. He felt that his mind was very clear today. He found many things he wanted to do appearing in his mind. For example, he suddenly felt that the Dragon Network assistant was a really good assistant. As such, he wondered if there was a way to obtain it for his own inner world, and have it take care of the inner world on his behalf. Song suddenly wants to dismantle the Black Dragon world, Shuhang. Chapter 1759 Senior Song, It's all your fault. The Dragon Network assistant was really great. Even when Lady Kuna fell into a dormant state, it could still manage the entire Black Dragon world in an orderly manner. Song Shuhang, the administrator, had almost nothing to do, he just had to make decisions on some major issues. However, the Dragon Network assistant only had a 20-day time limit, after which it would be recycled by the Dragon Network. Can I take advantage of this period when I still have some authority to port the Dragon Network assistant to my inner world, and then have it take care of the inner world? Song Shuhang's current inner world was a bit messy. There were fragments of the ancient heavenly city, new areas that the inner world had generated, the living spring, and even the death forest, that had been transplanted into the inner world by Senior White last time. Song Shuhang hadn't really planned ahead when placing things in his inner world. He simply stuffed them wherever he could, which led to the now messy-looking world. In addition, there were various spirit plants, spirit beasts, the invisible sword insects, and a lot of treasures that were all stuffed messily into the inner world. Song Shuhang asked, Dragon Network Assistant, can I port you into my inner world on the last day? Dragon Network Assistant responded, insufficient authority. Song Shuhang asked, is there any way to bypass this limit of authority and achieve a similar effect? It might be due to Lady Inner Demon's ability, but he felt that his inner desires really seemed to have gotten more proactive. There was a strong desire in him to get the many things he wanted. The Dragon Network assistant shook its head. No alternatives found. Song Shuhang pinched his chin, and began to think. At this moment, Lady Onion suddenly asked, what kind of entity is the Dragon Network assistant? Is it a program with a fixed structure? Or is it a clone of the Dragon Network? Song Shuhang replied, it should be some kind of assistant protocol setting made by the Dragon Network, a materialization of its energy. Lady Onion replied, then, can't you make a copy of it? Since the Dragon Network assistant's main body cannot be moved out, then why not just make a copy of it with similar functions, and then pack it away? Wouldn't that work just fine? Song Shuhang turned his head, and looked at the Dragon Network assistant. Is it feasible? Can you use my administrator authority to create a Dragon Network assistant too? The Dragon Network assistant became silent, and began to try to execute Song Shuhang's command to test out whether it could be executed successfully. After a while, the Dragon Network assistant replied, test complete. It is possible to create a Dragon Network assistant too, but the core program cannot be copied. It will be a weakened version. Song Shuhang asked, will the weakened version be able to manage a small world for me? Can it act as a housekeeper? The Dragon Network Assistant replied, that should not be a problem. Would you like to make a Dragon Network Assistant too? Yes/no. Does it even need to be said? Of course, I choose yes, Song Shuhang said. In addition, change its name from Dragon Network Assistant 2 to Inner World Assistant. After all, it would be inappropriate to transfer Dragon Network Assistant 2 into the inner world and still call it Dragon Network Assistant. The Dragon Network Assistant said calmly, executing command. Thank you. Song Shuhang turned around and patted Lady Onion lightly. Lady Onion said, Shuhang, I want to discuss something with you. Song Shuhang. Lady Onion said, how about we sign a part-time job contract? Song Shuhang echoed, part-time job contract? Lady Onion elaborated, yes, I will work for you, and you will pay me benefits. Benefits like the training resources and game currency, as you provided me in the past. Song Shuhang. In this case, what is the difference between now and before? Was all that talk about freedom just for show? Lady Onion said nervously, is it not okay? Song Shuhang replied, no, it's okay. Back during the invisible death tribulation, Lady Onion had wrapped everyone with her green onion sprouts. After Song Shuhang woke up and saw the green onion sprouts next to him, he immediately understood what had happened. Although he didn't say it out loud, he felt moved by her actions. In fact, even when Lady Onion had been staying by his side in the past, he wasn't bothered by it. Since you want to stay by my side, then we should set a small goal for ourselves, Song Shuhang said to Lady Onion. You must not waste your wielder of the will level talent. We must both work harder and practice diligently. Lady Onion was someone who got through the invisible death tribulation. This meant that her talent, her potential, and her aptitude had all been recognized by the heavenly tribulation. Song Shuhang said, the next time we meet Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven, I want him to see a powerful Lady Onion. Lady Onion. The Dragon Network Assistant, copy created. Should the Inner World Assistant be materialized? Song Shuhang said, yes. The Dragon Network Assistant stretched out its small hands and clapped lightly. In the next moment, a miniature Dragon Network Assistant appeared. It had the same appearance as the black-skinned Lady Kuna, but it was only the size of half a palm. The Inner World Assistant said, good morning, the Inner World Assistant greets Administrator Tyrannical Dragon. Song Shuhang stretched out his palm. The Inner World Assistant fell gently on Song Shuhang's palm. She lifted up her long skirt, and curtsied toward Song Shuhang. Lady Onion said, she's about as big as a figurine. Doudou remarked, if it's a figurine, there's a certain area I'm very curious about. Does your Inner World Assistant wear panties? The Inner World Assistant turned around, and answered Doudou's question seriously. Yes, Mr. Doudou. Lady Onion. When it comes to this kind of question that's borderline harassment, you can refuse to answer them next time, Song Shuhang said. Now, I will send you to my inner world, and then I will give you the authority to manage it. At that time, you can plan and adjust the inner world in my place. The Inner World Assistant replied, I will give it a try. Song Shuhang's inner world did not have something like the Dragon Network, so the assistant was unsure whether it would be able to manage it like how the Dragon Network Assistant managed the entire Black Dragon world. And so, the Inner World Assistant was transferred to Song Shuhang's inner world. Song Shuhang tried to provide partial administrator authority of the inner world to the Inner World Assistant so as to make it possible for it to divide and move most areas of the inner world. The process of giving authority was not difficult, and the inner world could perfectly execute Song Shuhang's orders as long as it wasn't hiding. After the Inner World Assistant entered the inner world, it did not act immediately. It floated in the air, first observing the overall framework of Song Shuhang's inner world. At the same time, the lotus projection of the inner world appeared. The roots of the lotus extended, making contact with the inner world assistant. After the two parties fully made contact, the inner world assistant experienced a change. Its black skin began to change, the pitch black turning pure white. The dragon wings on its back also disappeared, replaced by a blooming white lotus that went to support its body. This showed that a certain degree of integration had occurred between the inner world assistant and the inner world. The inner world assistant said softly, "The living spring area is the core, and the heavenly city spiritual springs are merely subsidiary. Then, there is the spirit plant area which can be arranged into the same area as the 33 Divine Beast Department toilet and the Spirit Beast area." It began to plan the layout for Song Shuhang's inner world. In addition, the number of spirit plants is too low, and their quality is low as well. The number of spirit beasts is also insufficient. The heavenly city spiritual springs can be moved to create a lake in the open space of the inner world. In that lake, aquatic spirit beasts or special beasts can be raised. The death forest can be further strengthened. The fragments of the ancient heavenly city can be arranged around the inner world's living spring. The inner world is still small. It needs to expand its area as soon as possible, and acquire more, usable area, so as to allow for more plans. Although the fragments of the ancient heavenly city could be directly moved into the inner world and increase the overall area inside the world, fragments such as the Palace of Winter and the Virtuous Palace were already complete structures. As such, unless they were flattened, they could only be used for their original purpose. In addition, we need some personnel to take care of the spirit beasts, spirit plants, and the living spring. These staff won't need much intelligence. A general frame had emerged in the mind of the inner world assistant. Then, it began to communicate with Song Shuhang and the Dragon Network assistant. Insufficient spirit plants, insufficient spirit beasts, these were not big problems. This was especially so right now as Song Shuhang possessed the administrator authority in the Black Dragon world. The Black Dragon world couldn't be said to be big, but it wasn't small either. Within the Black Dragon world, there were a lot of wild spirit plants, as well as a lot of rare demonic beasts with relatively docile natures. The inner world assistant intended to get Song Shuhang to transfer in a batch of precious spirit plants and beasts through the Dragon Network, as long as it didn't affect the operations of the Black Dragon world. Song Shuhang said, "Wonderful." Afterward, he simply went and did so. Through the Dragon Network assistant, he could use the ubiquitous Dragon Network to search for precious spirit plants, as well as some beasts that were gentle and suitable to raise. After determining their coordinates, he simply had to capture them, and transfer them into his own inner world. This was the true use of authority. Song Shuhang thought, the biggest problem now is getting a group of reliable personnel to take care of the spirit plants and spirit beasts. Originally, he was going to make reasonable use of his disciples, and let them take care of the spirit plants and spirit beasts. However, according to the grand plan of the inner world assistant, the area for spirit plants and the number of spirit beasts would be so huge that his disciples would be unable to take care of them on their own. Soft Feather, does Spirit Butterfly Island have an area for nurturing spirit plants and spirit beasts? How does Senior Spirit Butterfly deal with the matter of getting personnel? Song Shuhang asked aloud. Soft Feather responded, "We have many monster butterflies on Spirit Butterfly Island. After transforming, they are regarded as my father's disciples. They would then take care of the matters on the island. There are also some jobs that even monster butterflies which have yet to transform can handle. In addition, my father also has numerous ordinary disciples." Ah, damn, I was answering a question. A dignified voice sounded inside the wheel. Wrong answer. The speed of the wheel has increased. Soft Feather had turned to answer Song Shuhang's question while she was in the middle of answering a question from the wheel, thus leading to her getting the question from the wheel wrong. "Senior Song, it's all your fault." Soft Feather burst into tears, feeling aggrieved. Chapter 1760 The Demon Emperor's Energy. Sorry, my bad. Shuhang sincerely acknowledged his mistake, while involuntarily bringing out his phone and taking a photo of the cute-looking and aggrieved Soft Feather. Soft Feather increased her running speed, and she glared at Shuhang resentfully at the same time. This is the second time, Senior Song. This is the end of our friendship. At this time, not only you aren't comforting me, but you're even taking a photo of me? Shuhang hurriedly said, Wait, Soft Feather. Actually, I didn't want to take a photo of you. No, I should say that although I really do want to take a photo, I also really want to restrain myself from doing it. However, my hands are moving on their own, and I can't stop them. Earlier, he accidentally took a photo of the aggrieved Soft Feather. But this time, when he saw the aggrieved Soft Feather and got the urge to take a photo of her, he tried his best to restrain himself. Yet, he failed. It was as if his hands had a mind of their own. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword reminded them, maybe it's because of the inner demon's influence? That's possible, Shuhang said, using the opportunity to take a few more pictures. Is it really due to the inner demon's influence? Soft Feather thought for a moment while running. Alright, I'll forgive you, Senior Song. Thank you for your magnanimity, Fairy Soft Feather. Shuhang gave a thumbs up. He. Soft Feather laughed, and went back to answering the questions from the wheel. Doudou said, Are you going to let Shuhang use the excuse of being influenced by the inner demon to do whatever he wants? Is that even possible? Shuhang put away his phone, and said seriously, I still have some experience in controlling the onset of the thrice reckless disease. Moreover, I have succeeded in doing so several times. Doudou smiled mockingly, and then turned around. Doudou doesn't want to talk to you anymore. Here, talk to my butt. Let's get back to the topic, Shuhang said. Where can I find a group of reliable and trustworthy staff to take care of spirit plants and spirit beasts? How about getting a batch of people from the Black Dragon world? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword suggested. It is a fact that you saved the Dragon Blood tribe. If you were to pick a batch of followers, there should be several people from the Dragon Blood tribe who would be willing to go with you. When Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword spoke, it did so in Chinese as it did not know the language of the Black Dragon world. Shuhang shook his head, and said, Forget it, doing that feels wrong. Kidnapping people isn't a good thing. Moreover, the old tribal chief was sitting not too far away with a dazed expression, just as if he was thinking about something. Senior Song, how about you go find some diligent little monsters, and train them like my dad did? Soft Feather said as she ran. Her long hair fluttered as she ran, and it was very beautiful. This time, she took advantage of the free time in between questions to talk to Shuhang. Doudou turned around, and said, Or you can learn from Cave Lord Snow Wolf, and have a group of little wolf cubs. Those little cubs should be able to do plenty. Shuhang said, By the time I have kids, the spirit plants in my inner world will have already withered and died out. And the same goes for the spirit beasts. It will simply take too long. Soft Feather asked suddenly, Senior Song, could it be that you've already found someone who's willing to bear your children? Not yet, Shuhang replied. He had some ideas in his mind, but had yet to carry them out. He was planning on waiting until he left the Black Dragon world before giving it a try. Regardless of success or failure, he had to give it a try. The group Tribulation this time had caused some changes to occur to Shuhang's mental state. There are so many seniors in the group, which style is to your liking? If you need, I can help you. In fact, I have a very good relationship with the fairies in the group. We share many secrets, and there's almost nothing we don't talk about. Soft Feather's eyes shone brightly as she felt she had come across something interesting. Before Shuhang could answer, Doudou sighed. Soft Feather, you are also a fairy maiden, and compared with the seniors in the group, isn't your age closer to Shuhang's? Yeah. Soft Feather seemed to have suddenly noticed something, and became very surprised, causing her to freeze and stop running. In the next moment, she fell onto the steps inside the hamster wheel, and as she lay there, she began spinning around quickly. Shuhang asked, Soft Feather, are you alright? How about I stop the hamster wheel first? No, don't stop it, Senior Song. Don't stop it. Just let me play for a while. Soft Feather lay on the steps, spinning round and round. She suddenly felt that it was pretty fun, and didn't want it to stop. Shuhang. Soft Feather lay down, and said seriously, now that I think about it, I've been always saying, Senior Song, treating Senior Song as if he were a part of my father's generation. I never thought about how close I actually was to Senior Song's age. From her words, it appeared that she had never considered the possibility of her and Shuhang getting together. Lady Inner Demon's mouth twitched. I am tyrannical Song, 18 years old, please guide me. If I have offended you, you can come and fight me. The virtuous Lamia snatched a line in a timely manner. As fairy creation was not here, she didn't feel any pressure when it came to snatching lines. This surprisingly caused the pleasure she derived from this to be less than usual. Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Honestly, Soft Feather, if you continue calling me Senior Song, it's quite possible that I'd start considering you as a part of my daughter's generation in a few years. How about you take this opportunity to change how you address me? Nah, I'd rather not. Senior Song rolls off the tongue so smoothly, and it will make things very awkward between us if I were to suddenly change it. Soft Feather giggled, and said, if ever there comes a day that I feel like changing it, it won't be too late to change it then. Shuhang replied, I guess you're right. However, Senior Song, I've never given becoming Tao companions with another person any thought. I've always felt it to be something I should leave for the far future, Soft Feather said. I've still got many things in mind that I haven't completed, many things I haven't tried, and many fun and exciting things I haven't experienced. In the near future, I probably won't have any thoughts of becoming or having a Tao companion. Senior Song, are you in a hurry to make little Shuhangs? So far, in Soft Feather's little head, she had never entertained the concept of love. In her opinion, being in love was for a long, long time in the future, perhaps decades later, or even longer. In fact, this was the case not only for Soft Feather, but also many powerful cultivators. Their long lifespans made them mostly easygoing, letting fate decide when it came to love. Shuhang said, I never said that I wanted to have children right away. He. Soft Feather chuckled as she heard these words. She lay on her stomach in the running wheel, and kept spinning along with it. Doudou stretched out his paw, and stroked the fur on the top of his head. Soft Feather's answer is exactly what I expected. Soft Feather was innocent and carefree, and there weren't too many complicated thoughts in her little head. This kind of disposition and character was really good for cultivation. Inner demons were most afraid of those with her character. If someone were to come to like her now, they would be in for quite the headache. The current Soft Feather did not entertain the concept of love at all, unless the other party was somehow able to make her fall for them grandly in one fell swoop. While he was speaking, Doudou took out a book titled 520 Beats of Love. He flipped to a specific page, looked at it, nodded in satisfaction, and then stored the book away. He confirmed that the situation was almost just as described in the book. You guys really do love jumping from one topic to another without a care. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword couldn't stand it, and reminded them, aren't you supposed to be discussing how Shuhang can find staff to take care of the spirit plants and spirit beasts inside his inner world? Shuhang asked, does Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword have something in mind? For the spirit plants, if they're low-level spirit plants, then you just need to find creatures with some intelligence. However, if you're growing high-level spirit plants, you will need a specialized spirit plant master. The same is true for raising spirit beasts. But since you practice the 33 divine beasts technique, you can start by gathering some disciples. The 33 divine beasts technique needs to be practiced with the raising of spirit beasts to achieve maximum effect anyway. Shuhang said, disciples are not so easy to find. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, I can't give you any advice when it comes to matters relating to disciples. But if you're looking for spirit plant masters, you can just hire them. As long as you offer a decent wage, you can get them to work for you while you transition and get used to things. For more details, you can ask the seniors in your group. They'll teach you what to do. They might even have some spirit plant masters with nothing to do around them. You can put up some tasks and hire suitable spirit plant masters to take care of them. Afterward, you can start training your own spirit plant masters. And after the transition period is over, you can have your own spirit plant masters take up the posts. Good idea. Shuhang's eyes lit up. And for beast taming masters, I can go to the 33 divine beasts sect to hire some. I remember that Senior Yellow Mountain has a friendly relationship with them. I should be able to hire a batch of them while I transition. You're learning quickly, Doudou commented. Shuhang said, then everything is ready, except for one crucial element. The virtuous Lamia quickly snatched the line. The corner of Shuhang's mouth rose slightly. No, except I'm lacking spirit stones. Be it hiring spirit plant masters or beast taming masters, both need spirit stones, and I currently don't have any spirit stones. He was extremely poor, and he still owed Senior Whites several 8th and 9th stage spirit stones. The virtuous Lamia, how could this be? Did she actually snatch the wrong line? The virtuous Lamia went back into Shuhang's body, feeling like she couldn't face other people anymore. At this time, the Dragon Network assistant said, Administrator Tyrannical Dragon, a large number of spirit plants and demonic beasts have been scouted. I will be sending you their coordinates. Shuhang said, alright, send it to me. I will make use of the next few days to collect a batch of resources. The Dragon Network assistant said, in addition, Lady Fatball wants to speak with you. Shuhang asked, didn't Lady Kuna go into a deep sleep? Something went wrong. Lady Fatball, who was in a deep sleep, told me to make a request to you on her behalf. Administrator Tyrannical Dragon, if you're free, can you make a trip to Demon Emperor Haji's Dragon Network node? There are remnants of the Demon Emperor's energy there, hindering the recovery, the Dragon Network assistant said. Lady Fatball has guaranteed that she will give Administrator Tyrannical Dragon a reward that he will be pleased with. Shuhang thought for a while. And the spirit plant masters and beast taming masters I'm lacking?